tonight's Facebook sale, and Paul's going to come over here and fill in for me tonight, and I'm going to go back home and go to bed. I knew I was in trouble when Mike Massey commented, updated starting time, Paul. Tanner, when Mike Massey says updated starting time, question mark, that means I'm in trouble. So I had to get back here and get live. I mean, most of it was Otis's fault, Paul's fault, and Tanner's fault. And none of it was my fault. So, none of it was my fault. Leonard Cohen? Muddy Water? Oh, I thought that was best of Leonard Cohen. It looked like it from the right angle, which was the angle I was looking at it at. I feel like I'm missing something. Well, I left my backpack here intentionally when I left. It's up front. I got my Chick-fil-A brownie and my Diet Coke. Yeah, keep your hands. Yeah, nobody be touching my brownie. Let's get started. I'm on, stupidly, a few hours of sleep. So my idea is let's get some stuff sold and get Chad back on a great schedule for the rest of the week. Y'all got me 5 nights, and then Paul will be here Saturday. Paul will be here Saturday, and he's looking forward to it. And is it next Saturday that... Next Saturday, no one will be here. Well, yeah. That is next Saturday, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I probably don't know if I'm going to... They've scheduled it for a night game. So regardless, I'm not going to be here. I was hoping, I was like, well, I knew it wasn't going to be a noon kickoff or 3, but I figured if I don't go, I could still come here. But it's a night game, so probably not going to be any sale at all next Saturday. Unless we can figure something out with Laura. We can talk about it. Might have somebody here as an assistant. We'll talk about it. Cry, baby, cry. Make your mother sigh. Old enough to know better. Cry, baby, cry. Okay, so it's Kiss Night, but as always, we've got other auctions. I just shared the feed. I just shared the feed in the group, and I would like to thank everybody already for joining us here on a Monday night. Not a lot of new sealed vinyl tonight. You know, there was supposed to be big Rocktober exclusives every week, but they pushed them back. So next week and the next week, you can expect a ton of Rocktobers. But as of right now, we have a lot of other stuff we're going to be selling. John's already dropped off his new arrivals. I plan on doing some discount crates. And that's about where we're at. Let's see here. Thanks everybody for tuning in early. There's John. John and a bag of trash. That sounds like your punk band name. Yeah. Okay.
I think you might shadow me on Saturday a little bit.
Okay.
Kind of get the hang of it how to set it up.
That'd be great. Yeah, we'll get her to order a bunch of new vinyl and have some stuff ready. All righty. Boom, da-da, boom, 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 boom. I guess y'all heard the Rush news. That also kept me awake for a while. I was here kind of all night and then into the morning, and then I got that notification on Rush. Rush is going on tour, and I was like, I knew they couldn't stay cooped up for long. Da 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 da, dun 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 dun, boom 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 boom. No, his mind is not for rent. If anyone else should do a show, Crates should be. He did a coin knife show when he was on a buying trip. That's true. The people who've done the most shows here are me, Paul, and then Tanner. Tanner's clocking at a solid 1. And he did a great job. He did a great job. For me, I, of course, never got a chance to see Rush, so just seeing Geddy Lee and Alex, seeing Geddy on Alex on stage, regardless of who's behind the drum kit, seeing them two on stage is going to be epic and emotional. And just hope they stay healthy, and maybe they'll add more tours. Maybe they'll add more shows, that is. All right, I'm almost done sharing links, and then we'll get started. And I'm seeing comments come in. I just hadn't had a chance to address anything yet. I'm almost done sharing links, and then we'll get started. Okay. Let's see here. Great neck adjustment, great back adjustment. Oh, gosh. I gotta get woke up, Chad. I left here at noon, and Paul said, I got here about noon. So maybe I didn't leave here as late as I thought I did, but it was around noon or a little before. And we are officially rolling. And it's Kiss night, and of course I always got bonus stuff over here that's not Kiss, and we're going to be auctioning some cassettes and 45 lots, and we'll see what happens over here. 1 second, please. I had like some last minute people to message in regards to invoicing and deals we made that I hadn't had time since Ed has finished sending invoices. Let's see here. Okay. Doubled up. I got another Monsters. Mike Massey restocked me, but he also Mike Massey restocked me. Thank you, Mike. I just ordered a bunch more, and then I stopped at Publix and got a couple more of those black cans because they're very tasty, the no sugars, but I try not to drink those as much. All right, so the first thing on Kiss Night, if you can believe it, is going to be a Kiss record. It's going to be a lower grade copy of Rock and Roll Over. Lower grade copy of Rock and Roll Over. It's a 77 US repress. It's a Terre Haute. It does have the inner sleeve. It is in VG minus though. No feelable marks, no feelers. It does have the original inner sleeve, and that is an OG Rock and Roll Over, VG minus, a $10 start on Kiss Rock and Roll Over. I worked out a deal with the guy on the DVDs here. We worked out a deal because I was a little confused on what went down originally the other night. So you probably saw these in the Hatchet Ed. So we worked out a deal, and we're all on the same page now. I didn't understand the full context. So I have a whole set of Kissology DVDs tonight, and there's some pretty good ones. I'm going to get those rolling in just a minute. Some of them sold for as much as $40, $50, and $60 because they're sealed with hop stickers, and they have all the different bonus tracks. I'm going to get those started in just a second. There's our first just warm-up Kiss record, VG minus copy of that. That is a non-teardrop. Yep, just a regular repress from 76. It's not a first press. It's just a repressing of that album. Just a copy to have if you don't have it already. I'm going to go ahead and lay that right there. And then first thing I have is this. Let me go ahead and see what I got going on. I have another LP over here. If we're going to do Kiss, we might as well throw in some Beatles. Actually, not that one, because Seth basically wrote he didn't know what it was. So let's go over here to something else. Here is a low-grade copy of The Doors. We're going to start off with some low-grade stuff. But it's better than anything. It's kind of a lower-grade copy of The Doors, Strange Days. Maybe VG minus, G plus. It does have fillable marks, but it is a lower grade copy. We're going to also put that up for a $10 start. It is 67 though. It is 67 OG for The Doors there. Strange Days. Strange Days have found us. They've been saying that since the 60s. Yeah, they've been saying that since the 60s. Let's go over here and say that, what am I trying to say? I don't know what I'm trying to say. Oh, yeah, this has some cover damage, and this has a little bit of a name tag on it. Sorry, I've got to get woke up. If I make a lot of mistakes tonight, it's very possible. So... Okay. Hope everybody had a great... Now, right now is the best time to start trying to communicate with me. Right now is when the show's first starting, while it's not too crazy. And then also, it's probably going to get really busy. And then again later tonight, I'll try my best to answer any questions you have. I know there were some people that asked some stuff like as soon as I went live. And those have now been lost in my chat. And yeah. So let me see what exactly came in on new vinyl. I know we got a restock on that Ozzy Funko, and I don't know honestly where the other few things are. I saw one crate come in. I don't know if John even or Paul or who am I thinking of? Ed. I don't know if he even really marked those because, or it might not even be in vinyl. It might have just been these Ozzy Funkos. So I don't know if I really even have anything brand new to show you, but we're about to show some new vinyl. I'm about to put my phone charger up here. We're going to go through the leftover flip stuff. John's heading out. Thank you as always. We're going to put up some cassette auctions. And we're just going to keep this show on the road is all I got to say. Tanner's been photographing some posters. Tanner's been photographing some autographs today. Laura's back there working on auctions. She'll mark stuff. Paul's cleaning and sorting. And John just marked stuff. So here we go. Black Sabbath lights. He hopes to have those shipped by Friday. He's missing the remotes, the clickers that change the lights. There was a holdup on those. And so I just replied about those silver coins. I'm going to try to show some silver at 8 o'clock today. The reason I want to show silver is because the market's crazy right now, and I can offer stuff at melt prices to try to get some of it sold. And yeah, the Aussie Funkos are going to be for sale here in about 5 minutes. We'll talk about more of all that in just a second. We have the Cranberries, 92 to 2002. That is $44.99. I let the invoice, and I don't think either shipped to vinyl over the weekend. They didn't. Yeah, once again, we got burned on our Monday deliveries. Usually Monday, historically, pretty much all summer has been huge for new vinyl. We get like all the newest releases and all that. They've really not done a great job shipping on Thursdays and Fridays, so we don't start getting a lot of great new vinyl until Tuesdays and Wednesdays, which makes Mondays pretty much a vintage show, and I can't even keep it half and half. I like keeping it half and half. Half new vinyl, half vintage, and, you know, that's the ideal show for us, but sometimes we don't get any new, and then sometimes we get so much new, it's like 7 hours of just going through all the new stuff and tagging pre-orders and re-showing it. The Cranberries is a double LP. That's $44.99. So this VG minus Kiss is a final call, and this VG minus Doors, actually maybe even G plus and then lower grade copy on that. Those are final calls. We're about to sell them for $10 buy it nows. Not going to spend any more time on those if they're not going to get a bid. I have Houdini, which is called Back in Black. It's a music on vinyl press, limited 1,000 on smoky colored vinyl. Houdini is $34.99. That's a music on vinyl. They're numbered on the back. Also, we got 3 copies of Chris Ledoux. Chris Ledoux, this is Wyoming Cowboy. It's a hits compilation, $34.99 on that. Tool Lateralis, a double picture disc. Tool is $59.99. And we have Rob Halford Crucible. Rob Halford is a 2 LP ghostly purple colored vinyl, $44.99. Scott Dwallow has Kiss for $44. We're about to sell that to him. And we have Chris Stapleton Traveler, and that is $39.99. That's a double LP Chris Stapleton Traveler. All right, so if anybody wants the Doors, like I said, it's a really low grade. It's VG minus. It's G plus. It has fillable marks and a beat up cover, but it is a 67 OG copy of Strange Days. $10 on that if anybody wants it. I'm going to lay that right over here. And now let me see what else I have over here. That's our Kiss record. Scott looks like he's going to win that. Perfectly okay with me. I'll go ahead and start trying to put up some of the other Kiss stuff. I got a lot of like OG ones here for the first few minutes of the show, and then we'll get into the advertised bootlegs and all that I know y'all are eager to buy on. But we have a bunch of stuff over here from our Kiss graveyard, and they're pretty low-grade copies and etc. But then I've got some other stuff that's nicer, that's OG, like this right here. We have Kiss Crazy Nights. This is an 87 US Club, a BMG Club copy, 53 Hop Hog press. EX Plus near minus with the inner sleeve, and Kiss Crazy Nights is a $35 start. $35 start. It does have the inner sleeve, and then there's the jacket, which is about VG Plus. $35 start on that, okay? Over here, this is sold for $10, Rock and Roll Over, and that is sold to Scott Dwallow. Scott Dwallow. And next thing I have is this. Next thing I have is this. We have a... what was the other question? Black Sabbath lights. They should be in to be invoiced for this week. Yeah, they should be invoiced. And I've got a video and a rendering of the Kiss one. I plan on posting that this week. The rendering of the Kiss one, I have that available, and I'm planning on posting that this week. System of a Down Toxicity, that's $24.99. Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger is $33. Prince Purple Rain is $29. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu, that's gold vinyl, $33.99 for that. Tool Undertow is $33.99. And we have Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? All analog. This is pressed at QRP, $24.99. Purple Haze, Manic Depression, Hey Joe, Love or Confusion, May This Be Love, I Don't Live Today, $24.99. Final call to get a bid in on Crazy Nights. That's going to once and going to twice, and that's a $35 start. Next auction I have is the following. Angel. Angel's a 1977 Canadian OG. Angel's a 1977 Canadian OG. This is a VG Plus, a $10 start. We have Chapel Roan Pink Pony Club. Chapel Roan Pink Pony Club is $19.99. Pink Pony Club. Last copy, $19.99 on that. Okay, then we're going to do a lot of 45s here. Or actually, I got 45s to auction. We're going to start off with Another Part of Me, which is going to be a Michael Jackson single here. And MJ is going to go up for a $7 start. He's really clean and really nice. The sleeve is about VG Plus, and that's Michael Jackson, Another Part of Me. That's going to go up for a $7 start. That is now up for bid, okay? And then, can a lot of people make me a Charlie XCX? I think he can make about anything. The problem is, I guess, to get them at a decent price, we got to try to get at least 10 of them. But maybe he can do some one-offs for some custom. There's a lot of people that have that for very, very specific bands, and I think I might can get them. They're just going to cost more because he's not able to make a bunch of them, you know. Like, I know we got a Saxon fan that watches. I don't know, Richard Davis, if you're watching or not. I think I can probably get that made, but like a one-off costs more, obviously, if you're going to spend that time just to make one. So we'll see what happens. Okay, Robert Vlodarchek wants the Pink Pony Club. Last night, or Saturday night, Saturday night we started selling some singles. We went through 2 whole boxes. We sold a ton of 45s, picture sleeves, auctions. All kinds of 45s were sold, and we're going to try to knock out some more tonight. MJ right now is at 10. And then the first few questions over here is Kiss Crazy Nights. This is a buy it now for $35. I don't think there was any questions on this, was there? No questions on this. It's a $35 buy it now. It is an 87 US club copy, nice EX Plus or better. And this is a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. And then over here, we'll go ahead and show Angel. Now, Greg Preston, if you can hear me, for some reason your comment came in on a different video somehow. That happens sometimes to people. I still don't know how that works. But yeah, it's OG and it's really nice. EX++ near McMinus. Angel over here. Angel is a Canadian OG. There's no poster included. It's a 1977 Canadian OG. It has this insert with it. I guess that's what you're talking about, right? Yeah, that is a poster. Seth put insert. That would be better known as a poster, right? Angel, that is included. Yes, so it does have the poster with it. 77 Canadian VG Plus condition, and this is at $10, okay? And the high bid of $10 on Angel right now is with Brad Waits. Is that who bid 10? No, who bid 10? Maybe somebody just put Angel info. Maybe no one actually bid. Here's the bids on MJ. Vlodarchek 7, Chris Gardner 7. We have Troy Robinson 8, Vlodarchek 10, Chris Gardner 9, Donna Turner 10, Troy 10, Vlodarchek 11, Donna 13. Actually, Vlodarchek, your bid came in first. You have MJ for $13. You have it right now for $13. Donna tied you, actually. And then Angel has bids for $10, $15, and $16. Greg Preston gets Kiss for $35. That's so to Greg Preston for $35. Okay, let me take this off the table. Whoops. Forgot I was using my phone there for a balance. Whoops-a-daisy. Let me put that right there. Please don't fall. All right, and then let's grab this other crate right here, okay? Donna has it. Vlodarchek's going to forego his high bid, and that means Donna has MJ at $13. Another Part of Me, no condition notes, VG Plus sleeve. Donna, you have that for $13. Final call. Vlodarchek is going to forego his starting bid. All right, let's go through this crate here, or his high bid, unless somebody else bid, and Troy Robinson has it for $14. All right, here we go. Let's go right over here and see what's going on. Tim, if you have any more trouble, just send Ed an email or message our Facebook page if you have Facebook. If you continue to have problems, then try calling tomorrow. but the best way to reach us is by sending Ed an email or message, okay? And our next auction is Kiss, which is the 2014 remaster. And that's the sealed 2LP black vinyl remaster. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Angels at $26, and Donna has MJ for $18. Did I have Black Label Society in that last crate? No. We did sell a few things from the video this morning. Okay, that's up for bid. Here we go. We have Led Zeppelin. This is Physical Graffiti. This is the live EP from that era of Physical Graffiti, $24.99. This is a new live EP from Zeppelin as part of a celebration, an anniversary celebration. $24.99. It's 4 live tracks, never released before on vinyl. And we have Steel Panther Balls Out. That's a 2LP music on vinyl, $54.99. Troy, you're out on MJ. I have several more to sell. Donna has that one for $18. John Smetzer's out on Angel. That means Angel's a final call to Nathan Carter for $25. And the sealed Kiss Alive 2 is a $25 start. Christopher Cross, his Christmas album there, white vinyl, $29.99. Foster the People is $24. We also have Black Label Society 1919 Eternal. This is sold to Greg Preston. He got that in the video. And most of the video claims have been in the last hour. Everybody's making sure they watch that video. It didn't get a lot of comments this morning. And then this is Black Label Society. That is $34.99. So there's one left there. It's on purple vinyl. I've got 3 copies left of Killer Be Killed, and that's a 2LP picture disc for $38.99. And this last copy of Too Short, if anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. This is sold to Brandon Jones, Shorts Doghouse. Troy is out on MJ, so this is sold to Donna for $18. And let's get another one rolling over here in the MJ department. And Angel has a new bid for $26 with John McPatriot. So Nathan Carter, you're out. This is Angel on Earth as It Is in Heaven. And this has got the poster with it. It is a Canadian original VG Plus condition on Earth It Is in Heaven, and it's at $26 right now with John McPatriot. It does have the poster insert. The sealed Kiss is at $25. I've got Anthrax, and no, that's not the thrash metal band. $29.99 for Anthrax. The next MJ single I have is Man in the Mirror. This is original picture sleeve, even has the original Walmart price tag on it. Super nice vinyl. MJ is a $7 start. Also, I have 1 copy left of DRI Crossover. DRI is $29.99. Twisted Sister Now Playing on orange vinyls, $24.99. Demu Bigore, $38.99. And that's on colored vinyl, Coke bottle transparent, and black marbled. The Too Short. This was Too Short, Shorts Dogs in the House. And I got to get some other Too Shorts soon, because these sold really well, and I got to get to more of his catalog, just more rap in general. Hopefully that order comes in this week. Megadeth, The Sick, the Dying, and Dead, their newest album, not very much longer. They have a new one coming out the first of the year. We're working on trying to do a huge pre-order for that new Megadeth. I think we can get to almost 100 pre-orders. I bet we're over 60 right now, and I really hadn't tapped into our YouTube audience at all. That's just Facebook, and I hadn't posted it on the main page either. Yeah, so get JetBlue on a wait list for Short Dogs in the House. Those are $33.99. We have Twisted Sister for Scott Dwallow now playing. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. I have a Jazz Essential here. John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, $38.99. So Angel, Nathan Carter went out. So John McPatriot, that's going to be sold to you for $26. Ryan Rice also wants on Too Short waiting list. No problem. Thank you, Ryan Rice. We can get you on that one. And MJ's at $18 and Kiss is at $33. Let's see what else I can come up with over here. But first, here is Black Flag, My War. That's that same record right there. Those are $29.99. We have Elvis Sings, $56.99. That's a 2LP music on vinyl. This is a new release they've done. They've compiled Elvis doing all covers. It's Elvis covering Dylan, the Beatles, Ray Charles, Bee Gees, Simon & Garfunkel, Muddy Waters, Creedence Clearwater Revival. Over here, this is pretty cool because Rush just announced their tour. Who wants to buy Rush's in celebration of them going on their new reunion tour, self-titled debut? $49.99. It's called Rush Rediscovered. Discovered. $49.99. I still have that, by the way. That's my only one. Hopefully they're still in stock. I bet there was a big rush on Rush stuff today with my distributors, though. Now they're in the news. Everybody's going to get really sentimental, start wanting to buy stuff again. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell is $44.99. It always happens when bands make big announcements like that. Louis Armstrong meets Oscar Peterson, $34.99. You would think most people already have all that in stock or have it in their collection, but you'd be surprised. It'd be like somebody's been a fan. They're like, well, I don't have all the remasters. I got to go ahead and get those. Benton Wood, Oogum Boogum, that's $33.99. Rush, A Farewell to Kings, that is $36.99. 180 gram, there's one right there, speaking of them. The Rolling Stone Some Girls is $34.99. And I have Dead Boys, Young, Loud, and Snotty, $34.99. That's sold to David Smith. Young, Loud, and Snotty, that's $34.99. We have one left. We have 2 copies of REM, Santa Monica, 1991. And we have another copy of that Megadeth, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. Those are $34.99. That Dead Boys went over here to David Smith. So those took care of everybody in the video. All right, our next Kiss item. So this last sold for $52. This was a non-payment or putback, but I worked out something with the guy. So this is Kissology Volume 3. Kissology Volume 3. And this has the bonus tracks from Irvine, California. And that's what it last sold for. So I'm going to put this up. If you want to bid on DVD set, put DVD, please, okay? Because we've already got a Kiss LP up here for auction. That's the 2014 remaster. That's perfectly sealed, and that's at $39. So Kissology, if you want to bid on that, put DVD. And then MJ's at $26. That's Man in the Mirror. That's between Troy and Donna right now. We got some other MJ singles to sell. So $35 start for Kissology Volume 3. It is sealed. All right, and then speaking of no payments, I had a guy last week, and it was suspicious from the beginning, but I knew he got really reckless on Saturday night, and when I threw the red flag and asked him to prepay, it all went downhill. So now, we just talked about last week about never saying people's names, but that's only in a situation maybe when they've bought and they just can't pay their invoice or something. This guy purposely was buying stuff not to pay for it. So any purchases last week that was by Grant Michael Toynton, that was all fraudulent. Those were all fraudulent buys. He basically spent all week on here buying stuff knowing he wasn't going to pay for it. So it was, I think he was over $1,000. And then Saturday when I noticed he got really reckless, y'all probably heard me say, hey, I got to get you to pay and add some invoice. Well, he blocked the Collectco page, and then he blocked me because immediately when I realized he wasn't going to pay, he probably didn't know, he blocked Collectco, then I started trying to message him just to try to get something through, and then he had blocked me too. So, and what's even crazier is he was on here all week. So this guy did nothing for hours. Let's say he put in 30, 40 hours with us last week just buying stuff knowing he wasn't going to pay for it. So I never say names, but that one really needs to be put out there because he was bidding on a lot of auctions, and he would go out, though. It's not like he was trying to win everything. He would say out. He would pass on stuff. So it was very like, okay, this guy's probably legit. You know, it's more of a red flag when somebody's bidding on stuff and they never say out, and, you know, they'll pay whatever price possible. So Saturday, though, he got a little bit more reckless, and when I paused the show and basically said, hey, you need to pay us right now, he blocked us. And so he has $0. I'm assuming he was on here buying thousands of dollars worth of stuff, and he has $0. So that's a name everybody needs to know because you're probably going to be seeing some of that stuff resold this week. I think G and Ed already started reaching out to backup bidders, but I don't think that's fair sometimes because his bids wasn't really real. So, you know, it's not like we can sell it to backup bidders. Some people's okay with it because, you know, he might have been at 55, somebody else might have been at 54, and then that next person might have been at 53. So still $55 might be a legitimate price. If y'all see me stop the show more during the sale and I ask somebody to pay early, That's exactly why, okay? Because reselling a couple $1,000s of auctions, that's like we wasted a lot of time there. I mean, we're going to have to resell all that, or we're going to have to take time to message everybody, reach out, make sure everybody still wants it, agree on a fair price, because I don't think sometimes it's fair if they were bidding on stuff without intentions to pay. You know, we shouldn't really sell it for that price unless somebody else was pretty close, you know. If you had 4 or 5 people all around the same price, but if it was just him and one other person, then it's not really fair to sell it to the backup bidder. So there's a lot of Iron Maiden stuff, a lot of stuff like that. But yeah, he was just basically on here trying to cause problems. So Grant Michael Toynton has been removed. He'll never watch again. I'll make sure he's not on here. And like I said, I've never been one to mention names, but this is not like somebody just ran into a financial problem. This guy was on here legitimately doing that. So, I mean, all week too, you got to be a real loser to just spend all week. I mean, he has not with no intentions of paying for stuff. So, but I think he knows some other people that's tried to do that for us before. I connect the dots to some of these people. It's just really sad that they can't focus on their own business. They're like obsessed with us. So we have to make sure we keep those people out of here. That's why when I get real quiet over here, I see names pop up. I sometimes have the feed popped up on Facebook. So it'll tell me like so-and-so's watching. And I'll be like, wow, they're watching. I know why they're watching. They're on here just to be watching and probably fishing customers and stuff like that. So they can't focus on their own business. And then they send people in here to cause disruptions. And I'm just constantly having to monitor that kind of situation. So, all right. So let's get back to business. Want to let everybody know that for 2 reasons. When I stop the show to send an invoice early to somebody, that's why. And number 2 is... if that name, I want everybody straight up on what happened if you started seeing some of that on your invoice. So, yeah, we're obsessed with it. Yeah, I like people obsessed with our business that's customers, right? Not people that's like, you know, trying to wish they were Coletco. Over here, we have MJ. This is Soda Donna for $26. That's Soda Donna for $26, okay? Now, Kissology here, Brad Waits has this for $35, and that's Kissology Volume 3. This last sold at auction over here. This last sold over here at auction for $35. The bonus DVD is Irvine, California. Now, the last time this sold, it was for $52. If you want to bid, make sure you put DVD, okay? And DVD. And DVD has one bid for $35 right now. And if you're a new buyer this week, obviously I'm going to recognize some names. I got to make sure you've paid for your invoice before you make any other purchases. That's something else we've been very much on. That's been very much on the, you know, you got to, if you're new, you got to pay for an invoice, okay? So... just saying. We do not have MoFi inner sleeves in stock. Those haven't been manufactured in a long time. We just have regular inner sleeves like we use for our auctions. Now, Brad has the DVD for $35. Kiss is with Alonzo. Chris Frazier, $39. So, Alonzo, I want to make sure you were done. Chris Frazier has the Seal 2014 Kiss. So, 2014 Kiss. It's, of course, a remaster reissue, and this is $39, and that is a final call of Chris Frazier, okay? He's out, so we're definitely about to sell that. Yeah, MoFi sleeves, they're supposed to have them in by the end of the year, but there's no guarantees. I Just Can't Stop Loving You. MJ, Clean. B-side is Baby Be Mine, and that's another one going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on that. Okay. Outer sleeves, pack of 100 is $29.99. Inner sleeves, pack of 50 is $26.99. $29 for 100 outer, $26 for enter. And if you ever want any, all you got to say is add it to my invoice. They make a sticky note, and the last thing they do before they send an invoice, they key in everybody's supplies. We keep hundreds and hundreds of packs here, okay? So here's what we're going to do. It's time for new auctions. The Kissology Volume 3 is sold for $35, and that was sold to Brad Waits. MJ's already at 12 with Donna. Vlader checks out. Kiss is sold to Chris Frazier for $39. Let's put up some more Kiss stuff, including Kissology DVDs and, LPs. I've got the hiccups where I drunk my Diet Coke too fast. Let's go ahead and put this up. Carnival of Souls is the 2014. It's the Euro edition, which is the first time this was on vinyl. There was no OG release of this originally. It's near mint shrink wrap. Kiss is a $20 start. If we're selling you a pack of inner sleeves, they look like this right here. They're perfect for, this is just as good as MoFi. They just don't say MoFi. These are vinyl style. And this is what I recommend putting any record in, but especially our high-end stuff like our auctions or any premium item we're selling. Okay, so there's those two. This is New Arrivals, check condition, buy it now or best offer. New Arrivals, buy it now or best offer, New Arrivals, okay? First thing we have is Louisiana Man, Rusty and Doug Kershaw. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Louisiana Man, Rusty and Doug Kershaw. VG Plus, $14.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Greatest Hits. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is VG $9.99. The Notorious Birds Brothers, VG $12.99 on that. And we have Stephen Steele's Manassas, VG $12.99. Over here with MJ, we're going to go ahead and sell that one to Donna for $12. And Trey Murphy wants a pack of inner sleeves. Yeah, that's vinyl style. Pack of 50, $26.99. We just ordered hundreds of them because we needed them. We go through them like water. Laura gets 40 to 60 auctions ready every night. So let's do two more. Michael Jackson. These we got Will You Be There? Will You Be There? And Bad. And I Can't Help It. We're going to sell two together. MJ's a $10 start. Kiss is getting bids. Let's go ahead and see what else we can put up. Got our bonus crate. I've got all this other stuff like cassettes, lots I plan on selling. But first, here's Axe. I got a lot of 80s hard rock to kind of match up with Kiss tonight. And I'm going to try to show 45s too. That way, 45s should cover all genres. If we've got MJ, we probably can come up with about anything, right, Paul? We have Axe. Axe is a 1982 club copy. It's nice, EX Plus and shrink, a $15 start. Yeah, Laura uses a whole pack of inner sleeves every day. Yeah, our budget for supplies here is crazy. 2 years ago, I added it up, and we're doing 3 times as much business now. We were spending tens of thousands of dollars on supplies and stuff like sleeves. So, because I'm pretty picky. I love everything in a brand new sleeve, and obviously inner sleeves too. I can't put one of these in every record we sell. Sometimes it's not really necessary, to put it in a VG copy of, Leo Sayer or something. That would be kind of, it would run into a lot of expense and not necessary. But we try to put it, all this stuff comes in brand new sleeves. So, and obviously we price thousands of records every week. So, the Wildest Show at Tahoe, Louis Prima, VG Plus $9.99. I try to give y'all the best product as possible, okay? I'm talking the best product. Next is Cold Turkey, National Lampoon. Cold Turkey is EX edition, $12.99. We have the Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll. VG condition, $14.99. It's only rock and roll, and I like it. Nice, David Bowie. It's a 72 OG pressing too. VG Plus vinyl, that's on the original orange label, $29.99. Right over here, the MJ singles are with Jason Thomas at $15. Joe Delgado offered 6 on Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Joe, I'm just now seeing that. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for $6. Thank you. Let me update the Kiss auction. Kiss had bids for 20, 20, 20, 23, 24. MJ have bids for 15. Kiss 25, Kiss 26, Kiss 25, Kiss 28. This is Carnival of Souls. It's a 2014 Euro reissue, or It's technically a reissue, but it was the first time on vinyl. Doug Reeder has that for 28. That's now at 30 with Tim Grindstaff. And then, Joe, you got Blood, Sweat, and Tears for 6. MJ's at 16, okay? Now, Tim, I can resend you your invoice. I know you were new for last week. Did you say you had some problems paying it? I'd like to get that one paid if possible. Let me go over here and try to resend it to you. Sometimes if I send a reminder, it will rebump it where you can try again, okay? So if you check your email, Tim, that everything should be good. I just sent you a reminder on that one. That way, because sometimes if you've tried to enter your card too many times, it will basically cancel it, and then we have to resend it to you. So there's that. MJ now at 20, and then Axe is a $15 start. And then, yes, they go in Pablo sleeves. Pablo goes in MoFi sleeves. Cheap Thrills, Big Brother and the Holding Company, VG Plus, $24.99. I heard Paul did a great job. He's getting some, Paul, you're getting some positive reviews here in the chat. Sock Sunday. I told y'all, for those that was the first time watching it, I told y'all this guy knows his sock stuff. Paul knows sock like I know the Beatles and Led Zeppelin records. We all have our expertise here. We have Buddy Holly and the Crickets, 20 Golden Greats. VG Plus, $14.99. And then we have Jethro Tull Warchild. This is VG Plus, $14.99. That is Bungle in the Jungle. And Van Morrison, Into the Music, EX, $32.99. Yeah, you may be the local guy that my mom said came in. Yeah, if you're local, always make sure the records are available for pickup the next Wednesday. So, like, if you want to pick them up here in the store, that's great. I mean, you can go ahead and buy some stuff tonight if you want to, if you're having trouble paying it. But you just need to make sure Ed knows that you're coming on Wednesdays if you want to pick up. But I'm telling you, it's always better to get stuff shipped. You'll get it faster. You don't have to drive here. And honestly, your time and cost, it's cheaper to have stuff shipped to you. We have people right down the road I've convinced to just let us ship them to them, because sometimes we have to close early. Sometimes we open late, and it's just sometimes a lot easier to, have stuff shipped. But a lot of people don't like that. They'd rather pick it up, which is understandable. That's totally up to you. Moody Blues is EX edition, $12.99. And then over here we have Paul Stanley. Hey, Paul in the bin. Paul is VG Plus, $24.99. $24.99. Next thing is these two singles. Donna's at $21. We got Jason Thomas, You're Out. Donna has those at 21. So the last bit on Kiss that came in is now, it's actually with Tim Grindstaff. So I'll go ahead and sell it to him, $30. If I said I was going to have that first invoice paid, but that's okay. We'll say that's a final call to him for $30. And then over here, Donna has these for $23. And then Be Yourself Adventures wants the Moody Blues, okay? That's so to Be Yourself Adventures. Next is Cat Stevens, Back to Earth. VG Plus, $9.99. VG Plus, $9.99. Yeah, Troy's right down the road in Murfreesboro. Oh, we have some people here in Lebanon. Like, I could probably hit a couple golf shots and my... I probably could be in their front yard. That might be an exaggeration. I'm not Bryson DeChambeau, but you get what I'm saying. Maybe 10 very long drives. There's some people pretty close to here that we ship to. Like, they could probably, let me put it this way, they could probably walk here, but we ship to them. Eric Clapton Backless, VG Plus, $17.99. VG Plus, $17.99. And we have the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, 1971 press, VG Plus, $24.99. Jethro Tull here is sold to Scott Dwallow for $10. Thank you on that one. And then these two singles are sold to Donna for $23. And then over here, Axe can be bought for a $15 buy it now. That one is called Offering. It's an OG EX $15 start. And then let's go ahead and sell this to Tim Grindstaff. And then, Tim, just so you know, like, you won't have this one billed to you until the next cycle, okay? So just so everybody knows, this starts a new billing cycle. So if you're picking up or you're shipping, one thing, you won't get invoice for this until 7 days from now. The second thing is, if you're picking up, you can't pick it up until 9 days from now. when we reopen on Wednesday. That's the earliest you could pick it up. Because, I mean, between now and the end of the week, we're going to have thousands of sold records. And if someone just popped in tomorrow and wanted to pick up their order, we wouldn't know who got what. You know, nothing's being tagged right now. They might watch this show tomorrow, and they might watch it tomorrow evening. Who knows? Okay. So we got Richard Willis on Stones Hot Rocks. That is sold to Richard Willis. That's right here. And then Richard Morgan on Axe. Richard, have you bought from us before? If so, let me know. If not, say no, first time buyer. That's sold to you for $15, okay? Men at Work, I think I sold that to somebody. Yeah, I did. I think all the Hatchet Ed stuff from last week's gone, honestly. Okay, next auction. Still going to grow with some Kiss, of course, and more MJ. We have Kiss Dress to Kill, and this is the German edition with the alternate S's, and this is sealed, a $25 start. Sealed $25 start. I'm going to let Ed know right now that you're picking your stuff up. Let me put this right here. That way he can have it up here on Wednesday. That's also a bad thing if we don't know you're coming and then we have to find it and we can't, and Ed's maybe not here. Okay, and then the other announcement for today is the $1 sale this weekend. We're moving it up because I thought the Watertown yard sale was this weekend and we was going to have the next. So and my mom's going out of town. So it's best, since Ed always runs that for us, the $1 sale is this weekend, Friday and Saturday. The official post with the ad, and I'm going to get the word out on social media, begins tomorrow. But you're finding out right now, our next dollar sale is this weekend. We have already got preloaded, what, 50 tubs, Paul? 50, 60 tubs, probably 50 or 60 tubs of dollar records, and they started adding to it again this week. So if you can make that coveted trip to Coletco, stop by Friday and Saturday. It's going to be chaos here as usual. It's going to be chaos. We're trying to squeeze in another one before the end of the year. This was the time to do it. We have sorted stuff fast. We're trying to free up space. We're being very liberal of what we're getting rid of. I mean, there's stuff that we probably could put out, check condition, but it's going to be a lot of great dollar records. These two singles, Michael Jackson, Gone Too Soon, and the Jackson 5, State of Shock. That's with Mick Jagger, by the way. MJ, those two, Jacksons and MJ, $10 start. Kiss is already at 25 and 25. Richard Morgan's bought from us before, but it's been a while. When is your next coin and currency sale? Well, whenever we have stuff to sell. In 1 hour, I've got a schedule tonight. 1 hour, I'm going to... in 1 hour, I'm going to be showing some silver tonight at Melt Value. That's one of the things I'm doing tonight randomly at 8 o'clock. It's not really going to distract from the sale, but we've almost sold everything. The way prices are at, we have pretty much very little left in stock with silver. And honestly, a lot of people's not selling right now, even though it's at world record high prices. So we just don't have a lot in stock, and yeah, we don't have much. We've sold everything. I mean, I'm selling sets for Melt Value because the price has gotten so high. So at 8 o'clock, I'm showing all the silver we have in stock. We got proof sets at Melt Value, which is ridiculous. It's because prices have went so high. You can buy sets at Melt Value, which is unheard of. There's actually going to be Melt Value, and you'll be getting free coins. It's like literally you're paying for the silver, and I'll be giving you free coins the way some of these prices break down. So we're going to do that at 8 o'clock. It will be billed in with your records. No, it'll be billed in with your records this week. Yeah, we figured, because I probably can't do one this Sunday, and while the market the way it is right now, I'm going to go ahead and try to sell it tonight And that just leaves, the only thing I've got left in stock after that, I've got an amazing assortment of case knives, and we have a bunch of other regular proof sets. That's it. I just got like regular proof sets. Helix is our next auction. An 84 USOG Jacksonville VG condition, a $10 start on Helix. The two Michael Jacksons there, they're already at 10. Now they're at 21. And then the Kiss record's at 27, by the way, and that's with El Terrible Torio. Okay, back to the buy it now best offer. I have another Kiss. This is Ace Frehley, VG Plus, $26.99. So everybody make sure to remind me at 8 o'clock I'll be showing silver tonight. I've got silver at melt value. I've got it all calculated. I've calculated the dimes, the quarters for each set. It's very easy. I'm going to show something. I've got quarters where basically I'm just going to say if you want a set, it's a certain price, and it's literally at or below spot or melt value. So I've got quite a bit, but I wanted to go ahead and knock it out tonight. Probably not, didn't do a sale yesterday because Paul was doing records, and probably not going to have one this Sunday because I don't have too much to sell unless we do, you know, something else like cards. Hey, that's it, Paul. That's mine. We have Led Zeppelin 4 VG Plus, $32.99. That's a Presswell press. Paul just found one of my grails, literally. Peter Criss is VG $17.99. VG $17.99, Peter Criss. Also, we have Bob Seger, Against the Wind. That is VG Plus $14.99. And Supertramp, Crisis, what Crisis? Supertramp is EX $17.99. So these two MJs here are sold to Troy Robinson for $21. Thank you, Troy. And then Kiss here, the last bid that came in was El Terrible Torio at $27. And that's a going to twice, a going to 3 times. And then next thing over here, Helix has one bid with Dave Ferguson for $10. Floyd E. Wilson Jr. offered 27 on Ace. 27 on Ace. And that is the price. So, yeah, if you ever want to buy something out of the bin, all you got to do is just put the title. Putting the price is okay, too. But it makes me think you're bidding on something, and it could get overlooked. So, Ace Frehley is VG Plus $26.99. That's sold to Floyd E. Wilson Jr. And you've bought from us before, right? John McPatriot on Supertramp, that is sold. Helix has a new bid for 11. And then Dan, you were next on Ace, and then Helix is at 13, okay? What is the Grail? An OG copy of Tool Anima. We knew we had one in here in this building. We hadn't been able to find it for like 2 months. We just found it. Run Baby Run, the new beats. I'm probably going to sell it, though. Hey, I'll let stuff go. But yeah, it's an OG Tool Anima and Shrink and Hop. It's beautiful. It came from that insane collection. We've been putting all this other stuff. We have the Sweet Inspirations. What the World Needs Now is Love. 68 VG Plus $19.99. How much was Peter Criss? He was VG condition $17.99. Also over here we have Elvis Gold Records Volume 3, 63 Indianapolis Mono, EX condition, $29.99. Yes, this is a new Buy It Now Best Offer crate. This is a new Buy It Now Best Offer crate, just FYI. Also, Sonny Stitt and Beanie Green, My Main Man. This is VG Plus, $24.99. Helix has a new bid for 16, and Dan Ellen's Wrath asked first about Peter Criss, and he got it. Dan, if you're a first-time buyer, which I'm almost positive you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then do me a favor, go ahead and send me a Facebook message. I need your email address and mailing address. If you can go ahead and send that to me right now on Facebook Messenger to this page, CollectCo. If you just click on this page, it will take you to our main page, and there's a big button that says send message. Go ahead and send that to us, okay? Kiss is sold for $27. And that was sold over here for $27, still Terrible Torio. I also need to find out from somebody else, Floyd E. Wilson Jr. I never did hear back confirm if they were a first-time buyer as well. Floyd E. Wilson Jr. Dan says I've bought before. Welcome back. CollectCo's not open tomorrow. CollectCo reopens on Wednesday for anything you want to pick up for you bought last week. Anything you bought last week, you can come in and pick it up tomorrow, Wednesday, 10 to 4. All right, next is Kiss Best of Solo Albums. This is Kiss Best of Solo Albums, limited edition, white, black, and silver colored vinyl. It is sealed. It's never been opened. It is going to go up for a $75 start. We're about to sell Helix for $16. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Johnny Rivers, Here We Go, Go Again. That is EX edition, $12.99. Also, Stand, Sly and the Family Stone. This is VG Plus, $24.99. That is Stand, Sly and the Family Stone. Next is Kiss, is at $75. And that's going once, and that's going twice. And next thing we have is Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, VG Plus, $14.99. $14.99. Okay? I'm going to put Kiss back over here till I hear back from Floyd E. Wilson Jr. Next thing is El Terrible Torrio on Johnny Rivers. That's sold to El Terrible Torrio. And then Supertramp. That's their debut. VG Plus, $17.99. Yes, Peter Criss sold. Somebody asked about it, and we did get that one sold, okay? Are you going to ZZ Top tomorrow? I am not going to ZZ Top tomorrow. No. Where are they playing at? I'm assuming you mean somewhere in Nashville. Okay, Dan's bought from us before. Just checking off some boxes here. Got a lot of new names early tonight. We also have the Rolling Stones Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass. This is VG condition, $14.99. Floyd says you have my info. Okay, just making sure. Just got to confirm. I mean, if I don't recognize the name right off the bat, you know, I'm just making sure. So I'm assuming that means you've bought from us before, okay, or you've registered, one of the two. So, see, some people on Facebook, I go to Messenger and y'all have never sent us a message because probably you filled out the first-time buyer form. So I think you've never, because you registered through the website and didn't send us a DM, I'm thinking, oh, they've never messaged us before. So always make sure you put, I filled out the form or I sent us a message, okay? But it looks like we're good to go. So that is sold to him. And then next thing is the Rolling Stones Let It Bleed, VG condition, $14.99. Blue Label has the original on her sleeve. The Rolling Stones, $14.99. Helix here is it has a new bid with Richard Morgan for $17. That means at 16th, Dave Ferguson, you're out. Kiss has one bid for $75. That's a final call. And then John McPatriot offered $12 for Supertramp. John McPatriot, I will sell this to you for $15. Okay? Dan and Floyd, thank y'all. I got you taken care of. $15. We don't get this one coming in too often. He's out. And then we have the price of Manassas and New Beats. The New Beats here is EX edition, $12.99. And Manassas back here with Stephen Stills. That one was VG $12.99. John McPatriot takes Supertramp. Don't get that one as often. $15. That's sold to John McPatriot. And then we have Van Morrison, Hard Nose of the Highway. VG Plus $24.99 on that. So he's out. That means this is sold Helix for $17 to Richard Morgan. And one more time on Kiss. And this is Kiss Best of Solo Albums. Limited edition white, black, and silver splatter. It is sealed. An official release with the alternate S's, of course. The Best of Solo Albums. That is a final call. That is a final call for $75. And we're about to sell that to Mike Torres. He has the high bid right now, okay? Next thing over here is RS for $10. That seems like a crazy good deal even for a VG copy. But we're going to let that roll to Wes Wilt. $10 on that. And then over here, we got Chicago's Greatest Hits. VG condition, $9.99. Don't let me forget about the Kiss DVDs. What happened to them? What happened to all my Kissology DVDs? We sold one, and I've misplaced the others. Okay, so we sold a Volume 3 earlier. Let's go ahead and do a Volume 2. The last time I sold this is what it sold for. Kissology Volume 2. And the bonus disc is Tokyo, Japan, 1988. Sealed, a $35 start. If you want to bid on this, be sure you put DVD, okay? Don't put Kiss, because this is what we're calling Kiss. This is Kiss. This is at $77, now $80. And if you want to bid on the DVD, put DVD. Okay, put DVD. Chicago is So Del Territorio. We're in a check condition bin. I'm about to pick up the pace, just FYI, getting the Monday blues out of my system and everybody else. I'm on very little sleep, too, because I had so much Sunday night administrative work to do. Man, I had like a long... my to-do list just kept growing and kept growing. It was crazy, but I got so much done, but I'm on very little sleep. But now I'll be good for the rest of the week. I got all this stuff done. Now I can focus on selling stuff. The Black Hole soundtrack, VG Plus $14.99. We have Thin Lizzy. This is called Rocker. It's a compilation of early Thin Lizzy tracks. VG Plus $24.99. And we have this, VG Plus $12.99, Petra. And this one's called Beat the System, VG Plus $12.99. So Manny Ray is back in on Kiss at $82. That means, Mike Torres, you've been outbid. I'm trying to get Petra here back in its sleeve. Come on, Petra. Go back in your sleeve. There we go. Bob Riger gets Thin Lizzy for $17. The DVD Kissology is a $35 start. Kiss is at $85. And let's go ahead and put up something else. Let's go over here. Be Yourself Adventures on Petra. That is sold right here. Oh, it's right here in front of me. That's sold. And now Kiss is still getting bids. Let's go over here to the bonus auction, a.k.a. the surprise auctions. And we're going to go ahead and put up this right here. Def Leppard is a U.S. repress. It is definitely an 80s press. No year is officially given, though. No barcode. No barcode. VG++ condition on through the night. Def Leppard does have an old sticker on it. $15 start on that one, okay? And then Chuck Haley's going to double up here. He's going to get the new beats for $10. Thank you, Chuck Haley. And he also gets Manassas back here for $10. Thank you on that one. Thin Lizzy's already sold. Petra is like Christian rock, Christian metal. That's exactly who that is. Yep. Over here, I have Sonny Rollins, Nucleus, VG Plus $14.99. Also, Super Session, VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99 for Super Session. And then we had CCR, VG Plus $24.99. And David Bowie, Aladdin Sane, VG Condition, $14.99 for David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. And yeah, let me go up front. I had one person on this Ozzy Funko waiting list. Somebody kept asking me at the beginning of the show. I got very distracted with Monday press conference. That's what I call it. Monday is always a big day for questioning. Y'all hit me hard on the questions on Monday. Monday press conference. I got to get on. One day I need to get a podium and just take questions from a podium. I'll feel like I'm the president. I'll feel really special. But I love it. As Craig will say, Craig will comment, but Chad, you love it. I know. I love taking questions. I love taking questions. One day I'm going to get a Coletco podium built, and I'm just going to go live an hour before the sale and take questions. Next, do you any more questions? Questions. Yes, go ahead. All right, let's go over here to Ozzy. And the Ozzy Funko waiting list was Hiram Aponte. Mr. Hiram. Mr. Hiram. Run, dun, dun, dun. There it is. These are flocked, everybody. They're $29.99, and they're flocked. They're flocked. They're flocked, which means he's all furry. He's fuzzy. He's fuzzy and furry. $29.99. Hiram was on a waiting list. Hiram was on a waiting list, okay? And I have 2 more left if anybody else wants one. Back up at the top, the last thing on Kiss was Manny Ray went out. Mike Torres has it for $85. We're about to sell it. Sonic Boom, I'll run it next. Def Leppard 15, Def Leppard 15, Def Leppard 15. 3 different bidders. Next thing is Donna asked condition on Sonny Rollins. Donna, the vinyl was in VG Plus condition. It's honestly not that bad. $14.99. Steve McGee has the DVD for $35. Steve McGee for $35. And then who was that? So Okay, wow, a lot all of a sudden. Stanley Richmond, El Terrible Torrio, Michael Wilkerson, Richard Morgan, and Scott Dwallow. Wow. Okay, and they did just have those in stock, a bunch of them when I ordered more. We'll get a waiting list, and those will be back in this week. That was actually a big pre-order. We've sold a bunch of these, so this is Hiram on a waiting list. Stanley Richmond's going to get one, and El Terrible Torrio's going to get one. And let's get another one for Michael Wilkerson, Richard Morgan, and Scott Dwallow, okay? So 3 people on a waiting list, and I'll order 3 more. So if anybody else wants any more or wants one, let me know. We'll get you on a waiting list. We sold about 10 last week. So I love Funkos. I'm about to order a ton, so when we do our big walkthrough store sales, we'll have all kinds of new cool stuff in stock. Okay, Donna gets Sonny Rollins for 10. And over here, we have Kissology. This has a new bid for $36. Def Leppard's at 20. And then over here, this is a Kiss DVD set. I got to go ahead and sell this one to Mike Torres. Mike Torres gets this for $85. Thank you, Mike. That's so to you. So Def Leppard had the 3 $15 bids. The Kissology Volume 2, that's sealed. The bonus disc is Tokyo, Japan. That was at $35, and then there's a new bid for $36, okay? All right. And now Def Leppard's at 22. Michael Wilkerson, you're probably looking at your Facebook feed, okay? Michael, you're probably looking at your Facebook feed, and your Facebook feed's not going to be accurate. So there's also people watching on YouTube, and there's also people watching on Twitch. So when comments come in, even though most of these were YouTube comments, when most of these come in, they're not going to be in the correct order on your Facebook feed. Because if you're looking at your Facebook chat, you're also missing comments from YouTube. You can't see comments from Twitch. And so the correct feed is embedded here on the screen. So if you look right here, the feed I'm showing you on my phone and what's actually embedded on the chat is probably completely different than what you're watching on Facebook. So what you see on Facebook is never going to be accurate, okay? Even when you see them in the Facebook chat, they're not going to be accurate because it's going to look like you're first always. Believe me, I've been asked this same question thousands of times over the last 4, 5, 6 years I've done this. It confuses a lot of people. So Stanley was first, El Terrible was first. So they got first dibs, and then it was you, then it was Richard, then Scott. I guarantee right now, if you ask Richard Morgan and Scott Dwallow, I guarantee they probably were first on their feed. I guarantee it. On their chat, they were probably first too. They were probably first. See, Richard just says mine's first. Scott's probably was first. But we have to go what's on Restream here because this pulls everybody's comments together. This pulls everybody's from YouTube. This pulls everybody's from Twitch, even when people are commenting over on X. So you basically can't watch the show with your Facebook chat. You cannot, if you're just on Facebook app or on the Facebook and you're looking at the Facebook chat, you're going to miss 2/3 of the show, and it's going to look like you were first bid and first claim on everything. It's been that way since I've been doing this since 2019. I have to explain it quite often, but yeah, believe me, I'm never skipping over anybody. I'll always give it to whoever's first, but we have to go by what's on my phone. The good thing, my phone mirrors the chat embedded on the screen. So this right here is the same for everybody. There's no questions asked. Now, my phone over here mirrors everything, 99%. Sometimes my phone glitches, but right now, as you can see, it's matched up perfectly to the chat. It's matched up 100%. Lonnie Jolly, Scott Dwallow, Scott Oman, Topographic, Stacy, Michael Wilkerson. And it's usually pretty accurate. My phone glitches 1%, 0.5%. But the good thing is, and this is for anybody watching, this chat right here, what's on this screen, this is the same for anybody. and it will look the same. If you're watching tomorrow for a replay, if you watch this again in a month, if you go back on YouTube, this over here is the same for everybody. Anybody watching on Twitch, that's the same. Anybody watching on YouTube, this is the same. Facebook, this is embedded. There's no way this can be different than anybody else's. So that's good information for everybody. So if you're looking at your chat, it's going to be incorrect or it's going to be, you know, off. But that on the screen is embedded. Now, my phone is what I'm looking at. And it should match up. Sometimes it glitches, but rarely. It's usually pretty accurate. Okay, let's get back on topic here. Def Leppard is with Mike Quadrini for $30. Scott Dwallow's out. This is a US repress, VG++, a nicer copy. And then over here, we have Kissology. Kissology over here, the DVD set. The bid on this is with Christopher Elledge, and he has it for $60. And also make sure you put DVD if you want to bid on that, okay? Make sure you put DVD if you want to bid on that. That's with the bonus disc in Tokyo, Japan. Now, the last time we sold that, it sold for what? $62? So, just FYI. Okay, next Kiss auction. Now, if you want to bid on this one, please put Kiss. Okay, please put Kiss. This is an unofficial on Purple Vinyl. This is an unofficial on Purple Vinyl. It is a 2019 Purple Vinyl unofficial, a $50 start on Kiss, okay? All right, there's that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, please. When I first started this, I was on Facebook only, and I used to have to hold my phone so nobody could see the chat. Oh man, and every night I'd have to explain because I used to go around and hold my phone, and I was on Facebook only, and nobody could see anything. There was nothing on the screen, and so everybody had to kind of just take my word for it. And it was so weird because the way lag would come in. Of course, as we've grown and we've added YouTube and Twitch and X and we've got it embedded, we've made some technology upgrades for sure. And it's made us be able to sell a lot more faster and keep everything uniform. Def Leppard is sold for $30 to Mike Quadrini. Thank you, Mike, on that one. Now, Kissology over here. Kissology is a final call. It is with Terry Gearhart at $62. So the new bidder, you were outbid, $62 on that. Sonic Boom's $50. I'm going to quickly, do you have a Kiss Sonic Boom? No. Sonic Boom has never been reissued since this came out. Since Sonic Boom came out, they have never officially reissued it. So it's, you know, like I can order almost all the Kiss catalog. I can order new copies of Debut, Love Gun, Destroyer, even Kiss Alive, Millennium Concert, all that stuff unplugged. They do not keep Sonic Boom in print for us, and they don't keep Hot in the Shade. So those two are not available. Sometimes you can get them through the Kiss web store, but I don't think Sonic Boom's even in print through the Kiss web store. It's an out of print title. Final call on Kissology DVD, $62, Terry Gearhart. I've got 3 more Kissology sets to sell. Thank you for letting me know you're out, B-Sides. I'm going to read through these quickly one more time without many interruptions, so y'all can really claim the heck out of these. Great check condition titles. Buy it now or best offer. If I've missed anything, just ask me again. Louisiana Man by Doug Kershaw, VG plus $14.99. The Birds with VG $12.99. Louis Prima, The Wildest Show at Tahoe, VG plus $9.99. Cold Turkey, National Lampoon EX $12.99. We have Seeger for $10. I must have missed that, or I did miss that because I saw you've sent that twice now. I didn't even know there was a Seeger in here. There is. Against the Wind. Sell that to Topographic. Thank you, Mike Bartlett, $10. The Rolling Stones is VG $14.99. OG Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, VG Plus $29.99. Big Brother and the Holding Company, Another Piece of My Heart, Cheap Thrills, VG Plus $24.99. Louis Prima, So El Terrible Torio. Over here, the Kissology DVD. I lost a bidder on this one, so I got to go ahead and sell this to Terry Gearhart for $62. Make sure if you're done bidding, you say out. That lets me know we're done, and we can go ahead and speed up the process of putting more stuff up. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction right quick, and that next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Alcatraz. It's an 84 USOG. It's in VG Plus condition, no parole from Rock and Roll, $15 start on that. Thank you, Kristen, for letting me know. Yeah, that just helps me speed up the process. You don't have to say out, but it helps. Helps boost the time slotting back here, okay? We have a purple vinyl, unofficial. Sonic Boom is on purple vinyl, $50 start. And then Alcatraz, I just introduced, $15 start on that. We're about to put up another Kissology DVD, but first, here's Buddy Holly, VG Plus, $14.99. Van Morrison, Into the Music, EX, $32.99. Paul Stanley, VG Plus, $24.99. Paul Stanley. So we sold Ace out of here. We sold Peter. Paul is still available. Now, there's no inserts. There's no inner sleeve, nothing. It's just the cover and a new wide inner sleeve. VG Plus $24.99. Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
Paul's leaving. Everybody, goodbye, Paul. Goodbye, Paul. It's been nice. About the Cat Stevens, VG Plus $9.99. Eric Clapton Backless, VG Plus $17.99. Folks, this has the song Promises on it. Doesn't Eric Clapton just make you want to just fire up a Marlboro and crack open a Budweiser? That's what I think when I think about Eric Clapton. I think of like somebody firing up a Marlboro cigarette, cracking open an ice cold Budweiser. Two things I've never done in my life. We have Led Zeppelin 4, VG Plus $32.99, and original Presswell pressing. And we have the Sweet Inspirations, 68 VG Plus $19.99, and Elvis Golden Records EX $29.99. Okay, Kiss does have a bid for 50 with Mike Torres. That is a final call. Nobody bid on Alcatraz. Final call to get a bid locked in. Let's go ahead and sell Kissology Volume 1. So last time I put this up for auction, it sold for 60, and that $60 bid, these didn't get paid for, but like I said, worked out something with the person, so either way, we're going to resell them. This is Kissology. It's Volume 1, 74 to 77. It is sealed. It has a bonus disc, Madison Square Garden 77. $35 start on that. Kissology Volume 3. That is sealed for a $35 start. Let's prop that up right there. Look how pretty that is. Over here, Sonny Stitt and Beanie Green. That is a 77 press, VG Plus $24.99. Stand is VG Plus $24.99. Uriah Heep, VG Plus $14.99. The Rolling Stones, VG $14.99. Sonic Boom has a new bid for $51. That means Mike Torres, you've been outbid. Also, Van Morrison's VG Plus $24.99. Make sure if you want to bid on DVD, you put DVD. We have the Black Hole soundtrack, VG Plus $14.99. Super Sessions, VG Plus $14.99. And then CCR, nice. Susie Q, first label, $24.99. And then over here, we got David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. Tan label, which is a reissue, VG condition, a mid-70s reissue, $14.99. All right, so Sonic Boom is still getting bids. This is Alcatraz. No parole from Rock and Roll. Live sentence. It's an 84 USOG. Final call to get a bid in for 15. Sonic Boom is a purple vinyl, unofficial. This is a purple vinyl, unofficial. Mike Torres has it for $55. Kissology has one bid for $35. We're about to sell it. And, of course, Sonic Boom is a purple vinyl, unofficial. All right, we went through that crate twice, thoroughly. No new vinyl came in today. We're, once again, got shorted on a Monday. There should be tons of new stuff this week. I know we ordered a lot over the weekend, me and Laura. And we're expecting one Rocktober this week. This is the month of Rocktober. This is supposed to be one of the biggest months of the year for new vinyl. And it looks like most of them's been pushed back to these last 2 weeks of the year. So buckle up. probably middle this week, or, well, there'll be other new stuff coming this week, but not only that, next week there'll be a ton. And then the final week of the month, I think, is when most of it's due out. So I love Rocktober exclusives. Big, if you love new vinyl as much as us, big weeks. I'm also about to go through another crate of new vintage stuff here. Buy it now, best offer. Looks like John, once again, has gotten some cool stuff. I think tomorrow I'm going to have John exclusively work on my duplicates. So about a year ago, and it's been that long, I brought duplicates from my personal collection. Just stuff I didn't need anymore because I've already upgraded, or I had copies I didn't know I had extras of. And I think tomorrow I'm going to have him exclusively work on my duplicates because they've been laying around over here for a while. And I wanted to keep them together. That way we can say, hey, these were my duplicates, so we can sell them all at the same time. So he'll probably be marking a ton of stuff like that. It's a lot of classic rock, of course, and just stuff that I've had like a nice copy, but I got a copy in shrink and hop sticker. And so this one's now out for sale. So, yeah, Tusk is the one due out this week. Blue Vinyl Tusk, I think, is the only one that didn't get pushed back. Blue Vinyl Tusk. I think that is the only Rocktober. Now, there's, of course, other new releases due out this week. Not Rocktober, but that's the only one I'm aware of. All right, so the DVD is with our new bidder. We have Kiss DVD at $40. Kiss DVD at $40. The last thing that popped up was Kiss was at $56. We got an offer for David Bowie. Joe DeGaldo gets that for $10. That seems like a great price. Alcatraz got a bid for $15, and then Alcatraz got another bid for $15. So we're tied at Alcatraz for $15. The first bidder was Hoopy 31, and the other bidder's Floyd. So Floyd Wilson, you actually tied the first bidder. So now y'all are tied. You can say out, or you can get a bid again. This is a purple vinyl unofficial. A purple vinyl unofficial, and that is at $60 of Mike Torrey's. And then the DVD is with a new bidder tonight, Christopher Eldridge. He has that for $40, and we're about to sell it to him. And that is right here, this Kissology DVD. That's at $40. That's currently all the live auctions right now. Where do we get our inventory? We travel the country and buy massive collections. We're located in Middle Tennessee. We'll go out west if we need to, northeast part of the country, Florida, Alabama, Georgia. We go to Texas all the time. We go up to Minnesota and Michigan all the time. We buy collections, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 8,000. We look for the best records and we bring it all back here. Sometimes we buy people's complete music rooms. So that's how we end up with posters and autographs. Somebody might be moving. They might have passed away. They might be going through a divorce. They're like, I got to sell all this. Need you to come buy all my CDs, all my posters, all my DVDs, all of my autographs, all of my toys, all my Funkos. I'm moving. This, blah, blah, blah. And we end up here with it, selling it right here. Some people sell off and they restart. I've literally went and bought people's collections. The next day, they're back on here buying. They basically restart. Some people's OCD. They sell everything they own and they just restart collecting. They're like, I'm going to refocus. I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to collect Kiss. I'm just going to collect rare Led Zeppelin. I'm just going to collect Rush. I'm just going to collect UK imports. I'm just going to collect Japanese. We have Jean-Luc Ponty live, $9.99. Or you can be like me and you collect everything. Literally everything. Jean-Luc Ponty, $9.99. Rod Stewart, A Shot of Rhythm and Blues. Rod Stewart's $14.99. These are vintage LPs, cleaned, inspected, EX Plus or better, not check condition, priced as marked or best offer. We have Rhino Teen Magazine, the best of Ohio Express. Some Connery collection stuff coming through. So this has some writing on the cover, $14.99. That's a compilation. And the best of Johnny Rivers is $9.99. Okay. Next thing over here, Kiss. This is sold to Mike Torrey's for $60. Floyd, I hadn't heard back from you on Alcatraz. That's a final call for $15. And then the DVD is sold to Christopher Eldridge. Now, Christopher, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you. Just make sure you get registered. Send us a Facebook message, a DM, or you fill out that first-time buyer form, and let me know when you've done that. I'll be making sure we have your information. Alcatraz is about to sell for $15. Next thing is the next Kiss album. We got tons of nice Kiss stuff. Make sure if you want to bid on Kiss, you put Kiss. This is Kiss Killers. It's an 82 German OG sealed. Wow, never been opened. An original sealed copy of Killers. 82 German press. Has the German sticker. A $35 start. A $35 start. All right. There's that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Well, I lost Floyd Wilson on this Alcatraz, so this is sold to Hoopy 31 for $15. Thank you. Kiss has one bid with Christopher Eldridge for $35. That's going once, going twice. Over here in the other auction bin, I have the following to put up, except it's an 83 USOG VG minus condition, a $10 start on accept. That's now up for bid. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. Donnie Marie Osmond, new season, $9.99 for Donnie Marie Osmond. The Best of the Pointer Sisters, that's a double LP, $14.99. And Mother Goose songs, and told and sung by Bing Crosby. Mother Goose songs, $14.99. Greg Ken Band Rock and Roll. It does have some writing on the cover. $12.99 on that. Focus Moving Waves, $17.99. Does have some writing on the cover. And we have Herb Alpert, the Tijuana Brass Greatest Hits. Does have some writing on the cover. Boy, I thought we sold all of Connery's collection. So this guy here, if I say writing on the cover, I know a lot of people don't like that. This guy's collection, he had a mint, beautiful collection of albums. Like, he took absolute great care of him, except for one thing. He was OCD about people stealing his records, because I think at one time somebody had stole his collection. So he wrote his name on the front. He wrote his name on the back. He wrote his name on the labels, and sometimes he would even write his name on the inner sleeves if they were custom, you know, like company or printed inner sleeves. So if I say there's name written on it, it's going to be from Connery's collection, and it could have his name written on it as much as 4 or 5 times. We had one time he wrote his name twice on the front, name, a label, twice on the back, name and label, front and back labels, and twice on the inner sleeves. So he wrote his name as much as 8 times on one record. He was OCD. I think at one time back in the 80s, he got his collection stolen, maybe early 80s, and he had to rebuild it, and he kept everything immaculate. So inside the cover, yeah, we've sold hundreds. I mean, it was like a local thing, I think. Well, did Paul, get these locally? I don't remember. But, yeah, it was a beautiful collection. I mean, but everything, he's got his names on it. So if I say that, I thought we'd sold them all. John must be digging in the back. John must be in the back. Here's the Carpenters, Yesterday Once More. It's a 2 LP. That is $17.99. It has writing on it. Tommy Edwards, Greatest Hits, $9.99. I'll try to say Connery if his name's written on it. Lincoln Magoya and Distinguished Colleagues, Volume 3. That is $29.99. Hallelujah Time, Brother Jack McDuff, a 1967. Now, this one has a promo stamp on the back, $24.99. Kiss is at $40. Now Kiss is at $42. Accept is a $10 start. Going once, going twice. George Gutierrez says, my comment section on Facebook will not fully open. Any suggestions? That is a good question. Maybe we'll have some, you can get some Facebook tech help on there, because I'm not for sure what that means, but we'll take care of it. Also over here, we have the next Kissology DVD. This is Kissology Volume 3. The bonus disc is Madison Square Garden. $35 on that. $35 on that. Kissology Volume 3. That's now up for bid, okay? Right now, we're in a buy it now best offer crate. I can't get Kissology to stand up, so I'll go ahead and show Nitro. Nitro is a 1977 Los Angeles press. $24.99 on that. Rod Stewart, Foolish Behavior. Rod Stewart is $14.99. And Art Blake and the Jazz Messengers, Moaning. A 2012 press, $29.99. Accept has bids for $10. Now it has bids for $15. And Kissology is, if you want to bid on this, make sure you put DVD, a $35 start, okay? DVD, $35 start. Big Black and the Blues. $19.99 for Big Black and the Blues. That's on the Uni label. And one more, and I'm going to step over here and grab some cassettes. Otis Spann, The Blues Never Die. That's on the Prestige label. A wide variety of stuff in here. Rock, Herb Alpert, blues, jazz. $19.99 there. Let me grab some cassettes. Yes, the news of the day is Rush going back on tour. They've got a new female drummer, and she is evidently, well, let me just put it to you this way. If Alex Lifeson and Geddy Lee says she's good enough, then she's good enough. I mean, these guys aren't rookies, right? So, that's been the whole question since Neil's passed away. Is if they ever did this, who's going to fill those shoes? Obviously, you can't. But you can get somebody pretty dang good back there. So if she's passing the test, you know, it's just like Paul McCartney's touring band. They're great musicians. You may never have heard of them. They don't have to be in a big band to be toured with Paul McCartney. All those guys he's got up there with them, they're amazing musicians. Otherwise, they're not going to be out there. So they're not going to be out there. They're going to pick somebody they know is good. I've watched a couple clips, but I hadn't really got to dive into it yet. Accepts at 15. Kiss is at 48. The DVD's at 35. The Herb Alpert was $19.99. Don't hesitate to make offers on anything in here. Glenn Campbell, Hey Little One. Glenn Campbell's $9.99. Dilford and Tilbrook, $9.99. Dilford and Tilbrook, this has the original on their sleeve with it. $9.99 on that. And Holy Bible, New Testament, placed by the Statler Brothers. $9.99 on that. Also, we have Kids, I Love Them. Archie Campbell. Archie Campbell. This is $9.99. And Henson Cargill, Skip a Rope. That's on the Monument label, $9.99 on that one. So what happened over here on Kiss? This is with James Hicks at $48. It's a final call. Accept is sold for $15 to Scott Markheim. And then over here, the DVD is sold to Christopher Eldridge for $35, okay? And then as soon as I said on accept, there's a new bid that just came in and another new bid that just came in. Bill Keenum, I'll see Herb Alpert for $12 if you want it. $12 if you want it, okay? Tim Grindstaff on Jean-Luc Ponty. That was earlier in the crate, but that's sold to him. And then over here, we have Joe Delgado on HB. And HB was for the Holy Bible. And then over here, we have Kiss Killers. We're about to sell it. So I had to go ahead and accept for $15. Scott Markheim had that for 4 minutes. I just missed the last minute bid. And then Killers is about to sell. I hadn't heard back from Christopher. Christopher, make sure if you're done bidding, you say out. I'm about to sell that for $48. And then over here, Otis, Bill Keenum said Herb Alpert, $12. That's sold to him. And I'm assuming... well, I guess Dibbs, Mike had asked about it, but I'm assuming you were passing Mike or didn't want to make an offer. I had to go ahead and sell it to him. And then Jamie K on Otis Spawn for $15. Let's go ahead and sell that to him. Okay, let's go ahead and get the last of the Kissology DVDs up. And the last time I sold this, it sold for $70. Okay, and we're going to once again, this is why I don't like, if you buy an auction, you're committed to it, okay? If you buy an auction, you're 100% committed to paying for it. Just always make sure. No takebacks, no putbacks. So here's the next one. This is a Best Buy exclusive. The bonus disc is 1994 Brazil. 1994 Brazil. And when I sold that this night, I found another CD bootleg, Kiss Live in Dallas 2004. So that's going to go with it. That is a $35 start. That's another Kissology Volume 3, but it has a different bonus disc, and it's got some kind of ripped bootleg copy of a Dallas show, a CD. So 35, and the last time we sold that sold for 70. And I wish we had the time to go back and contact backup bidders, but we usually don't do that because sometimes the backup bidders don't want it. We found out best to just go ahead and resell them. James Hicks, you get this for $48, okay? Thank you on that one. Also, we have Glenn Campbell, Old Hound Town. This is $9.99. Also, we have Savage Grace 2, $19.99, and Rick Ocasek Beatitude. Rick Ocasek, $14.99. This has the original inner sleeve, $14.99, and Exposed. This is today's provocative new look at rock, which is a CBS Warner Brothers sampler, or actually this is Columbia CBS, $19.99. Everything in this crate's bought now best offer. Okay, next Kiss. Let's go over here. Let's do one from Laura's, what she's tabbed as high-end Kiss. This is Creatures of the Night. So if you want to bid on the DVD, make sure you put DVD. If you want to bid on Creatures, make sure you put Kiss. This is a 40th anniversary 3LP blue vinyl with book and the original inner sleeves. 3LP blue vinyl, $75 start on that. $75 start for Creatures of the Night. DVD final call for $35. We're also in a buy it now best offer bin. I've got 3 cassette tapes by NXS. Their greatest hits, Welcome to Whenever You Are, and Kick. So 3 NXS cassettes, a $10 start for those. That's also now up for bid. Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Night Moves. Bob Seger is $24.99. Orange Capital label, working on those Night Moves. Roger Daltrey, one of the boys. Roger Daltrey from The Who, $14.99. And the Wilburn Brothers Show with Loretta Lynn and Harold Morrison. That's pretty cool. Also Ernest Tubb on there. Decca Country album there. That's pretty cool. $19.99. And Quincy Jones Roots. This is $19.99. Quincy Jones Roots, $19.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, Upon the Wings of Music. That's $9.99. And Chris Williamson, $19.99 for Chris Williamson. Ampex Records has a promo sticker on the front, $19.99. All right, Steve McGee, you get Volume 3 with that. That sold to him for $35. Final call to get a bid on the Creatures 40th Anniversary 3LP Blue Vinyl. And that has 25 total tracks, 15 unreleased original A2 album, newly remastered. So 15 unreleased tracks, and then the 82 album remastered, Blue Vinyl. That's now up for bid, okay? And then NXS over here, those 3 cassettes, 10. Creatures has a bid with Todd Saw for $75. Let's see what else I have over here in my crate to put up for auction. And that is going to be interesting. Let's see what kind of condition that's in. That's in really bad shape. And here we go. The Sex Pistols. Holidays in the Sun, a 1980 New Zealand OG with the original outer sleeve, a 12-inch single from the Sex Pistols. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start. It's Satellite and Holidays in the Sun. Sex Pistols is a $20 start. $20 start. Next thing is Creatures is not sealed. No, it's open. It's near mint on blue vinyl. It's complete. And Todd has it for $75. Okay? There's that. Let's go ahead and try to finish up this bin quickly. Power in the Darkness, Tom Robinson Band, $24.99. April Wine, First Glance, $19.99. Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes, and this is actually a white label promo copy. Tommy Bolin's $24.99. The George Benson Collection, $14.99. Dean Martin, The Door is Still Open to My Heart. Nice copy here in shrink. Dean Martin is $9.99. A tricolor Steamboat label. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Deja Vu. Looks like it's OG. Has the right catalog number. Everything else is checking out, and it's super clean. Has the paste-on photo, $34.99. Kiss has a new bid for $80 of Gerald Whitworth. Todd Saw, you've been outbid. Gerald has it for $80. If anybody wants these 3 NXS cassettes, they can be bought for $10. And then over here, we have the Sex Pistols at 20 with Robert Wlodarczyk. That's going once, going twice. Also, the Versatile Flat and Scruggs, $19.99 on Versatile Flat and Scruggs. And Mick Jagger, She's the Boss, $19.99. Stanley Richmond on Tommy Bolin for $20. That's sold to him. Petra Pfeiffer on George Benson for $10. Sell that to Petra Pfeiffer. Paula gets the 3 NXS cassettes for $10. That's sold to Paula. And Bill Keenum, I've already sold George Benson for $10. I just shot myself in the foot over $2. That's okay. Joe DeGaldo on Dean Martin. That's sold to Joe DeGaldo. Floyd, you were second. Next is the Outlaws, Hurry Sundown, $14.99. Kenny Rogers, Share Your Love was $9.99. The Exciting Racing Sounds of Grand Prix Challenge of Champions. Very cool there. Grand Prix Racing Record, $19.99. And the Surfer Girl, the Beach Boys, $19.99. Creatures over here is sold for $80 to Gerald Whitworth. The Sex Pistols is sold to Robert Wlodarczyk for just $20. Those are gone, and we're ready for more new auctions. How about we do Kiss here? This is Kiss, and it's by Kiss, and if you want to bid, put Kiss. This is a 50th anniversary gold nugget vinyl foil jacket, limited to 2,500 units worldwide. So this is Kiss, a 50th anniversary edition on gold nugget vinyl, sealed, a $95 start. $95 start. Kenny has no condition notes. Everything in here is really clean and really nice. Really clean and really nice. Just FYI. One second. All right. Okay. And by the way, that was called Share Your Love, $9.99. So over here, this is the Kiss self-titled 50th anniversary. They only did 2,500 on gold nugget vinyl. That's a $95 start. I'm going to go ahead and just go right into another crate. If anybody needs anything else in there, just let me know. Next auction is going to go up right now. Give me 1 second on that. Trying to find this single from Judas Priest. Yeah, I think we had one of these the other night. This has Hot Rockin'. That's the single. And then has Breaking the Law and Living After Midnight live cuts. An 81 UK original, VG++ condition. Judas Priest is going to go up for a $10 start. That is Hot Rockin', Breaking the Law, and Living It. We just had one of these the other night. $10 start on that. Brad Waits on Kenny Rogers, okay? That is sold. Kiss is up, and then there's that. And then I might try to slip in some of these cassettes over here for BINs. Let me go ahead and condense these first 2 crates of vintage. That crate in the check edition, that's pretty amazing. We fit all that into one. Of course, we sold a ton of the check condition stuff as usual. Let me step back over here and grab this next crate to do for best offer. Let me get a peek at what's in here. And we're going to go through these, BIN or BO. I think, yeah, let's go through this one right here. This one looks pretty good. Yeah, all right. We're going to go through another crate here, buy it now or best offer. If y'all ready, I'm ready. I hope you're ready. If not, you better get ready. And then is there writing on the cover for Johnny Rivers? Let me go back over there and find out. And then Priest does have a bid for 10. Kiss has a bid for 95. Priest has a bid for 10. And Priest has a bid for 25. Thank you. And then writing on the cover for Johnny Rivers. Let's go back and find that one. Johnny Rivers. Yeah, if you were waiting for me to maybe hit a recap on something, let me know. If not, we'll show those again at another time. Johnny Rivers. That is unfortunately from the Connery collection, yeah. So he put a name tag on it, like a label maker Baby Jr. You know, that Elaine got Tim Watley. she got him the label, and then he re-gifted it to Jerry. So yeah, there's the label. Then he wrote his name, and then he wrote his name on the back. There's a good chance he wrote his name on the labels too. He actually didn't write his name on the labels on this one, just they're on the front and back. So $9.99 for the very best. Secret Agent Man. Secret Agent Man. All right. Chad needs some Diet Coke. It's almost gone. Almost time for that coveted monster to make its appearance. And boy, do I need it. I messed up my sleep this morning. I knew I shouldn't have done that. Had way too much to do. Had to get it done. John Griffin, I'll sell it to you for $6. You got it. Rush is on tour. The biggest decision I'm going to have to make is where to go see him. And how much is it going to cost, in what place, and how much time I'm going to have to take off. I know it's going to be expensive. It's probably going to be hundreds, if not a 4-digit ticket. I don't know if y'all are ready for that. If you don't get a pre-sale, I guarantee a decent seat at those shows are going to be up there in the hundreds, if not like something crazy like this McCartney shows that's hitting 4 digits, which is crazy. That's absolutely crazy, but they're probably going to have to add more dates for them to get, quote, affordable. So I like Texas too because I can fly there. It's not too bad of a flight, and I can go see the JFK stuff again. I can go back to Dealey Plaza again. I love going to Dealey Plaza and the JFK Museum. So yeah, that one's on my radar. All right, Brent, you're going to get Kiss for $95. Thank you as always. The last bid on Judas Priest over here is at $30 with Kevin Voitosh. That's a final call. Maybe I'll just go to all of them. Maybe I'll just say, this is it. This is like a splurge of a lifetime, and I'll just go to all of them. All right, here's the next Kiss. This is, let's do one of these back here also from the high-end tab. This is an 86 Netherlands official Kiss Army picture disc. This is not a bootleg. This is an official release from the Netherlands, not T86. It's a Dutch Kiss Army exclusive picture disc. $75 start. $75 start. Judas Priest is at $30. We're about to sell it. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. All vintage LPs tonight. 1970 OG Jefferson Starship Blows Against the Empire. $29.99 on that. Also, we have Cactus, Hot and Sweaty. Cactus is a 72 press well. $19.99 for Cactus. Hot and Sweaty. Renaissance. Renaissance is $19.99. That is on the red Electra label. I think they're numbered back here on the bottom, aren't they? Limited edition. I don't see a number. It says Sturma, limited edition. I don't see a number, though, unless it's somewhere I can't see it. Over here, Judas Priest is sold to Kevin Voitosh for $30. This is sold to Kevin for $30. Thank you on that. All right, and let's put that away. We're going through a new crate here. Buy it now, best offer, new vintage arrivals. Also, Buster Poindexter and his Banshees of Blue, hot, hot, hot. Buster Poindexter is $9.99. Roy Buchanan, when a guitar plays the blues. Roy Buchanan's $19.99. That Kiss is now up for bid. Let's see what else I got over here in the, quote, bonus auctions. So all these other ones over here, like Judas Priest, were obviously unadvertised. I didn't even know I was going to have them. And you don't know I'm going to have them. And I don't know if I'm going to have them. And you get what I'm trying to say. Here is a 2018 U.S. limited edition reissue. Wow, purple translucent. Look at that. Purple vinyl for who? Megadeth. Piece sales, but who's buying? It's a purple vinyl, official release, 2018. EX Plus condition and shrink wrap. $35 start on that. Next thing is Nick Bargeron on Buster Poindexter. That's sold to Nick. And then over here, Kiss is at 75 and Kiss is at 75. So Stacy, your bid came in second. Ralph Venturino was in first on that one. Next is Rick James, Garden of Love. Rick James is $24.99. And Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions. Stevie Wonder is $29.99. Inner Visions. That was a nice looking copy. Sonny and Cher, Mama Was a Rock and Roll Singer. $19.99 for Sonny and Cher. And we have Carole King Fantasy, $14.99. Stacy has Kiss for $80. Ralph, you've been outbid. Megadeth is on purple vinyl, $35 start on that. Let me get this tub right over here, a little bit closer to me. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll do some of these. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to try to go through this tub so I can clean up my little corner over here. I've had all this over here for a while. These cassettes are just $6.99. We got some good-looking titles. U2 Zeropa, Bon Jovi Crossroads, which is a greatest hits, AC/DC Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, Cinderella Heartbreak Station, and Van Halen Diver Down. All those are $6.99 each. So $6.99 for those cassettes. Van Halen, Cinderella, AC/DC, Bon Jovi, and U2. Megadeth has bids for $35.35, $36.40, and then over here we have Kiss at $85. Now it's at $90. The soundtrack album to Privilege, Paul Jones, George Bean Group. Interesting. $24.99. Don't recall seeing that too much. Stacy's at $90 on Kiss. Stacy in here throwing some punches. She's got her boxing gloves on tonight. Look out. Apollo Saturday Night, 64 mono. Benny King, the Coasters, Rufus Thomas, and Otis Redding with the Falcons and Doris Troy. That's a cool looking record. Apollo Saturday Night, and it's a real 64 mono, $19.99. All right, the cassette tapes. Jerry Torres was in first on Van Halen at $6.99. Nick Bargeron got Cinderella for $6.99. Tom Kelly second on Van Halen. Joe Delgado third. We got U2, Bon Jovi, and AC/DC still left. I got a whole tub over here of great title cassettes for $6.99. I also have Nat King Cole, a mini Splendor thing. Nat King Cole is $9.99. John Waite Ignition. John Waite is $14.99. AC/DC sold to Joe Delgado. These appear to be in really clean copies too. $6.99 on that. And we have Jerry Lee Lewis, A Taste of Country. We got. I know for sure some people's tuned in ready to buy some silver for sure. I'm going to have to run up front and get it. I'll do that in about 3 minutes. Slade, wow. Historia del Musica Rock. Slade is $19.99. Kiss is at $95. Stacy's throwing punches, but Ralph Venturino is right back in there. He's at $95. And the last bid on Megadeth was Alonzo at $40. Ken Granger, you're out. Nick Bargeron, you're out. And Bob Riger, you're out. Also over here, we have Sinatra, the main event live. Sinatra is $14.99. And Wings Over America. Now, over here is somebody, or on this one, somebody was asking for Maybe I'm Amazed. And this is on here. This has that live, awesome cut that you've heard for decades on the radio, Maybe I'm Amazed. The reason I say that cut, because the studio version's on his first album, and most people's never even heard that before. But that's the, where he's going off on the vocals. Maybe I'm Amazed. Wings Over America. Somebody was looking for that last week. Megadeth is moving to a final call for $40 to Alonzo. Stacy's back in on Kiss at $100. Genesis Seconds Out. This is a double LP. Genesis is $34.99. Nice, clean copy, too. Nice. Boston and Shrink with Hop Sticker. $39.99. Is it first label? And it's a first label. That's a nice Boston. $39.99. Probably almost an auction-worthy copy. It doesn't have an original on her sleeve, but I don't think it really came with one. That's a nice copy. More Than a Feeling, Long Time Gone. You could put every track on there as a hop. Every track on there is a hop, honestly, right? That's an epic one, as y'all well know. Let's grab 5 more cassettes. That first batch was successful, so let's grab some more. These are $6.99. We still got Bon Jovi Crossroads, which is a greatest hits, and we got U2 Zeropa. We have Prince Purple Rain. We have AC/DC Back in Black, Whitesnake Slip of the Tongue, Madonna Erotica, and AC/DC Fly on the Wall. Those are all $6.99, as Wings have all the stuff. Now, of course, we get Japanese pressings all the time that have like books and posters. I'll tell you what's in here. It does have an inner sleeve for disc 1. Of course, this is a triple LP. It does have a disc 2. It does have a poster. It is complete. Yeah, all 3 inner sleeves and posters. And I will actually blow your mind. A lot of people don't know this. You see these little dots right here? You see those dots? A lot of people don't realize this, but these dots vary. Sometimes there's 2 red dots and 3 green dots. Sometimes there's 3 red dots and 2 green dots. I mean, if you pull this up on Discogs, there is all kinds of variants. They change the color of those dots there on the airplane, the side of the airplane there. So, yeah, this is complete. It's really clean, and it's $34.99, triple LP. Who asked first about this? Michael Snared. Yep. All right, and then Kiss got a new bid for $105. Megadeth was on its final call at $40. Next comment is, how much is Wings Over America? $34.99. Stacy's done on Kiss. What U2 tape is it? Zeropa. Z-O-O-R-O-P-A. I've always said Zeropa. Zeropa. $6.99. Calvin Ward was first on Boston. Brent was second on Boston. John bid $50 on Megadeth. That's a new bid. Jerry Torrey's first on the AC/DC cassette for $6.99. MT Matt, now Jerry Torrey's wanted Back in Black. MT Matt got Fly on the Wall. Tom Dearlove third on Boston. Chad next on AC/DC. Any more 45s tonight? Yes. Joe DeGaldo gets the Bon Jovi cassette for $6.99. Next is Chad, how much is it for Wings? $34.99. Zeropa, no thank you. Michael Snared offered $30 for Wings. This is sold to Michael Snared for $30. Alonzo's out on Megadeth. This is sold to John Mincemoyer for $50. And then Kiss over here is sold. Kiss over here is sold to Ralph Venturino for $105. That was a purple vinyl 2018 Megadeth. Gregory, when I was saying sold, your comment just popped up. That's gone. Next auction is this right here, Kiss Chronicles. If you want to bid on this, put Kiss. It's a limited edition 11 LP colored vinyl, a career-spanning box set featuring concerts of each lineup of the golden era, 1973 to 1993, Kiss Chronicles with a K. This box set is an unofficial 2019. It's a limited edition of 350, numbered number 13, 11 LPs. Each is a different color vinyl. Wow, 11 LPs, all different colors. And this is 6 live shows from 73 to 93, a $295 start. Unbelievable. $295 start on Kiss Chronicles. That's now up for bid, okay? That's up for bid. And then let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Okay, yeah, I started showing some cassettes. I was on my way over here to grab the box of 45s. I'll probably mix it up. We'll go back and forth. Let me go ahead and introduce another auction. This is a true OG, beautiful Allied, excuse me, original pressing of Van Halen 1984. So here's the stats. An 84 OG Allied with the original inner sleeve, near mint minus, super clean, a $40 start. A $40 start. That is a Van Halen. That's now for bid, okay? Now, let me show 3 more records. I'm going to step up front and grab some stuff. Bee Gees is $9.99. Sonny Rollins, Dancing in the Dark. Sonny Rollins is $14.99. And then Spyro Gyra, Catching the Sun. Spyro Gyra is $9.99. Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, and David Freeberg, $14.99. And this is actually a MoFi pressing of Poco Legend. MoFi, $49.99. Van Halen has bids for $40, now $50. Kiss Chronicles is a $295 start. Now, I'm stepping up front to get a monster and to get some coins. And I'm going to do that right now. Let me grab... Should I go Rehab or Black Can? Let's do Black Can. I need a little extra juice right now tonight. Let's go Black. These are for emergencies, the Black Cans. All right, I got some killer stuff here. So I spent hours basically going through every coin I have in this building, trying to get together all my silver, because I knew the way the market was this morning and where it could go. All the stuff I've had has done nothing but go up. And so now the melt value on these sets surpassed what I was originally trying to sell them for. For example, I may have had a proof set at one time that I was selling for $45. And now the melt value of the silver is like 53. And I'm like, well, heck, if I just say they're still $45 and I tell everybody they're at melt or below melt, that's a no-brainer. And I can get what I can get for them, and everybody gets a great deal on silver. Otherwise, you know, I'm going to have to bust them out of these cases or, you know, sell them on eBay. So I'd rather sell them to y'all, just FYI. So what I'm going to do, Van Halen has a high bid of 40 and now 50. Sonny, Donna offered $10. Sonny Rollins, let's go ahead and sell that to Donna. Final call to get a bid on Kiss, and then Craig, let me know if you want back in on Van Halen. Let me show a few more cassettes right quick. Let me grab this right over here. Let me grab this one, and then we're going to grab, I know that's pricey on vinyl because we had one the other night. We're going to grab this guy, and then this one and this one, and show these for $6.99. And this is the following. This is Janis Joplin, $6.99, Vanilla Ice to the Extreme, After 7, and Prince, $19.99. So Prince, After 7, Vanilla Ice, and Janis Joplin, those are all $6.99. Okay. Kiss Chronicles does have a bid for $2.95. So first thing I'm going to do here is say that if you want one of these sets, they're $45, and I'm just gonna give you a coin set. They're all 2022s or 2024, but essentially you're buying the silver. So this morning, and spot price is about the same. These 5 quarters that's in these sets melted for $43.76, and they're $45. So it's basically about, well, it should be right now like $1 over spot. And it's 90% proof silver quarters. So if you want a proof set over here, they're 2022s, 23s, and 24s. And then I've got state quarter sets, 2011, 2012. All you got to do is put $45, and that means you're buying one. I mean, and regardless of the year, it's all basically about the cheapest silver that you could get right now. $45 a piece on those, and that's how many I have. Those are all $45 a piece. Okay. First thing, Van Halen is a final call for $50 to Christopher Eldridge. And then over here we have Kiss Chronicles. It's a $295 bid. We're about to sell that. Nick Bargeron put VL. He put VL, right? VL. Was that a claim, or was you about to bid on something, Nick Bargeron? So yeah, once again, these are $45, and the silver content in them this morning was about $44, which is pretty crazy because at one time I think these were like $35, and that was including like a $10 or $15 premium. So it's crazy right now, just the melt value of these beautiful proofed American coins, the way the market's hit. They're now surpassed the price of, you know, the silver has surpassed the premium of the set. So that was VL for Vanilla Ice cassette. Okay, Vanilla Ice cassette. I was trying to figure that out. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. Okay, that's sold to him for $6.99. Before I start tagging some of these, let me show a few more LPs. Don't want to let coins interfere with vinyl, but since I didn't do a show this Sunday, and I probably can't do one next Sunday, now's the time to sell this stuff for sure, especially at this great, I mean, the way it is right now where you can get it for melt. I'll start handing these out. But, I mean, that's like a no. I mean, if you're going to buy silver at any point, buying it at spot, that's like, I mean, now when people call us, they're like, hey, I've got silver for sale. I mean, used to, we could almost pay spot and then, like, you know, do a premium on it. Well, now it's gotten to the point where the prices, you can buy it at melt, just about anybody can. So the Johnny Winter story, $19.99. Silver Eagle still carrying a premium, and Morgan Silver Dollar, stuff like that. Also over here we have Shiloh Neil Diamond. Shiloh is $14.99. That's a really cool one. No one has connected the dots. $14.99 on that. And then over here we got Fairport Convention Chronicles. That's $24.99. So over here we have Mike Torres on the Kiss Chronicles. He's going to get that set for $295. Thank you on that. And then the first thing we have over here is Thomas Scott Oman. He says he'll take this set right here for $45. That's the 2022. And then Thomas Clark says he'll take 2. and we'll sell these two to Thomas Clark for 45 and 45. And then next was, what was the Spyro Gyra? Troy Robinson, that was Spyro Gyra Catching the Sun, $9.99 on that. Nick Bargeron also says he'll take two at 45.45. Vladarchek says he'll take two, a 2024 and a 2012. Those are sold to Vladarchek, 45.45. Todd Emick said he'll take one off the top for 45. Thomas Baumhart says he'll take two for 45. And then we got Van Halen here at 43, Van Halen 55. Stanley Richmond says he'll take two for $45. And Gerald Whitworth says he'll take one for $45. We're going to try to put all this on this week's, all this is going to be billed. It'll all go together. It'll all be on the same ticket. I think that'll be best for everybody, because we're not going to do another coin sale this week, so it'll all be all together. Plus, it'll be that one shipping charge. Van Halen's at $58, and then Charlie DeFrank says he'll take two. Okay, so right now these are $45 a piece, Alicia. $45 a piece. That's the price on these. And right now, the only thing I have left, and this, I'm about to go get more stuff up front. I've got 2012 and then three 2011s. These are America the Beautifuls, and 2011, 2012. So Alicia wants two. Now there's only two sets left. These are $45 a piece. That almost calls for an air horn, doesn't it? That's probably more than that for sure. Van Halen's at $58. Let's do the other Kiss Chronicles. Maybe Mike Torres wants to bid on this one. Kiss Chronicles Volume 2, $74.94. Same thing, 11 LPs, colored vinyl, a limited edition, 300 box sets, numbered to 65. 11 LPs is all different colors, $295 start. So there's Van Halen. Let's move that right over here. And then Kiss is another one, $295 start. And the other bidder was Autumn at $58, and the other bidder was Christopher, and we're about to sell it. Scott Dwallow says he'll take one for $45, and I have one left, the 2012. Let me show you what y'all are buying here. Yeah, John Griffin actually asked, yeah, these are proof 90% silver quarters. That's crazy. 90% silver quarters at melt. That's for proofs. That's usually something that never happens. That's only happening because spot price is about to hit $50 an ounce. Okay, everything in here is bought now, best offer. Laura is right next to me restocking the Kiss bin. We love when the Kiss bin's being restocked. Rock Cooter's $19.99. Christopher, you have Van Halen at $60. Tim Grindstaff is going to get that last set at $45, okay? That's sold to Tim for $45. Don't worry, I got more stuff up front that I'm about to bring back here. I had a bunch of those. There's more coming. Also, we have the records. This is $14.99. We have Scritti Politti Wood Bees, Pray Like Aretha Franklin. Scritti Politti is $9.99. And Todd Rundgren Healing. Gold stamp promo with a bonus 45, $24.99. And then Van Halen, Autumn, you've been outbid. Christopher has that for $60. And then Christopher, since you're a first-time buyer, you've bought a few things tonight. Just FYI, we may invoice you early, either later tonight or in the morning sometime when Ed gets in. Just because you're a new buyer and you've won several auctions, we may ask you to go ahead and prepay on some stuff. So if I send it to you tonight, I'll be sure and let you know. If Ed sends it to you later in the week, that or tomorrow morning, that just be on the lookout for that, okay? Especially if you win several more things tonight. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and our next auction is the following. This is the Doors Greatest Hits. It's a 1980 USOG specialty press, VG Plus, a $15 start. $15 star. He has sent your information. Thank you. Thank you. So we will, like I said, you can keep buying. Just be aware if we send you an invoice, just be on the lookout. But I'll be sure to let you know, okay? We've sold all of our gold. We had 10th ounce gold, 1 ounce gold. We sold all that last week. We had somebody buy both 1 ounce. We had somebody buy both 1 ounce gold pieces already. Kiss is a $295 start. Which one did Joseph request? 912 1977 Houston. I'll pull that up right now. We've already sold Kiss Chronicles Volume 1. $295. This one is Kiss Chronicles 2. It's a $295 start. Van Halen's at $63. Van Halen's at $63, and we just laid down The Doors, which has bids for $15 and $15. $15 and $15, okay? There's that. Next thing, let's show a few more LPs in here. I have Deface the Music Utopia. That is $14.99. And Olivia, Living in Desperate Times, Twist of Fate. That's a good song, $9.99. And Realistic, a Sound Odyssey, direct-to-disc, red vinyl. This is kind of like a sound sampler, $19.99. So no one's officially bid on Kiss. Final call for a $295 start. Christopher, you've been outbid on Van Halen. That's a final call. And what we're going to do now, I have filled up a full crate, so let me swap out crates right quick. Let me read a few more LPs in here. Next thing is Ebony and Ivory. That's, of course, Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder, $14.99. Gerald Whitworth on Utopia, Deface the Music. That is sold to him. So Christopher Eldridge, you're out on The Doors. Wayne Carr bid first, okay? And then we have John Waite, No Brakes. John Waite is $14.99. And we have the Kings are here. The Kings is $9.99. Let me go up front. I took a picture of all these coins up here on the counter. I'm having to take some trips up here to get it. I'm about to grab my cart. And then this next few are going to be pretty interesting because they're all the same thing. They're all the same thing, and then we'll be able to knock out the rest of this stuff, okay? So let me grab all of this, and let me grab all of these right quick. And Laura just dropped off the rest of the Kiss auctions. That means she should have some time to maybe mark some stuff tonight. That way we can have at least a Laura crate, maybe 2, maybe 7. And then we have more vintage stuff over here also to do. Buy it now, best offer. And then we're going to be getting into other discount crates. Other discount crates for sure. So all right, now this is going to be, hold on one second. First thing over here is, let's go ahead and wrap up Van Halen. That sold to Autumn Beth for $63. That was a real OG, beautiful near mint copy on that. That is sold. And then Kiss Chronicles is a buy it now for $295. So we already sold volume 1. There's volume 2, $295 on that. The Doors is at $20, so Wayne Carr, you've been outbid, okay? Steve, 66 metal on the Kiss. Is that Steve? Remind me of who you are again. I know you're registered and everything. That's sold to him for $295, okay? Let's put up another Kiss auction. Let's try to find that one Christopher's asking about. Houston, 912. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Is that a picture disc set? I got to figure out what the cover looks like. End of the Road, Kiss Originals, Winter Alive Tour, Japan in the Can. If I knew what it looked like, I could find out a lot better. There's Largo, Lick It Up, Quebec. He's on the hunt for something. Houston. Here we go. The Summit, Houston, Texas, September 2nd, 1977. An unofficial 2LP, $35 start. That's now up for bid. Steven Rodriguez. There we go. Steven Rodriguez. Okay. Let me just put it to you this way. If you've bought gold or silver from me in the last 5 years on here, your position in it has probably, especially gold, your position has probably doubled in value. If you've bought any kind of gold from me in the last 4 years since we've been heavily streaming, I mean, most of the time while I was selling it, it was $1,500 or $2,000 an ounce, and now it's about to hit $4,000. So if you've bought any gold from me, not including premiums, your position in it has doubled. So you've done very well. I was saying that every night I would sell it, I'd be like, buy it if you can. Next thing over here, the Apollo album, if it's still available. Apollo album, if it's still available. I don't remember saying Apollo. You sure Apollo? I'm thinking, I was thinking Space. Okay, that Apollo, the venue. Thank you, that's sold to Melanie Jennings. And then here's the Rolling Stones Flowers. Nice, though. Rolling Stones here. Beautiful copy. Blue London, that's got all the correct markings for an OG. Really nice copy. Stereo, $34.99. And then Little Richard is $19.99. Okay, so this set right here, it's going to be the same price, and it's the same thing. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. These are $70. If you want one, you can put 2007 or 70. That means you're buying it. This is pretty crazy. So it's got 5 silver quarters, a $50 and a dime, which equal $64.71 in melt value. And you also get the gold quarter set. So you're getting basically the gold quarters, which they're not gold, at face value. So you're basically getting those at $1 a piece, and you're also getting a free, you'll be getting a free nickel and a free Sacagawea dollar. So you're basically just paying for the silver, the face value for the rest of the coins at no extra cost. So $70. The silver value in this morning was about 65 bucks. 2007 proof sets are $70. And that's the silver breakdown. You get 5 silver quarters. So, you know, here's what this looks like. So you get the gold dollars, and then you get the 5 silver quarters, and then that's of course silver, and then you get those 3 coins as well. And so I basically said, well, $64 in melt, and then 5 additional coins at basically face value. So $70. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 4 claims, and I have 5, so they're all sold. MT Matt, Thomas Baumhart, Danzig, Scott Oman, and Stacy Metternich. So those all 5 are sold at $70 a piece. I don't have any more. Those are all gone. 75 times to those 5 people. Those are all gone. Poof. And just like that. Now, the next tub I'll do here in just a few moments after we finish up this crate and put up some new auctions. I have all silver proof sets, and they're all different years. All different years. Those are 100% being melted down, Todd. They are busting slabs. They're melting everything right now. So right now, the doors is sold to Wayne Carr for $25. And then over here, this has got a high bid. 2 people have bid $35. Christopher bid $35, and Joseph, I have not put up Vivint yet. Joseph, you tied Christopher. He bid first at $35, okay? So that's at $35, and y'all were tied. Last few records in here, Stevie Wonder fulfilling his first finale, $24.99. Graham Parker, heat treatment. Graham Parker is $12.99. Pacific Gas and Electric, Are You Ready? $19.99, and Rick James is $24.99. Now, obviously, the people probably buying these tonight are not going to bust those open and probably try to melt them. But the big bullion buyers that if you do sell these to like the refineries, they are literally busting open these cases and melting this stuff down. They're doing it for graded $20 gold pieces. They're doing it for graded $5 gold pieces from the 1920s and 1880s and whatever they can get their hands on right now. So stuff is literally just being melted for the value of the metal right now because the market's so high. El Terrible, so it's actually a great time to buy silver sets because you can get them at basically no premium right now. So if you're just buying them for the sets, they're no premium because all you got to do is pay for the value of the metal. Rick James, that is Sotel Terrible Torio. The Kiss is at 45, Christopher out. And let's go ahead and put up another auction over here. And the next auction I have is the following. So one of my good friends I've been dealing with for over a decade now, he's telling me the major refineries are just basically melting anything, like $20 gold, like they're having to bust them out of CGC holders and melt them down. I know that's crazy, but it's happening. Pretty crazy. Let's go ahead and throw up a really cool surprise here. How about Queensryche? How about Queensryche's debut EP? This is a 1983. This is a 1983 USOG, Jacksonville press, strong VG Plus, a $25 start for Queensryche. $25 start for Queensryche, and that is an OG EP. That album's not in print. It's never been reissued. Okay, great crate there. Let's try to knock out some of those again. Joseph's about to get this for 45. I haven't heard back from Christopher again. I'm going to have to go ahead and sell it. And we got probably about the time where we start trying to run 2 KISS items at a time. And what we'll do is we'll try our best to distinguish what we're bidding on, okay? I'm just going to read through these one more time, the titles. If you want a price or condition, just be sure and let me know. Let me go ahead and show you the first 2 silver proof sets. And these first 2 silver proof sets are $75. Yeah, these are $75. These are the only 2 that are $75, and that is because it has extra coins in it. And so these are $75. I have 2009 and 2012, so if you want these, you can comment the year. Now, these, as you can tell, are pretty thick boxes. There's a lot of stuff in here. There's a lot of stuff in here. Like this one has the pennies, the Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln pennies. It has the 4 presidential gold dollars. It has 6 silver quarters, not 5, 6 silver quarters. And you get the half dollar, the dime, which are silver, and then the nickel and that. So those are $75, and that's an amazing deal because you're getting 6 silver quarters, the half, the pennies, and all those. So those are sold to Jeannie Potts. 75 2 times. Those are sold to Jeannie. Okay, next thing over here is Queensryche now has a bid for 50, and I lost Christopher again on KISS. Christopher, make sure you say out when you're done bidding. Otherwise, it is causing a major holdup, okay? You've got to say out when you're done bidding, because I see you're already bidding on Queensryche. You never did say out on this one. Joseph gets that for $45. Now Queensryche is at $60 with Matt Nichols. Jeannie gets those 2, and let me grab our next KISS auction. Let's see what else is over here. I like the way this one looks. Alive. KISS Alive 2 Winter Tour. KISS Alive 2 Winter Tour, Landover, Maryland, 1977. This is a limited edition red vinyl with book. It's at the Capitol Center in Landover, Maryland, 1977, and it's unopened. A $55 start on KISS, out on KISS. You was only about 7 minutes too late. Make sure as soon as you're done bidding, you say out. Otherwise, I've got to go ahead and sell to somebody. And if you say, wait a minute, I wasn't done bidding, I was like, well, I've never heard back from you. Queensryche is at 65 with Christopher Eldridge. And I'm going to go ahead and let Tanner and Ed know to send you a prepayment invoice here in just a second, okay? Give me 1 second. Especially after what happened last week with somebody, which they bought over $1,000 and we didn't get payment. You've got just anybody, just FYI, make sure if you're buying stuff, you have money. If not, probably not the best thing for you to be watching tonight. Maybe a Dave Ramsey video instead. These here are buy it now best offer. We have Jefferson Starship blows against the Empire, Cactus Hot and Sweaty, Renaissance. We have Roy Buchanan when a guitar plays the blues, Rick James Garden of Love. We have Stevie Wonder Inner Vision, Son and Cher, Mama Was a Rock and Roll Singer, Carole King Fantasy. We have Privilege, that's a soundtrack. Also Nat King Cole and Mini Splendor Thing, John Wayne Ignition, and Jerry Lee Lewis. Also, we have History Del Rock. This is Slade, $19.99 on that. Sinatra, The Main Event Live, $14.99. Genesis Seconds Out, $34.99 on Genesis. Bee Gees, Children of the World. Also, Paul Cantor, Grace Slick. We have Poco Legend, The Johnny Winter Story, Neil Diamond Shiloh, Fairport Convention. And then we have Queensryche over here. The last bid was $70 with Matt Nichols. Christopher, you're out. And then KISS Alive has bids for $35, $55, and $55. The first person at $55 was Brad Waits. Okay? Now, these next sets I have here are $65 a piece. And at minimum, here's what's included. $65 a piece. I have... they have 5 silver quarters, a half, and a dime, which melts for $64.71. So these are $65 a piece. I'll start with the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1999 is a good year just because of the mintage. So these are $65 a piece, and they're at least going to have, right now, $64.71 as of 6 a.m. this morning worth of silver in them. And that's the years I have, 99, 02, 03, 04, and 08. And that is these right here. So that is a silver half. That's a silver dime. And then over here, we got 5 silver quarters. So they're $65, and I'll let you pick whichever years, or we'll just give you a random one because at this point you're just buying the silver. But if you're picky about a year, we'll do that, okay? First thing is this. We'll give Queens Rock a final call over here. And Queens Rock is, the last bid that came on that was Matt Nichols at $70. So Christopher, just FYI, you're out. He says he's done. Thank you for letting me know. And then Kiss was at 55. Let me go over the details on Queens. Before I sell it, Matt Nichols has it for 70. I'll give the updates. But right now, Topographic gets to Neil Diamond Shiloh for 9. And then over here, what is the Jerry Lee? The Jerry Lee Lewis that was in here was right back here. That is on Sun. It's called A Taste of Country. David Graves, $9.99. Be Yourself. You were second on Neil Diamond. I shot myself in the foot over $1. I've already sold it for $9. Samuel got Fairport for $20 though. Let's go ahead and sell that to him. Brian G. Owens wants 2003. Let's sell that to him for $65. Jeannie was next. She wants 3. We'll give her these 3 here at $65 each, and then we'll give Thomas the one he wanted at $19.99. So all those are $65 each. Make sure Thomas gets that one. Vladarchuk was next, then Matt Nichols, then Stacy Metternich, then Stanley Richmond, and then Topographic was first on Neil Diamond. All right, so final call on Queens Rock over here. Queens Rock over here, an 83 USOG. And the last bid that came in was Matt Nichols at 70. It is OG. It's a strong VG Plus copy, okay? And then the last bid on the live over here, Brad Waits is back in at $65. And that was the same price for whoever's tagging as these coin sets right here, $65. So I want to make sure we got that straight. Brian G. Owens got 2003. These 3 here, 08, 04, and 02 went to Jeannie, and 1999 went to Thomas, and those are all 65. Don't worry, I've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more like that. That's all different years. I'm going to flash them in just a second, okay? And they're all going to be $65, which are great prices just based on the silver. Spyro Gyra Catching the Sun. If y'all need a price, let me know. We have Rycooter Chicken Skin Music. Rycooter Chicken Skin Music is $19.99. We have the Records, $14.99. Also, Scritti Politti, $9.99 on that. We have Todd Rundgren Healing. That one's $24.99. And Olivia, that was $9.99. The last few in here was the Realistic Sound Odyssey. We have Ebony and Ivory. And then John Waite. Also, we have the Rolling Stones, Little Richard, Stevie Wonder, Graham Parker, and Pacific Gas and Electric. There was Pacific Gas, Graham Parker, and Little Richard there. Okay, and then Matt, you have Queens Rock at $70. You have Queens Rock at $70. You are the high bidder on Queens Rock at $70. Okay? And then I just had a 2009 we sold. Now, maybe later tonight, not right now, but like later tonight when we're like done with vinyl, I have stuff that's not silver all kinds of years, but I don't have a, we just sold a 2009. That just got claimed by Jeannie a few moments ago, okay? And then this Kiss over here is a final call for $65 of Brad Waits. Anybody else want anything in here? Those are going to be best offer. I'm going to go ahead and go right into the next crate. I hadn't even had a chance to open this monster, which I'm going to do right now. Thanks everybody that's tuned in so far tonight. It's getting really busy. It's getting really busy all of a sudden. Oh my gosh. Whew, that's the black can. That's the tough stuff there. That's the tough stuff there. Holy moly. Okay. So Todd Rundgren, $20. That was back here. That was for Healing with the promo single. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth. Troy Robinson on Ebony and Ivory. This Alive here is sold to Brad Waits for $65. That is sold. And then we have Queens Rock, and this is sold to Matt Nichols for $70. That's sold to Matt Nichols for $70, okay? These are $6.99. $6.99 over here. We have After 7, Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, Prince, $19.99, Madonna Erotica, Whitesnake Slip of the Tongue, Prince Purple Rain, and U2 Zeropa. Those are all $6.99. There will be more, okay? We need more Kiss. We need more albums, and then we need to finish up all these coins. There's about probably 5 or 6 more big spurts of coins, and then I'm going to be completely sold out. But don't go anywhere because you might miss some. Because as soon as I get these auctions introduced, we're going to roll some more. I think this one's interesting. You got Gene Simmons sitting on a toilet here. Well, you got Kiss, Japan in the can. Kiss, Japan in the can. So this is on pink vinyl. This is Kiss in Tokyo, Japan, 1977. $50 start on that one. $50 start on that one. Jerry Torres wants both Prince cassettes, so he gets those for $6.99 and $6.99. Thank you, Jerry Torres. Those are sold to you, okay? And a lot of sports on tonight, so if you've picked Coletco over sports, I appreciate it. Or maybe you're doing both. Some people have the sports on turned down a little and they got Coletco cranked up. Or maybe you've got me on mute and you're trying to watch the sports and you see something pop up and you'll say, wait a minute, Chad, what was that? Okay, here comes some more silver proof sets. These are $65 a piece. $65 a piece. Same thing. The minimum melt value of silver in here is $64.71, okay? 2010, 2011, 2013, 2017, 2018, 2019, and these are silver proof sets, and those are $65 each. $65 each, okay? There's that. And Jeannie wants at least 3, and then Matt Nichols is going to get 1, so that's going to leave at least 2 more, Todd Emick and then Stacy. Okay, and I usually just dish them out at this point, just whoever gets whatever year. I'm assuming y'all are okay with that. So that Kiss is now up for bid, and then I'll do the Paul Stanley claim. Now, you're talking about in the check condition being from earlier, right? You're talking about over here earlier tonight, we had a Paul Stanley in the check condition crate that was straight price that no one bought. And I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. You're talking this right here. And that's VG Plus $24.99. Levi's in the gym at the sauna. I need to start going to the sauna. Everybody's like, that's going to be great for my heart and just health and weight loss, just sitting in a sauna, which they don't have one at Planet Fitness, but I need to do that. Okay, so Jeannie, I'm going to give you the first 3 here on the bottom. And then the next one's going to go to Matt Nichols. And then the next one on Todd Emick. And then the next to Stacy Metternich. All right, so those are all sold. Thank y'all on those, and they're done. And that's the way that works. Yes, okay? Those are all sold. Christopher got that. Those are all done. And I'll have to go up front to get some more. There's that. Let's start going through another crate over here. Time for the next crate of newly priced vintage stuff. There's still 2 more over here that John marked today. We're about to knock those out right now. Best offer. Hadn't even had a chance to go through them yet, so let's do this. These will be billed officially on Monday, so if you're looking to have these shipped or if you're picking them up, they'll be available the following Wednesday if you're local to come pick these up. Not this Wednesday, but the next Wednesday, because we might sell more coins throughout the week, try to mix them in. And I'll have more, of course, up front as well. So, okay, there's Kiss Japan. I have a few things that's not silver. I've got one random $50, which I can't believe this is now the melt price on a $50, but a 64 Kennedy half, that's $17.50. I've only got one. A 64 Kennedy half, $17.50. That is now, if y'all remember buying those for me at one time for $9 a piece, you're in a great position because those are now, the melt value on a half is like $17.50. That is pretty much the melt. $17.50. I only have one if anybody wants it. I found that randomly in a bag full of other ones. I had a huge bag of halves that I didn't think were silver. There was one good one in there. So that's sold to Thomas Clark for $17.50. Okay. Thank you on that. Let me step over here and grab another auction. And I have other stuff over here in the same crate where I just pulled the Savatage, like Judas Priest Turbo. Judas Priest Turbo is a nice copy. It's an 86 USOG. It's an 86 USOG with the original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition, a $25 start. It even has a magazine centerfold with it. It even has a magazine centerfold of Judas Priest. Who's on the back? Lita Ford's on the back. The lovely Lita. And then there is the inner sleeve, and then there's the jacket, which is about VG Plus. No one's been on Kiss Japan in the can. That's a pink vinyl bootleg. Final call on that for $50. First record is Alabama, and that is $14.99. Mountain Music. Alabama is $14.99. We also have The Wonderful World of Antonio Carlos Jobim. That is The Brazilian Mood with Nelson Riddle. $24.99 on that. We have Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. $14.99. The Great Oldies Rhythm and Blues with Gatemouth Moore. That is $19.99. And we have Johnny Winter, Nothing But the Blues. Johnny Winter, $19.99. No bid on Judas Priest, looking for a $25 start. Also, we have Super Blues, all-time classic blues hit, $19.99. That's with B.B. King, Albert King, Coco Taylor. And we have Wet Willie, Keep On Smiling. Wet Willie is $19.99. Kiss can be bought for a $50 buy now. That's a bootleg called Japan in the Can. Nobody bid on that one. It's a $50 buy it now. Let's go ahead and try another one over here. This one looks interesting. This is Kiss Largo. That's a well-known concert, November 1975, and that's on red vinyl. It's a limited edition, unofficial, Largo, Maryland, 1975 with book and poster, $55 start. Super Blues price was right here, all-time classic blues hits. That was $19.99. Stacy's going to grab the bootleg unofficial here. Oh, Gene sitting on the toilet there, Japan in the Can. That's sold to Stacy for $50. Thank you on that one. Thank you on that one. Let me step back up front here, get all this. And I've got a few things that's not silver, but a guy that I don't really do consignment at all with anybody except for one person on coin stuff. And he sends me a couple boxes of stuff, and I had to send some stuff back to him that didn't sell. And then actually I was going through the list of some stuff I was about to send back to him, and I found out some of it, like the silver value, had surpassed what he originally wanted me to try to sell it for. So, like, for example, he had some silver dimes at one time that was like $125 that carried a premium, and now the silver value is like $172 or something. So, just pretty crazy. I do have a couple things that are silver that still carries a premium right here. I'm going to show those in just a second. Give me 1 second and we'll show those. But I've got a few more sets here to do, and we're going to knock those out right now. And give me 1 second, okay? First thing, though, is this. Donna, I'll go ahead and sell that to you for $12. Folks, anytime I'm going through a vintage crate, don't hesitate to make offers. There's one thing about me and this business is we're here to sell records. Some of this stuff, we mark them based on what we think we can get for them. If we don't get that, we start marking them down, whether it's been out for 5 minutes or not. Now, some things I'm firm on. We had that confusion the other night, like new vinyl. New vinyl is different. That's brand new sealed stuff. Or I may be going through a Laura crate, and I'm like, Laura has took time to really dive down and look these up and get accurate comps, okay? Sometimes John can put out a lot of records. He cleans them, and we just throw a price on them. That's our starting price. You can take it or you can make an offer. That's how we do a lot of our vintage. If we try to do the pressing plant, et cetera, year variance on all this, we would have very little to show every night. Like, we've been live now for a few hours. We have one crate left, and if John had done exact research on every one of these, we wouldn't be putting out hardly anything every night. We would be done every night by 8:30, 9 o'clock, because we'd have 2 or 3 crates, and the show would be over. So that's kind of our philosophy on a lot of this vintage. We mark it. A lot of times this is some of the same records. You can make an offer, you can buy them. We keep marking them down until they do sell. Patsy Montana, I bet this is from Fred's collection. Patsy Montana and the Prairie Ramblers, $9.99 for Patsy. Also, Peaches and Herb, Too Hot. Peaches is $9.99. And Neil Young Reactor, Gold Stamp Promo, Neil Young Reactor, $19.99. It does have the original under sleeve. $19.99 for Neil Young, and the soundtrack to Grand Prix. We had some of those movie posters at one time. Really cool artwork on there, and inside of the gatefold too. The Grand Prix soundtrack, $14.99. Yeah, this one has the book and everything. That's the real OG pressing of that. All right, so here's what we got. I got 3 more sets coming at you. These are going to be $35 a piece. Now, the melt, this is a $5 over melt, but they're really cool. They're called Premier Silverproof sets. So the melt on these this morning was $29.86. $35 for these. I've got 1998, 1994 and 1992. These are $35. 98, 94, and 92. And let me show you what a Premier Silver Proof set looks like. It has two pieces of paperwork. It comes in a felt box that kind of props up where you can display it like that. And the melt value on that this morning was $29.86. So $35 on those. Box and paperwork. Scott Oman's first. We'll give him the first one. And then Jeannie was next, and she wanted the other three. Okay? So we'll give the next two to Jeannie. And that means Todd Emick, you were third. So those are all sold, and those are $35 each. Poof, they're gone. Over here, nobody bid on Kiss, right? Nobody bid on Kiss. You can pick that up for $55. Largo, Maryland, red vinyl, $55 on that. And Priest just got one bid for $25. No, he got outbid. MT Mac, $27. Sold to MT Mac for $27. Kiss Vivint. Let me go find that right now. Kiss Vivint. So this sold to MT Mac. Nice pickup there. Been some cool stuff slipping tonight. Not just Kiss auctions and not just anything. And Michael, I've got you down for Grand Prix. I hadn't forgot about you. Your GP comment was for Grand Prix. Thank you, Michael Ruttman. Michael probably bought one of those movie posters from me, didn't you, Michael? I bet Michael has that exact movie poster he bought from me. The Beach Boys is $12.99, and Kenny by Kenny Rogers is $9.99. Okay, and then let's go find Kiss Vivint. Okay, Kiss Vivint. Let's see if we can find that. Ask and you shall receive tonight on the Kiss auctions. There's Cleveland, there's Smashing ASS's, there's Lick It Up, there's Vivint. Here we go. So, Vinnie Vincent's on this one. We have Kiss, 10th Anniversary Tour, 1983, Quebec, Canada. And this is an unofficial, of course. It does have a book. It appears to be unopened, so you can presume it's near mint minus. $55 start on that. $55 start on that. Okay, so this here, I've got two of these very quickly. These are complete Roosevelt silver dime sets. There's 48 silver dimes. The melt value is 168 plus 8 dimes in here that's not, which I'm selling to you basically for silver for face value. So $170 per book. And there's $168 worth of silver dimes in here. And this is a complete set from 46 all the way through 1968 and then some. So that's $170 for each set of dimes. And they're pretty much the same thing. The melt value is $168 each on those. So just, plus you're getting the dimes over here that's not silver at face value. So once again, you're buying these at silver value. $170 for each set of dimes. $170. That's at melt value for this morning. $351 per dime, $168 plus each set has 8 additional dimes. That's not silver, so that's about another buck. So that's $169.48. So essentially 50 cents over melt value. That's pretty crazy for a set that's been put together of dimes, all different years and mint marks. That's pretty crazy. Kiss has a bid with Patrick Mathis for $75. So that already has a bid. Look at this, Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. It's a UK edition. Unfortunately, though, it has some writing. Bruce McFarlane wrote his name, and there's a piece of tape stuck to the back, but an interesting one because it's a UK edition. It's the UK edition. $26.99 on that. These are all bought now or best offer. April Wine, Animal Grace. April Wine is $19.99. That's a clean copy, no condition notes. These are all no condition notes. Bob Hinckley, Oli Magmogus. Wow, that's interesting. Bob Hinckley, Oakley Mogus, $14.99 on that. Glenn Campbell, A New Place in the Sun. Glenn Campbell is $9.99. And Muddy Waters, Down on Stovall's Plantation. Muddy Waters is $39.99. That's interesting. Muddy Waters, $39.99. Todd Saw and April Wine. Nobody on the dimes? Man, that's surprising. The silver dimes, $170, which is including the face value ones, 50 cents over melt. Over here, this has one bid. I'm assuming, Joseph, you don't want to bid then, right? If not, I'll go ahead and sell it to Patrick Mathis. He has it for $75, Kiss Vivint. Let me step over here and pull something else from the, quote, bonus crate. And let's see what else I have over here. This thing's pretty packed tight. What's up with this Guns N' Roses? Is this a reissue? This is a reissue of Guns N' Roses. It's a 2015 US VG++ EX, and this is a $20 start. $20 start on that. Kiss has a new bid for 80. Joseph is going to bid $300 for both books. I will have to pass. We have Rod Stewart, Atlantic Crossing. Rod Stewart is $14.99. The Cleopatra soundtrack is $19.99. Gatefold jacket, $19.99 on this. And Dean Martin, the silencers. Dean Martin, $9.99. This stuff is pretty much already sold. I'm selling it to y'all instead of putting it in the mail. This stuff at these prices are, I've like got this guaranteed. There's no discount on this stuff. $170, that is like all I gotta do. We send out a package. I sent out a package this morning already with about $5,000 worth of stuff that carries a premium, a gold chain and stuff like. These are the final price. I'm just selling them to y'all instead of sending them somewhere else where they're just going to be melted. So those are the prices for sure. We have the new Stars in Action, Oldsmobile. This is some kind of Oldsmobile collector's compilation. $9.99. Kiss has a new bid for $100. Dean Martin, David Jennings. Dean Martin, that's so to David Jennings. These coins tonight, this is some of the most guaranteed payments on stuff I've ever had before. So what I mean by that is like these prices, that's the price. I mean, all I got to do, if they don't sell tonight, I just got to basically tell them what I'm sending in, and the price is guaranteed. Donnie and Marie is $9.99, just like if y'all were to sell something to me, you know. Be like, Chad, I've got to sell some of the silver. I'd tell you what I'd pay for it, etc. Affinity, Oscar Peterson Trio. Affinity is $19.99. Affinity, the Oscar Peterson Trio. We have Ramsey Lewis Trio, Barefoot Sunday Blues, $19.99 on this. So Kiss is at $100. Patrick Mathis, you've been outbid. What is the Kiss? The Kiss over here is Kiss Vivant, Quebec City, Canada, January 12th, 1983. This is an unofficial. It is a 2LP, and this is at $110. The GNR over here, Michael Clements, or excuse me, that's Michelle Clements, has that. Now, Dean Martin was sold to David Jennings. Samuel Kopich was second. Joseph Alves put Pat, and I'm assuming that was just a miscue. Is that right, Joseph? You put Pat, and then... Is it okay for me to use a clip of me buying that April Wine YouTube channel? Helps us both. That is perfectly fine with me. Just make sure you let me know when you've posted it so I can watch it. GNR 27, GNR 30, Donna on Oscar Peterson for 12. That is so to Donna. And then Joe Delgado, also the Oldsmobile record for 7. GNR 32 and Kiss is at 125. Simpatico, Gary McFarland and Gabor Zabo, that is $39.99. The Osmonds Around the World live in concert, $14.99 for the Osmonds. And Alabama, the close you get. And folks, this does have Dixieland Delight. Alabama's $24.99. Dixieland Delight. So dimes, 170 per book. I'm going to take those off the table. That's okay. And then the next thing I have here is Ray Charles Friendship. Ray Charles is $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. Joe Delgado said sold, and that was for the Oldsmobile record for $7. Thank you on that. That's so to Joe Delgado. GNR is at 40. Kiss is at 150. Folks, we officially have an auction over here on the Kiss. Let's go ahead and put up another one. And if anybody wants to bid on this one, you can put Monster, okay? That way we can keep two going at the same time. This is Kiss Monster. If you want to bid, you can put Monster. And Monster is a 2012. This is a true OG pressing. Monster with hop sticker, a $35 start. GNR is at 40. Richard's done, so Michelle has that. The Jimmy Rogers Story, Hank Snow, featuring Albert Fulham. Cool cover there with a train. That is $9.99. Ray Charles, so to Travis Woods. That's so to Ray. So to Travis. Ray, so to Travis. Charlie Rich, the Silver Fox. That's $9.99. And Steve Martin, Comedy is Not Pretty. Steve Martin's $14.99. Okay. Next thing is this right here carries a premium. It's $155. The value of the silver in this right now is $113. But I just checked this morning. These are still carrying a great premium. Wait till you see it. It's an awesome set. This is $155. It is called a 2018 United States Mint limited edition silver proof set. And this is all silver, 5 quarters, a dime, a half, and a silver eagle from 2018. So the 5 state part quarters, the half, the dime, and it's in a beautiful packaging. That is $155. That's a 2018 United States Mint silver proof set. $155 on that. Okay, and that is available. I'm going to lay that one right over here with the dimes. Next thing is this, the best of Jerry Lee Lewis, $12.99, or excuse me, the best of Jerry. How about the best of Jerry Butler? Looks like John tried to take off that name tag and it caused some damage. It does have some writing on the cover, $12.99. So right now we got 3 active auctions. The first over here is Kiss. Joseph Alves has that for $185. GNR, El Terrible Torio has that for $44. Michelle's done. And then Monster has a high bid with Christopher Eldridge at $50. Okay, Christopher Eldridge at $50. Antonio Carlos Jobim, Urubu, R-U-R-U-B-U. That is $14.99. And Gladys Knight and the Pips, all the greatest hits. Gladys Knight and the Pips, $14.99. This does have some writing on the cover. Also, Greg Kihn Band Conspiracy. This one also has some writing on the cover. This has their big song, or his big song, Jeopardy, on it. $14.99. So we can go ahead and roll GNR to El Terrible Torio for $44. The last bid on Kiss is $185. Joseph is still bidding. And Monsters at $50. I'm assuming Wayne Carr's done, and we're going to go ahead and say that's a final call to Christopher Eldridge at $50. Going once, going twice. The Sean Connery collection is still making weird appearances. I thought we were all done. John must have dug some more from, he must have resurrected some from the back, because I thought that we'd gone through that whole collection. But you just never know what stuff about. I mean, when you have 100,000 LPs, it's like me finding all this silver. You would think you would know where you have silver and gold at, right? Not here. I'll open up a tub and I'll be like, holy crap. I'll find literally gold jewelry I forgot I had. That's what happens when you buy at the rate in which we do. Oh my gosh. I used to put everything we had to go to the flea market in the back of a Tahoe. Now it would take 20 semis, 30 semis, 50 semis. It would take a lot of semis. Next thing over here, we have Completely Well, B.B. King. It has a Connery name tag on it, $19.99. The best of Keith Jarrett, no writing on that one, clean copy. Keith Jarrett, $19.99. And Teen Scene, Chet Atkins, $19.99 for Teen Scene. Over here, Kiss Monster is sold to Christopher Eldridge for $50. That's sold to him. Nick Bergeron does want Greg Kihn with Jeopardy. That's a great song on there. Here's another item that carries a premium, but I wanted to double check it, and it checks out. I figured it did because it's such a cool piece. So this actually is only an ounce in 2/3 silver, but the last comps on this was 162, 169, and 198. This is $150. It's a 2024 50-gram holographic silver dragon bar. Really cool. It's got like a dragon wrapped around a tree. It's holographic, so it has that like multicolor rainbow effect. So, I mean, realistically, the premium is in the manufacturing of the bar. It's proofed. It's etched with the dragon and everything. That's $150, and they demand pretty good money. I mean, one has sold in the last 30 days for almost 200. So that's $150. That's literally the only silver bar that I have. I don't have any other just like 1 ounce bars. And, of course, if I did, they would be like $55 or $57 right now if they were, you know, some kind of premium item. Mo Bandy and Joe Stampley, Just the Good Old Boys, $14.99 for that. We have George Burns in Nashville. George Burns is $14.99. The Bellamy Brothers, Howard and David, $9.99 on that. And Billy Ocean, suddenly, Billy Ocean with Caribbean Queen. Kiss is still getting bids. That's at $195. Let me do this right here. Let's put up another one. You can bid on Revenge. And if you want to bid on this one, make sure you put Revenge, okay? So Revenge over here, this is the 2014 German with the alternate S's. Make sure if you want to bid on Revenge, you do put Revenge, and that's a $20 start, okay? $20 start on Revenge. Johnny Hancock on BB for Bellamy Brothers, and George Burns is sold to Nick Bargeron for $10. All right, thank you all on that. There's some great titles in there. I'm going to read all the titles that's left in here uninterrupted, maybe without calling a bid or showing anything miscellaneous. That way, y'all, in case you just tuned back in and you may have missed some stuff in the crate, let me know. And if you want to make an offer or if you need the price, be sure and let me know, okay? Here's kind of the agenda. I think Laura's working on a crate right now. I'm about to show you the leftover discount stuff from the flip video this morning. I'm going to go ahead and try to knock that out. And we have another crate of new arrivals over here. And then when we kind of get slowed down with vinyl, tonight's going to be heavy miscellaneous night. We've already started with coins for about the last hour now. Wow, we've already been showing coins for an hour. That's crazy. Time's flying. And then what we're going to do is... I've got a whole tub of cassettes. I've got boxes of 45s, and all that is considered new. Okay, that's all considered new stuff. It's miscellaneous, but it's all music related, and we can have a lot of fun showing a lot of that, okay? So next thing over here is this. We have the following. Patrick Mathis has Kiss for $190. Joseph bid $195. Johnny got BB, which was the Bellamy Brothers. Nick Bargeron got George Benson. Mike Bartlett offered $9 for the Rod Stewart. Let me pull that for him right quick. $9 for the Rod Stewart in here, Atlantic Crossing. Sell that to Mike Bartlett for $9. And then Richard Willis gets Billy Ocean for $10. Caribbean Queen, that is sold to him. That was actually the price on that, $9.99. Petra says, how much was Mountain Music? That is the Alabama album. That is $24. No, that's Closer You Get. That one's $24.99. Mountain Music's not $14.99. $14 for Mountain Music. Revenge has a bid for $20, and then Revenge has a bid for $21, and he's out. And so Kiss is sold then to Joseph Alves for $195. George Benson or Burns? You got George Burns, right? You want a George? Did I say Benson? We sold a George Benson already tonight. There is George Burns in Nashville, yeah. All right, and then Revenge has a bid for $20 and now $21. I'm going to go ahead and take all the silver over here that's sold around the corner. Thanks everybody who's been grabbing that. I know there's more up front I hadn't brought back here yet. I'm almost done with the melt value stuff. The only thing left back there is the dimes at $170 per book, and that is a firm price. Any cheaper would be me shooting myself in the foot, literally. I'd be better off trying to digest them. Next thing over here is Mountain Music for $10. That's with Petra Pfeiffer. Revenge 23, Revenge 24, Revenge 25. Let's pull up another Kiss over here. And this one, if you want to bid, just put Kiss. And we still got some stuff over here in the high-end bin like this here. End of the Road, which is numbered. It's a test pressing. Take a look at this. This is Kiss, End of the Road, numbered 15 of 20. It's a test pressing, 2019 Rogers Arena, $95 start. Did I miss some offers? Robin made some offers. Did I miss some offers from Robin? I bet I did, because I'm trying to do about 5 things. Robin Glenn offered 10 for the Osmonds and 8 for D&M. Robin, I'm glad your friend Stacy said that, because I didn't see that. So let's go back over here and see what she's got, okay? And she wanted the Osmonds, and we're going to sell that to her for $10. And then over here, what was the other one? Osmonds, and then D&M for $8. D&M for $8 was D&M for $8. Donnie Marie. Aha. More Osmonds, thank you. That's sold to you for $8, okay? So if you want to bid on the Kiss test pressing, this is called End of the Road. It's a numbered test pressing. It's a double picture disc, $95 start. Revenge is at $27. There is a Silver Dragon. It's a 50-gram PAMP hologram Silver Dragon, $150. Lunar Series Swiss made, okay? Lunar Series Swiss made. Did I get in on the second round of quarters? The second round of quarters. I don't know. I don't think so. I haven't really. Are you talking about proof sets? I really hadn't. I don't remember. So we'll see if Gerald wants that. If not, Paul wants it, and then Paula. Paul and then Paula, but Gerald has dibs. And I'll show y'all in just about 1 second everything that's left so far tonight that hadn't sold. And I still got to run up front and grab some more stuff, okay? I'm trying to do all the silver. I got 4 other sets right here behind me right now that's not silver. We'll see what happens. Here are these, and if you need a price, just let me know. Alabama, The Wonderful World of Antonio Carlos Jobim. Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. Great Rhythm Blues Oldies by Gatemouth Moore. Johnny Winter, Nothing But the Blues. Wet Willie, Keep On Smiling. Patsy Montana and the Prairie Ramblers. Peaches and Herb, Too Hot. Neil Young Reactor with a gold stamp promo. Also the Beach Boys. We have Kenny Rogers. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Bob Hinckley, Ole Moglis. Glenn Campbell, A New Place in the Sun. That's $9.99. The Dragons, $150. It's a 50-gram hologram Swiss-made lunar series. Year of the Dragon, essentially. Also, we have Muddy Waters down on Stovall's Plantation. Kind of surprised this is still available. His first recordings, Library of Congress recordings, $39.99 on that. The Wet Willie that's in here, Wet Willie, was $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. The last bit on Revenge over here was Mike Anderson at $27. Christopher Eldridge has it for $30. And that's going once, going twice to him. Gerald Whitworth does want the Dragon, so he was first on that at $150. Thank you on that. Next in here was the Cleopatra soundtrack. We have Ramsey Lewis Trio, Barefoot Sunday Blues. That's on the Argo Jazz label. Ramsey Lewis Trio, that's a super nice copy. $19.99. Gary McFarlane and Gabor Szabo. Also, we had Hank Snow, The Jimmy Rogers Story. Charlie Rich, The Silver Fox. Steve Martin, Comedy's Not Pretty. The Best of Jerry Butler. Antonio Carlos Jobim again. Gladys Knight and the Pips. B.B. King, Completely Well. Keith Jarrett, Chet Atkins, Mo Bandy, Joe Stampley. And Revenge is at $31 with Chad Anderson. So that means Christopher, just FYI, you have been outbid on that one, okay? Jump over here and see what's going on. Okay, this Kiss is a buy it now for $95. The end of the road test pressing. Revenge is a 2014 German. So it's the reissue, remaster, German edition with the alternate S's. The new high bid's $31. Let me step up front, see what else I've cleared off the counter up here. And if y'all can stick with me later, I've had a lot of people ask me about, when we was doing proof sets this year or that year. Well, the thing about what I have left with those is they're not I got 3 higher end silver proof sets to like 2022, 2023, and 2024. Those are all the most priciest silver proof sets. Like, they're far from anywhere close to the melt value. They're like $150 a set. Maybe one's $125. And then I have the rest that's not silver, which those are like a lot cheaper. So, okay. Okay, here's an interesting one. This is $80, which I double-checked it last night. That's a very fair price. This is from the Austria Mint. It's this series with the tiger. It's got like red, ruby-looking eyes. That is silver. It's from the Austrian Mint. It's a real government-minted coin, 20 euro. That is $80. $80 on that one. Okay. Gerald Whitworth did get the bar there for $150. Thank you on that one. Okay, so moving on over here, Revenge is at $31, then $32, then $35, now $36. And can you put up Kiss Destinia? I can. So what we're going to do, if you want to bid on this one, put Dynasty. I think it's a foreign copy, right? Let me see if I can find the one he's referring to. Yeah, this is a foreign copy. And if you Argentinian, actually. Argentinian. And if you want to bid on this, please put Dynasty. It's actually on the label, because it's Argentina, it says Dinastia. So that's going to go up. It's a true OG Argentinian press. A $25 start on that, okay? $25 start on Kiss Dynastia. But make sure you put Dynasty on that. This silver coin here is sold to Cynthia for $80. Thank you, Cynthia. That is sold to you. And Todd, you were next. And we're ready for another crate, aren't we? We are. Donna says BB King. Donna, I will say BB King for 12. There is a name tag on the front, 12, and I'll sell it to you. So Dynasty 25-25 Revenge is still getting bids. It's at 40 with the alternate S's, okay? And then somebody did get Kiss Into the Road here. Who got Kiss Into the Road? It got claimed. I hadn't forgot about you. Just trying to do cleanup here. Kiss Into the Road is sold. And Into the Road is sold over here to, it was a buy it now, $95. Richard Willis, the test pressing. That's sold to Richard Willis for $95. Donna gets BB King for 12. And I have a proof set here. It's not silver, but I've got it well below market price. Here's the last comps, 42, 38, and 47, and 38 was plus shipping. This is a $35. This is a 1988 prestige proof set. So you get the Olympic coin and then the rest of the coins, but those aren't silver. They're just really nice proof coins. And you get the, yeah, there you go. United States 88 prestige set. That's $35. Those are the most recent comps, 42, 38, 47. Sometimes they're higher because they include shipping, and like that one I think was 38 plus shipping. So that's an 86 proof set, prestige proof set, $35 on that. Okay, that's taken care of. That's officially on the board for grabs. Let me see if I've sold these silver or not. Okay, Jags, a 99-yard pick six. Wow. Okay, and Jenny takes this for $35, okay? Thank you, that's sold to Jenny Potts. All right, let's go get this other crate over here. Buy it now. Oh, actually, let me show you this morning's leftover flip video stuff. Let me make sure there hadn't been any more claims since she tagged it at 4 p.m. I got a pretty recent crate here of leftover discount stuff. Go ahead and knock out what's left in here, okay? And let me pull up Facebook and make sure there was. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the comments. So every morning I post at least 2, sometimes 3 videos. The first thing I post at 6 a.m. is like new vinyl. And then about 9 or exactly at 9 a.m. we post another video. And that video is a vintage discount, which is like crazy discount prices, okay? And we're going to show what's left in here. I love all the sports updates coming in. Y'all are making me want to put on my Hulu and turn on the football game. I got to stay focused selling some silver and records right now, though. So first thing I have is there was 2 1999 crates. 2 1999 records left in here, which were steals. One was more than half off, and that was for Gary Wright Dreamweaver. A sealed Friday Music yellow vinyl remaster. Actually, that was exactly half off. That was sealed $39.99, just $19.99. The other $19.99 record was this really clean copy of Thriller, which was marked $34.99. That is another really great deal for a nice older OG copy, $19.99. So the last bit on Revenge that came in was Christopher Eldridge at $50. Christopher Eldridge at $50. That's going once, going twice. He has the high bid. Dynasty, the Argentinian press, is at $35. $35. One second over here. All right. Next is Michelle Clements on the Gary Wright for $19.99, and Alonzo gets MJ for $19.99. Okay, now there was no $14.99s left. Those all got claimed. Here's what's left for $9.99. Whitney Houston, that's $9.99. That's more than half off. And then the Diana Ross and Supremes Anthology, great set. That's only $9.99. That was the only two $9.99 records left. Diana Ross and Whitney Houston, super clean copies. Dynasty has a new bid with Pat Lucero for $36. Mike Anderson's out. One more look at that. That is a 79 Argentinian OG. VG and about a VG minus cover. There's some chipping on the edge. And then Christopher Eldridge has Dynasty. My Dynasty's $50. Wait a minute. Oh, he bid $50 on Dynasty. Christopher Eldridge has Dynasty at $50. Who has Revenge then? He has 41 at Revenge. Christopher Eldridge has Revenge at $41. $41. Dynasty's at 50 with Christopher Eldridge. He has both bids right now, okay? $6.99. $6.99. Here's what's left. Poster in Dynasty. I don't know if the Argentinian presses came with poster. This just has nothing, just a jacket. I'm assuming an Argentinian press did come with a poster, but yeah, the jacket's VG minus for sure, or maybe even less. It's got some tape down here. It's creased. It's got spine chipping. One thing about foreign presses is they're always pretty beat up. This might even go G+ because of the tape. And then the vinyl is VG. That's at $50 right now. Revenge is at $41, both with Christopher Eldridge. Nobody on those for $9.99. Here's what's left for $6.99. Shades of Ian Hunter, the Ballad of Ian Hunter and Mott the Hoople. That's only $6.99. Same price for Best of Jerry Lee Lewis. These are all $6.99 records. Ray Charles, Love Country Style. The Best of Crystal Gale. Don Williams, Greatest Hits, Volume 4. Leo Sayer, Endless Flight. Also, The Association, Goodbye Columbus. We have Lloyd Price, the ABC Collection. Jerry Lee Lewis, Keeps Rockin', and Hooters, Nervous Night. Those are all $6.99. That's what's left in there, $6.99, okay? First thing is Bob Riger on the Diana Ross, sold to him for $9.99. That leaves Whitney Houston, and I'm assuming everybody's done on Dynasty, right? Pat Lucero hadn't set out. Ralph Venturino hadn't set out. Mike Anderson hadn't set out. No one has set out. Christopher Eldridge has it for $50. He's about to get it. I've reminded that Revenge over here has been at $41 for a long time. So that's sold to Christopher Eldridge for $41. Next thing is Scott Oman on QG. QG for $6.99. QG, Scott Oman. I bet he meant CG for Crystal Gale. That's sold to Scott Oman for $6.99. And then over here, Robin's out. Dynasty out. Dynasty's out. It looks like we're done. Christopher Eldridge, $50 on that one, okay? Over here, Mike Quadrini wants the Whitney Houston for $9.99. So that's all that's left from a fairly new arrival bin from this week and the 9 a.m. vintage crate. Todd Saw wants to know if he can, what am I trying to say? Todd Saw is going to go check to see if he has Don Williams, and then I'm going to go ahead and count what's left in here, and we're going to try to strike a bundle deal before I move in to the next crate over here of new arrivals, okay? So let me do that right now. First thing is I've already emptied another crate. That's amazing. Interesting set of 4 pictures. The original members of Kids from the reunion era, are they still available? Thank you. Yes. Still got some higher end stuff like that to put up for auction. I'm about to start doing those next in just a moment. Absolutely. Let me take a drink of this Monster Energy drink right quick. Those have not sold, Scott Wynn. All right, Dynasty is sold to Christopher Eldridge. And Christopher, just so you know, you've got an incoming prepaid invoice for $250, okay? Just FYI, Ed is right now working on sending you a prepayment invoice of $250, okay? And I'll let you know when that's officially hit your inbox. Next thing is this. Todd does want Don Williams for $6.99. And what we're going to do, I'm going to introduce the next KISS auction. I'm going to make sure everybody's got what they wanted out of here. And there was a request for a set of 4 picture discs. This right here. This is a set of 4 picture discs. We just had a request for it. Here's the details. It's a set of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you, Laura. This is a 2022 limited edition picture disc. 100 of each member was made. This is the 1996 MTV Video Music Awards performance. That was at Fulton Ferry Landing in Brooklyn, New York, September 4th, 1996. One set of 4 has sold on PopPsych for as much as $425, and that's the only sale. So PopPsych archives eBay auction results, meaning if these, obviously you can't sell these on eBay because they're bootlegs, but if they do get slipped through, PopPsych would have it archived, and they've never sold on Discogs, of course. These are a $250 start. Something like this, it's really hard to determine the price because it is what it is. You can't really get a comp. So we've started at $250. It looks like a set did sell one time on eBay for as much as $425. So there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and there's 4. And these are all being sold together, a $250 start. That is the minimum bid to get that rolling, okay? There's that. Now here's what's left in the $6.99 crate. If anybody wants anything in here, just let me know. If not, we're about to bundle these last few. Big markdown on that, the Ian Hunter, the Mott the Hoople Ian Hunter compilation, the best of Jerry Lee Lewis, Ray Charles Love Country Style, Leo Sayer Endless Flight, The Association, Goodbye Columbus, Lloyd Price, Jerry Lee Lewis, and Hooters Nervous Night. And if nobody wants anything else in there, we're about to go to the new crate and try to bundle those. Those are a $250 start. We're also going to try to keep another KISS auction going. And this one, if you want to bid on this one, we'll call this one April Fools. So you can call this one April. This is Cleveland 1974. This is Cleveland 1974. And this is on blue vinyl. It's Agora Ballroom 1974 in Cleveland. And that's a $50 start. A very young looking Ace Frehley there. A very young and thin looking Ace Frehley. That's going to go up for a $50 start. And then Gerald Whitworth wants Ian Hunter. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth for $6.99. Thank you, Gerald. That's sold to you. Scott Wynn, a new buyer. He's in on the picture disc at $250. Going once, going twice. Okay, well, I think I have shown all the coins that are silver. Of course, we did show some stuff earlier that wasn't silver. I got a few more like nickel and penny sets back here. So the only thing that didn't sell tonight, as far as coins, before I go into anything else, is the following. I have silver dimes at melt value, $170 per book. Each book has 48 silver dimes plus extras. I'm basically valuing it at the silver dimes, 170, and then I have another book. They're pretty much the same, and somebody has put these together. It's everything, 1946, 1946D, 1946S, 1947, all the way up through the 50s and the early 60s when they stopped making those in 64. So that's about some of the cheapest silver I have left there. That is the cheapest silver I have left. Melt value, 170 on those. This set over here was really cool, 2018. This is $155. It's a United States Mint limited edition silver proof set. I'm going to get all this packaging out one more time. It's incredible. It's got all these different coins in it, all silver too, and all proofs. The half, the dime, the 5 state parks, and a silver eagle. That's $155. That was at a great price. We comped that this morning. So $155, that's sold to Scott Oman for $155. That's sold to Scott Oman. So now the only thing left are those silver dimes. And then I have some peace dollars over here, but they're pending to somebody. I actually already showed them the other night. So since I already showed them the other night, I went ahead and sent them to somebody and offered to them this morning. And I think they're thinking about it. I just told them a moment ago to let me know, and then that way I have some 1920s peace dollars over here if anybody decides you want those, okay? April Fool's at 54, and Scott Wynn's about to get the picture of this. All right, so quick bundle deal on these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The last 7 in there. The last 7 in here, let's go ahead and sell those for $25. So $25 for those last 7 records for a bundle deal. That's about $3.50 a piece. You get Hooters, Jerry Lee Lewis, Lloyd Price, the soundtrack, Leo Sayer, Ray Charles, and Jerry Lee Lewis. Only $25 for those last 7 bundle deal. And we're going to go ahead and go through another Buy It Now Best Offer. I actually have some KISS posters that do Buy It Nows. And the no bids tonight, there's only 2. It's KISS, Largo, Maryland, 1975. That's on red vinyl. Largo, Maryland, it's $55. And then Strange Days is $10. And this is a low-grade copy, G plus to be exact. But it is an OG G plus and VG minus cover. That's why it's only $10. A near mint mono copy can be hundreds. G plus stereo copies, $10. And then that's the only KISS bootleg there, Largo, Maryland, okay? Price on peace dollars. I will price them as soon as this person lets me know if they're passing or not, which I'll give him about another half hour. He's usually watching every night, but I showed those the other night. Nobody bought them. And me and him were talking price. He may be buying them. He hadn't opened my last message. So if he says pass, then I'll price them out. All 9 of them are going to be $432, though. That's the price. $432 for 9 of them. $432 for 9 of them. Largo 55, does it have the inserts? Largo has book and poster, yes. I'm assuming you want that, Matthew. So sell that to Matthew Sherrick. Book and posters included. All right, that means April Fool's is done. That's so terrible for $54. And then we have a new buyer, Scott Wynn. If you could do me a favor and send our Facebook page a message. Congratulations, you hopped on. Great purchase. $250. Now, what we do is $8 in limited shipping here, and we only bill once a week. We bill once a week on Mondays, so we just did a big billing cycle today. We sent out hundreds and hundreds of invoices. Everybody has started paying. They're going to start shipping. Today restarted a cycle. That cycle has restarted today. $8 unlimited shipping. As much as you want to buy, all day, every day. That is what we do here. And we'll invoice you a week from today. But we got to make sure we get your information, okay? So this here, we kind of had a hard time determining the price because it's such a nice poster. But we came up, instead of auctioning these, we're just going to start pricing some of them. This is $300. It's a beautiful, it has just 4 small pinholes, but this is a beautiful original poster. We need $300 for it. It will come shipped rolled in a tube. I think y'all are well familiar with this poster. We're going to try to show them. We're going to try to photograph all of the ones we have, sell what we can here on KISS Nights, and then when I get about 10 or 20 leftovers, which I hope I never have leftovers, I'll post them in our private group in a gallery. That way people can claim them. You know, you can see them all in one big gallery. But that is a very desirable KISS poster there. $300 on that one. And as you can tell, it's in beautiful condition. And if y'all don't already know this, I asked Tanner, we probably have 500 KISS posters. Some of them are modern, brand new, and we probably have 100 vintage, 200 vintage, counting 80s and 90s. That's probably where the other couple hundred come in or more. We probably have around 500 KISS posters right now. So if anybody's interested, let me know. Nobody on the bundle, that's okay. These are pretty recent records. I would love to sell those. $25. If not, let's go ahead and go through the next crate. And you know what else it's time for? Another new crate, and it's time for more KISS auctions. I have another set of those picture discs, and I have an originals. But first, let's do Love Gun here. This is an unofficial Love Gun picture disc, okay? A $35 start. It's an unofficial picture disc for Love Gun. It is near mint with a really nice jacket. $35 start on this, okay? $35 start on that. If anybody wants it, it is now up for bid. You can call that one Love Gun. That way we can go ahead and be as specific as possible. That is an unofficial, okay? That is an unofficial. And if anybody else is a first-time buyer, make sure you're registered, because if we don't have your information soon, we have to go ahead and get that, okay? And then Christopher Eldridge, if you're still watching, we need your email address, okay? Edward just messaged you for your email. You sent us your mailing address and your phone number. We never did get your email address to send the Square invoice, okay? By the way, we're invoicing through Square, so you got to be able to pay with a credit card, a debit card, or you got to put in your bank account information, which is a bank wire. There's Love Gun. And then over here is this here, a 1977 Japanese reissue of Originals. Excuse me. My brain just went dead there. Really cool here. This is a 1977 Japanese reissue. Insert Obi book, trading card, sticker, and it's 3 LPs and everything is super clean. And that is a $150 start, okay? So let's go over this. We'll take everything out. This is a Japanese reissue from 77. A Japanese reissue from 77. It has the sticker with no more sticky on it. It doesn't look like it, right? I guess so. It looks like it's been... Has it been peeled? I guess it has. So there's the sticker. There's the cards. And all LPs are near mint. So the cards have a little bit of discoloration on the side. And it has, of course, the original sleeves. There is Dress to Kill. There's Hotter Than Hell. So Originals was a reissue package of the first 3 Kiss albums. It came out worldwide like this. There's the book and there's the Japanese book. The book has a couple of spots of discoloration as well. And that's now up for bid. $150 start. That is Originals, a 76 Japanese reissue. And it's complete with everything. Some of it's not perfect, like the sticky's not sticky. The cards have a couple of discoloration marks, but that's a very desirable set with Obi. With Obi. So that's what's up for bid right now. Let's go to the top cam view. And that's what we're looking at right now. Boom and boom. Okay, so let's also step over here and grab this another crate of new vintage arrivals. As soon as I squat down and pop my knees back into place. And we're going to keep going through these. Buy it now or best offer. Okay. Love Gun picture disc, which is an unofficial. Devin Reese does have that for $35. Thank you, Devin Reese. Okay. Appreciate that. Let's move this in right here. And let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer. And I need a drink of Monster. Squat and pop, yep. It happens every time. I kind of go parallel to pick up one of these crates and my bones pop back into place. All right, there's the God view for tonight. Let's go to the main view. And I got that Kiss poster. And then I think we have another one over here. Let me see. That one was $300. Let's open up the other one that we had for tonight. Oh, yeah, this one. I think this one is really cool. I think it's $250. Speaking of Love Gun, let's go to this one here. This is the Love Gun foil poster. That's a really cool one. It's foiled. And the first night we went through some of these when we were pricing them live on the spot, I think I sold, was it Destroyer? Had one too as well. But this is $250. And don't hesitate to make offers like that other one. But this one's really cool. You can kind of see some of the sheen coming off Ace Frehley, his spacesuit. But this is foiled. It's really cool to see a vintage poster like that. It's foiled, if you're familiar with that design. You can see it does have some pinholes on the corner, but that's $250. Okay? All right. And we're about to sell the Love Gun picture disc for $35. And Originals is a Originals is a $150 start. We're about to make that a buy it now. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Like Willie Hutch, Concert and Blues. Willie Hutch is $19.99. We also have the Statler Brothers, Oh Happy Day. The Statler Brothers is $9.99. Billy Ocean, Tear Down These Walls. Billy Ocean is $9.99. Kerry Livgren, Seeds of Change. Kerry Livgren is $14.99. The Bellamy Brothers, and this is You Can Get Crazy. The Bellamy Brothers is $9.99. We have George Burns, I Wish I Was 18 Again. There's another George Burns, $14.99. John McPatriot on Kerry Livgren from Kansas. Thank you on that. Also, live from Bad Bob's, Memphis, Mo Bandy and Joe Stampley. Mo and Joe, $14.99. Gene Autry, You Are My Sunshine. $9.99, My Only Sunshine. Chet Atkins in 3 Dimensions, really cool record there, $9.99. All right, so Devin Reese gets the Love Gun Picture Disc Unofficial for $35. Thank you, Devin. Kiss Originals is a buy it now for $150. That's pretty wild. $150 on that. It's a buy it now if anybody wants it. $150, okay? That is a buy it now. Also over here, we have Now It's a Matter of Record. This is Sanka, $19.99. A Sanka promotional record, Instant Sanka, $19.99. What an interesting looking one this is, $19.99. Let me jump over here and figure out this. Can you show originals again? I missed it. And Brent was next, and then David, then Matthew, and then Brian. Okay, so we have something good and bad. The bad thing is I got to show originals again. The good news is it's going to be sold to somebody, okay? There is this, and this is $19.99. Some kind of Sanka coffee promotional record. This is Kiss Originals. This is the 1976 reissue. 1976 reissue. It has the sticker. It's not sticky though. It has all 3 inner sleeves. It has the Kiss Army cards with some light discoloration. It has both books, and all 3 are near mint minus. If you say pass, it's sold to Brent Robley. Next thing is Savage Grace. This is $19.99, and Anthology of Gladys Knight and the Pips. There is some cover damage around the edge, $19.99. I was patiently waiting for originals to get bids for $150, $155, $172, $225, $240, $250, $275. But guess what? No bids ever came in, so it's going to be sold to somebody for $150. I can't believe it. Here's another picture disc, another unofficial picture disc. This is a 2021 unofficial picture disc of the Kiss self-titled debut album. It is unofficial, and it's a $35. This is a $35 start. It's an unofficial picture disc from 2021 UK. We just sold Love Gun, same kind of series there. And the good news is I have self-titled, and there's the next one. That is a picture disc. Let me lay it on top so you can see there's a picture disc. So we're about to sell originals to somebody. Christopher, I think Ed's working on your invoice right now that he's got your email address. And he is working on sending you an invoice right now, I think. Yeah, okay, so that has been sent to you. And I need to know your answer on originals, because if not, I got to sell it to Brent. Next is Alabama. This is $14.99. Alabama is called Feel So Right. That's $14.99 for Alabama, Feel So Right. And this is 1 Million Weekend by The Ventures. 1 Million Weekend by The Ventures, $9.99 on that. And we have Stonewall Jackson, I Love a Song. Stonewall Jackson, early country there, $9.99. All right, and let's go ahead and sell this to Brent. This is sold to Brent for $150. Brent, your snipe did work. I was about to say, I think Christopher's question came in 3 seconds after, or 3 seconds before your claim came in. That was really close. There was 5 people with a bullet in their chamber, and they was ready to snipe this thing. Brent hit the target, because I figured this would sell for well over $200. And the next time somebody asks me if I have a Kiss Originals, I'm going to be like, buddy, you're a day late and $1 short. Because every time I've had one now, like everybody's afraid to bid on them. I'm like, test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Is anybody actually going to bid on this? Probably one of the most requested Kiss items is Originals until it gets up for auction. And then I'm like, test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Have I hit a odd spot in the matrix all of a sudden? Okay, let's put up some more stuff. That picture disc does have a bid for $35. How about this right here? I have a real unplugged. It's a 1996. It's sealed, and we are assuming it's on black vinyl since it's sealed. And we're pretty sure it's on black vinyl, but you would actually have to open. The shrink has multiple tears. There's no damage to the cover. It's just where it's been sealed, it's got some wear and tear. There's a tear in the shrink, a tear in the shrink, a tear in the shrink, okay? And this is a 1996 sealed copy of Unplugged, and that is a $75 start. A $75 start, okay? That's now up for bid. The picture disc, Stephen A. Young has it for $35. He's about to get it. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Cha-cha-cha. You remember George Costanza's dad, Frank? He had that cha-cha record he wanted to listen to, and Kramer had his hi-fi. This is what he was going to listen to. 1, 2, cha-cha-cha. And you get the tango and the mambo. You put this on and you'll literally dance your socks off. There'll be holes in your socks when you're done. Keith Jarrett, the Celestial Hawk. Keith Jarrett is $19.99, and the Holy Bible of the Old Testament placed by the Statlers. We sold the New Testament earlier, so whoever bought that one, now you need that one, $9.99. Now Kiss has a new bid for $36. Now Kiss has a new bid for $37. If you want to bid Unplugged, make sure you put Unplugged, okay? All right. Make sure you put Unplugged if you're bidding on that one. Let's see what I've got over here in my bonus crate. And just so you know, Christopher, that invoice has been sent to you, okay? It has been delivered to your email. Next thing over here is this. We're going to go ahead and put up for auction right now a Def Leppard record, and this is Pyromania. Pyromania is a U.S. club. It is an EX edition, and this is going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start on that. 850 Johnny on Alabama. Boy, we got to play them at night. Not this weekend, but the next. The Vols have to go to Tuscaloosa. A 7:30 p.m. night game. That's going to be like playing at the gates. Not the gates. That's going to be like playing in one of the layers of hell. It's going to be a horrible experience for anybody that's not an Alabama fan. That is sold to Johnny Hancock for $11. The Holy Bible is sold for $7 to Joe DeGaldo. Def Leppard has a bid for $25. Also over here, Kiss is at $42, and nobody's bid on the sealed Unplugged yet. $75 start for that. It's never been opened, but there is tears and shrink. Next thing over here is Living in a Box. $9.99. We also have the best of Buck Owens and Susan Ray, $9.99. What did Clark Griswold tell Helen? We're at the threshold of hell. That's what it's going to be like when Vols fans at 7:30 that kickoff at that game down there. Oh my gosh. Next thing over here is Rockets. Rockets is $9.99, and Smokey Robinson and the Miracles 4 in blue, $14.99. Hatchet Ed t-shirts. I think I have a message from him. Let me open this up. Hatchet Ed t-shirts. Hatchet Ed t-shirts. Hatchet Ed t-shirts. They will be invoiced this week. Okay? They will be in this week, so they'll be invoiced this week. There's two things that I keep asking about, but it's stuff that literally has to be manufactured, and that's the Black Sabbath signs and the t-shirts. So I'm at the mercy of whenever these people are, you know, it's their business, they're manufacturing them. He's got the shirts done. Thank you, Craig. He's on top of it, I promise. And he says they'll be here this week. So Hatchet Ed shirts will be billed this week. The signs should be here this week, and then I'm going to work on Kiss signs next. But like I said, we're at the mercy of people having to manufacture stuff. So sometimes, you know, they might have something delayed, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm careful about putting dates on stuff like that. The other thing is stickers. I'm getting asked a lot here lately about stickers. People's posting stuff with We actually hadn't sent out stickers in weeks, if not months, but some people are just now like posting them, or I'm not talking about Laura Cray stickers, I'm talking about Coletco stickers. So we are working on having more stickers made. We sell the stickers and we randomly give them away, just like Laura Cray stickers. The Coletco stickers that say Metal Knight, or the pumpkin guy holding the record, or the Godfather logo, or Seth, you're fired. Those are either randomly inserted in orders, just randomly, or we sell them. But we don't have any in stock right now. We'll hopefully have some in about 30 days. We're going to order a truckload of stickers, okay? I mean a truckload of stickers, because we get asked about them all the time. People put them on their cups, people put them on their turntable lids, people put them on their car, people put them on their laptops, and we're well behind in the sticker market, promise. So we don't have any for sale right now. We have 0 in stock. Whenever we have them, you'll know about it. There'll be a pre-order. We might even have to do a pre-order for stickers. They're usually like $2.99 or $3.99, something like that. But we'll get some very soon. Trust me. Even when Doug used to work here, he had to go through the pain of stickers. Everybody thought we were picking favorites, and people weren't getting them. And some people were getting them, some people weren't. And we were sending them to some people, and they would be in their box, and they didn't realize it, and they were throwing them away, et cetera, et cetera. So we went through the sticker wars about a year ago, so we had to be careful with stickers. This picture disc is sold to James Hicks for $42. We had the sticker wars about a year ago. It was chaotic because everybody wanted one, and it was hard to figure out who hadn't, who did get one, who didn't, who needed one still. When you have thousands of customers and you're trying to make sure everybody's getting one of everything, gets really, really difficult. I mean, it is a problem, but we'll make sure we get a new batch. We'll make sure we get a new batch, and we'll get them done quickly, okay? And we'll hopefully have them this month. Unplugged is a $75 buy it now. It's a sealed original. It does have tears in the shrink. And Def Leppard over here has a bid with Michelle Clements for $25. Nobody else bid again. That's sold to Michelle for $25, okay? We're ready for more Kiss. Let me show a few more LPs in here. We got more Gunfighter Ballads. Marty Robbins, $9.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. $9.99 on Marty Robbins. And the best of Tex Ritter in shrink wrap, $9.99. And Wes Bruce and Lang, Why Don't You? $19.99 for Wes Bruce and Lang. Chester and Lester is $9.99. And the OJ's Family Reunion, $14.99. Give me about 2 weeks, and we'll either have stickers for sale, or you'll start seeing them randomly in your orders. I think what they used to do is it's like they used to put in like freebies in every order. So like on Tuesdays, if they packed up your order, they'd put them in like everybody's. And then I think they used to put them like in every other order after that. And if you pay, like if they're shipping stuff on Friday, you know, they would just be like just random. But of course, if we put them in every order throughout the year, I added it up, and our sticker budget would be like 25 grand. And that wouldn't be an exaggeration. So I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. We got to be careful with stickers. Maybe we can sell enough to at least to break even on them. That's all I want, just to break even on them. But it's like T-shirts. I was like, hold on a minute. Can't give out 1,500 T-shirts. That's going to be a, you know, that's a lot. 1978 Terre Haute. This is an OG double platinum. It does have the Ward and the Merchant Sir EX edition. It does have a clip corner, a $35 start on double platinum. Unplugged is sold to Hank 987. Can you remind me of your name again? And Donna gets OJ for $10, okay? And then double platinum's now up for bid. You can put DP if you want to bid on that one. We have Bossa Nova by Barney Kessel plus Big Band. That's $14.99. Billy Swan, I Can Help. Billy Swan is $9.99. And Gene Krupa plays Gary Mulligan arrangements. That is $19.99. Gene Krupa plays Jerry Mulligan. Steve Kuhn Quartet. Sheila Jordan, Harvey Schwartz, Bob Moses, live in New York, $19.99. Double Platinum does have a bid for $35. Our next one, if you want to bid on this one, put New York. It's a picture disc, a live unofficial. The Daisy, Long Island, New York, 1973, $35 start. Kiss, live in New York, a $35 start. That is now up for bid, okay? $35 start on that. Let's also do Love Strings and Jobim. This is another Antonio Carlos Jobim. Wow, we've had a lot of him tonight. $19.99 on that one. And this is Kenny Rogers, $9.99. Okay, Hank is a well-established buyer. Thank you. Just want to make sure they knew who you were, because I don't say Hank 987 too often. Thank you and welcome back, Mr. Hank. All right, Double Platinum has one bid for $35. He's already put Kiss. That's okay, but if you want to bid on these just to keep them separate, since there's 2 Kiss auctions going right now. We're also going through some buy it now best offer. Lionel Richie Can't Slow Down all night long. I just watched his, well, I hadn't finished it, but he's got a really good interview with Joe Rogan. He's got a new book coming out, and I'm about an hour into the interview, and it's been really good. He's gave some, just him telling stories about hanging out with Marvin Gaye and hanging out in Motown and all the people coming in and out of Motown back in the day. Amazing stories. Amazing stories. He's got a new book out. Lionel. We got Foghat Night Shift. Foghat has a name written on it. It's from that dreaded Connery collection. $12.99 on that. Kiss has 2 bids, or 1 bid each. Double Platinum has 1 bid for $35, final call. The picture disc has 1 bid for $40, and that's a final call. Wow, I don't know if I've seen this Firefall album. Break of Dawn. It does have some writing on the cover. Firefall is $9.99. Gordon Lightfoot, great comp here. Gord's Gold. There is some writing on the cover, and this is $24.99. And we have Dancing and Dreaming. Dancing and Dreaming, J. Norman Quintet, $9.99, and King Curtis, Sweet Soul. King Curtis, a 1968 press, $19.99 for King Curtis. That's pretty interesting. Double Platinum has a new bid for $37. Got the autographed book for my daughter for Christmas. There you go, yeah. Lionel Richie. I might have to pick it up. That interview's been really, really good so far. Nice. All right, give me 1 second over here, please. Let me check on a few things. Make sure I got buyers registered. Make sure we got buyers paid. Okay. Christopher, that invoice hasn't been paid yet, just FYI. Okay? So, can't take any more bids or sell you anything until we get that one paid, all right? King Curtis is $19.99. This is a 68 press. I will go ahead and tell the Double Platinum details again, though. Double Platinum is a 78 U.S. Terre Haute OG. It has the Platinum Award and the merch insert. So it's a clean OG real copy, but it does have a corner clip, okay? And this is at $38 with Scott Dwallow. I'm going to go ahead and sell this Kiss picture disc, the Steve Mason, for $40. Steve, that is sold to you for $40. Nice pickup there. Steve Mason likes those picture discs, I've noticed. All right, that's done. Now let me check on this over here. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Also, we have Kugat Plays Continental Hits. Xavier Kugat is $9.99. Double Platinum still getting bids. So actually, the $40 bid don't count, but Scott has it for $38, and Larry's went ahead and bid $40. So that's fine anyways, because you had to outbid Scott to begin with. So now Ron Duffield, you're out, and Scott Dwallow, you're out. Larry has it for 45. That's double platinum. And if anybody wants to bid on Alive, this is called Alive, the Millennium Concert. And this is a 2014 USOG sealed copy. OG 2014, first ever vinyl pressing. So the real OG of that. And that's Alive. If you want to bid on that one, put Alive, a $65 start, okay? Next is Alexander O'Neal, $19.99 on that. Also, the OJs, and this is So Full of Love. The OJs is $14.99. Magic Party. Wow, look at this. Magical Merriam for your next party. A tickling treat of tricks on red vinyl, too. Interesting. $19.99. $19.99. We have Steve Martin, Let's Get Small, $14.99. Steve Martin, Let's Get Small. Christopher, I just replied to you. It is sent to your email. If it's not in your inbox, it's in your junk folder. And then Tanner has also sent you a direct link to Messenger. So you have it in your email. You have it, if it's not in your inbox, there's also a direct link in your Messenger. You have a direct link if you want it right there. Jean-Luc Ponty, Cosmic Messenger, $9.99 on that. Troy Robinson on Alexander O'Neal. That's so to Troy Robinson. Don't see his records come through too often. And then another Lionel Richie. That one's $9.99. So double platinum over here. The last bid on double platinum, Larry Underhill, is at $45. Scott Dwallow's out. Ron Duffield's out. Larry, it's about to be yours. Alive is a $65 start. Next thing is Maxine Nightingale, right back where we started from, $9.99 for Maxine Nightingale. Also, we have Frantic Freddy, Freddy and the Dreamers. He's $9.99. Coming up is some discount crates, like half off, and Laura's working on a crate right now as well. We got to do some half off stuff. Aretha Franklin is $14.99. Roberta Flack, Blue Light in the Basement, $19.99 for Roberta Flack. And Charlie Rich, Behind Closed Doors, $9.99. The Silver Fox, Feel Good, Look Great, Debbie Drake, Exercise Along with old Debbie there, $9.99. So double platinum is sold to Larry Underhill for $45. Thank you. That's sold to you. And then over here, we have Kiss Alive. Gerald Whitworth has this for $65. Gerald Whitworth has that for $65. Our next auction, I think I have another big set of picture discs here. Set of 4, volumes 1 and 2. Let me figure out what's going on here. Figure out what Laura has prepared here for us. Volumes 1 and 2. Unofficial. And then this is a set of 4. Okay, let's do the set of 4 first. Alive has one bid for $65, and we're about to sell that, okay? Alive has a bid of $65, and we're about to sell that. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. West End Girls and dun 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 dun. Okay, we have 4 Kiss picture discs here. Kiss New Year's Eve 1973. Kiss 1973. Set of 4. The details on this is as follows. Unofficial, a 2015 Euro unofficial, limited edition, 100 were made of each band member, and each one also has a poster. This is Kiss live at the Academy of Music in New York City. And then this is New York, New York, Christmas Eve, or excuse me, New Year's Eve, 1973. A 4-disc picture, a 4 LP picture disc set, $125 start. Alive is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $65. Alive is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $65. Okay. Also over here, I have Dan Seals for $9.99. Dan Seals again, or excuse me, yeah, That is also $9.99. And we have Tina Marie Starchild and National Lampoon. This is called Goodbye Pop, $14.99. And Tina Marie was $19.99 in shrink wrap. Okay? So right over here, these picture discs already have a bid for $125. Let me reset my feed over here. And yeah. Okay, let me reset that. We're good to go. And then Donna on Tina Marie. All right, and then now we can run another KISS auction simultaneously. If you want to bid on this one, you can put Destroyer, or you can abbreviate DES. Just let me know what you're bidding on. This is a 45th anniversary 2LP colored vinyl. So it's a 2021 45th anniversary of Destroyer, which is on yellow and red vinyl. It's an official release, of course. It's a $35 start for Destroyer. And the details on that, here's the hype sticker. That was probably on the shrink wrap, and somebody has affixed it to the cover. It actually has a little bit of a crease in it. It's a 2LP limited edition, 21 total tracks, 10 unreleased, including 6 demos, 6 studio rarities, and a 20-page book. All right, so now there's Destroyer, and I think I'm going to pull something else over here from the bonus crate. Let me see what I can find over here in, quote, the bonus crate. And the bonus crate is going to produce us what? The bonus crate is going to produce us Judas Priest here. Defenders of the Faith. It is unfortunately a VG minus copy, but here it is. Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith, a 1984 USOG, VG minus condition, a $10 start. Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith. And it has the original on our sleeve, and this is a $10 start. Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith. Let me check on this invoice over here. Oh, gosh. Okay. Judas Priest, Judas Priest, Judas Priest, KISS, Destroyer, and Bill Samus has those picture discs for $125. We're about to sell it, okay? All righty. So next on tonight's agenda, Chad trying to get payments on invoices, Chad doing some half-off crates, Chad selling the rest of these KISS auctions, Chad going through discount crates, Chad talking in third person. That's that's what's on the agenda tonight. Cassettes and 45s. Still got to knock some of that stuff out. Cassettes and 45s. Let me step up here and put these back in the bin. Cassettes and 45s. Miscellaneous. Getting some early rest. Ordering tons of new vinyl and hoping they actually ship it promptly. So we have tons of new stuff to go through. And first thing we have here is this. We have, these are, oh man. Bill Samus, I was taking a breath to sell these. And we have at $135, Bill Samus is right back in. Steve, you're officially on the clock. If that was a buzzer beater bid, then that was the most closest you could get. And also Destroyer has a bid for $35. And Judas Priest over here, the last bid's Brian Call at $20. That's a final call, okay? That's a final call. Okay. What's left in here, Denise asked? Willie Hutch, Concrete and Blues, the Statler Brothers, Oh Happy Day, Billy Ocean, Tear Down These Walls, Bellamy Brothers, George Burns, I Wish I Was 18 Again, Mo and Joe Stampley, Gene Autry, Chet Atkins, Now That's a Record by Sanka Coffee, Savage Grace, Gladys Knight and the Pips, The Ventures, Stonewall Jackson, Cha Cha Record, Keith Jarrett, Living in a Box, Buck Owens, The Rockets, Smokey Robinson, The Miracles, More Ballads, More Gunfighter Ballads, Marty Robbins. Over here is the best of Tex Ritter, and then Wes, Bruce, and Lang. Also Chester and Lester, Bossa Nova, Billy Swan, Gene Krupa, Gary Mulligan, Steve Kuhn, Love Strings and Joe Beam, Kenny Rogers, Lionel Richie, Foghat, Firefall, Gordon Lightfoot, Dancing and Dreaming, King Curtis, Sweet Soul, Cougat Plays Continental Hits, The OJs, So Full of Love, Magic Party, Steve Martin, Jean-Luc Ponty, Lionel Richie, Maxine Nightingale, Freddie and the Dreamers, Aretha Franklin, Roberta Flack, Charlie Rich, Debbie Drake, Exercise Record, Dan Seals, and National Lampoon. Over here, these right here are sold to Bill Samus for $135. And then Stephen A. Young on Gene Krupa. Donna wants to put back Tina Marie. That's only a $10 billion restocking fee. Over here, Kiss Destroyer is sold to Gerald Whitworth for $35. And then over here, Judas Priest is sold for $20 to Brian Call. And then how much is The Ventures? And Stephen A. Young wants Gene Krupa. We can take care of that right quick. First thing we have is the Ventures $1 billion weekend, $1 trillion weekend. $1 million weekend is $9.99. And then the Jazz Records that was right in here, Stephen A. Young gets the Gene Krupa, Gary Mulligan. All right, that's sold to Stephen A. Young. I think it's about time for a half-off crate. Freddie and the Dreamers is sold for $7. And that is sold to Samuel Kopich, which was right here somewhere. What happened to that? I think it was right near the front. Steve Mason gets Tina Marie. Annie's going to pay for Donna's restocking fee, $1 trillion. There's Freddie and the Dreamers. That's sold to Samuel for $7. And Brian Call gets the Ventures. Now, I think what I'm going to do instead of, because Tanner sometimes has to go to bed really early because he wakes up to feed baby Finn. And then sometimes Ed might be in bed because I don't think he stays up all night. We're going to get Laura trained immediately tomorrow. Ed is going to train Laura on how to send invoices. And I'm going to make sure Laura can access this stuff. And she can, when I say, Laura, we need a new buyer prepaid invoice, then she can just click a couple buttons and send it to somebody back there on her laptop. So we're going to get her access to that starting tomorrow. I'm going to leave Ed a note. Ed, set up Laura to send invoices so I don't have to make sure. I mean, Ed and Tanner's usually responsive, but we can get it done a lot faster if I say, Laura, send the new buyer that just registered. And I think Laura would love to do that for me. Right, Laura? She would love to do that. Mike Quadrini gets Living in a Box for $7. Okay? So, Christopher Eldridge, if you're watching, there might be some people who can help you out in the chat. Christopher's trying to pay for this invoice, but he's saying he only has PayPal. And I've sent him the copied and pasted instructions. He's saying that's not working. And Christopher, if you're watching the chat right now, which I hope you are, there might be somebody to help him, figure out how to pay with PayPal, okay? Because he's bought a lot of stuff tonight. We asked for a $250 prepayment, and he is trying his best to pay. He says he only has PayPal, and he can't figure out how to pay, okay? Let me go ahead and tell this then as new instructions. If you don't have a credit card or debit card or a bank account, you probably can't buy records from us. And I would hope if you're watching, you have a credit card, a debit card, or a bank account. If you don't, one, I have no idea how you get through life. Number two, you can't buy records from us. We can't send you an invoice through PayPal. If we started doing that, it would be a chaotic, crazy system. Square takes about every viable payment source on earth PayPal is their rival. They obviously don't like PayPal. But if you have PayPal, you should have a bank account, credit card, or debit card. If you don't have those, then I have no idea how you get through life. I mean, you can literally put in your checking account and routing number, and it will zap your account. We actually prefer that. So you got to make sure you have a credit card, debit card, or banking account. If you don't have that, then you can't buy records from us. There is a way you can pay with PayPal. You can set it up with Google Pay, and somehow that works. Don't ask me. I've never bought from Collectco. I have no idea. Okay? So that's all I can say. So we've had people before say, I only have PayPal. Now that blows my mind when somebody tells me that. I only have PayPal. What does that mean? That's the only way you pay for it? Like you go in Publix and the grocery store gas at pump and you use PayPal only? So I've never understood that. I only have PayPal. That blows my mind. We have Kia smashing ASS's over Tokyo, Japan 1978. This is a limited edition multicolor LP. It is Kiss live in 1978. It's a $50 start. It's called Smashing ASS's. ASS's. It's like a Stone Cold Steve Austin record. This is going to go up for a $50 start, okay? That's our next Kiss bootleg. If you want to bid, you can put Japan or Kiss. That's a $50 start. $50 start on that. So, but when people tell me, sorry, I don't have a bank account, credit, or debit card, I'm like, how do you, what in the world? That blows my mind. I'm like, how do you survive every day? I use a debit card 10 times a day probably. Kiss World, the best of Kiss. This is a 2019 OG Kiss World, which is a 2 LP compilation, a $20 start, okay? All right. So, there we have it. Next thing is this. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay. Now, there's the next two Kiss. Let's get some from the bonus auction. Okay. Next thing is right here. All right. Next half off crate. Someone said a nonsense half off crate. That would be pretty nice right now, wouldn't it? Let's see what we can find with that. Okay. Let's see what we can find with that. That was some brand new stuff from last week. That would be nice, eh? Let's see what else we can find over here. I like doing like at least one completely nonsense half off crate. So let's do this. But I don't know. I guess I just have multiple, I guess where I've always had to like run a business and stuff, I guess I've always had like accounts and cards and multiple bank accounts and stuff like that. When I hear stuff like that, I'm like, wow, how is that possible? I don't know. I'm surprised every day by Earth and humans. Every day. Yeah, that's what I told some people before that has PayPal accounts. I was like, well, you can get a PayPal debit card and then you can use that like anywhere. You know, that just like, you know, so anyways. Okay, so here's going to be a half off crate. I hadn't even looked in it. I think he got his invoice paid. So thank you. He probably found a way. And Chris, if you're watching, thank you. And just for anybody new that may be watching, if you have if you plan on paying for us, you can figure out loopholes to pay with about anything. Square's one of the biggest payment people on earth. They'll figure out a way to take your money because they just made 3.5% there, okay? They make 3.5% on me about any time y'all make a payment. So they love us. They love when we send out invoices. So they'll figure out a way to take your money. You just got to work around some loopholes sometimes if you have PayPal only. Now, what I have found out is some people have PayPal accounts to hide stuff from their wives. They hide stuff from their wives and their husbands. They got their little secret PayPal accounts from their wives and their husbands so they can buy records. We have Scorpions, Love at First Sting, a 1984 U.S. Club copy. This is a VG copy, a $10 start. $10 start. It does have the inner sleeve. We're going to put it up for just a $10 start. Kiss Smashing Pumpkins, $15 or $50, Patrick's Inn. That's what I found out about PayPal. People use that for their little hidden accounts so they can hide buying records from their wives. They're trying to sneak around and buy records so their wives can't find out about it. Half off crate, no more, no less. I hope y'all are started. I hope y'all are paying close attention, okay? First thing we have over here is Elvis Rockers, half off for $10. Half off for $10. Then one day a PayPal statement comes in and they're like, hey, honey, is there a reason there's a PayPal statement here and you've been transacting thousands of dollars on PayPal buying Kiss records and you hadn't told me about it and you told me we couldn't afford that vacation? Elvis is sold to Old Man Hilton for $10. Next is NRBQ, God Bless Us All. NRBQ is $15. I'm getting a lot of people in trouble right now. NRBQ is $15. God Bless Us All, $15. Next is Little Tina and Flight 56. 77 UK, $7.50. Little Fly and Tina 56 is 77 UK, $7.50. Smashing ASS's. This is sold to Patrick Mathis for $50. That is, folks, is done. Over here, we have Kiss World, a 2019, a $20 buy it now. That's a 2LP, $20 buy it now on Kiss World. This is going to be a great half-off crate. I hope y'all are ready. And the Scorpions, by the way, is at $14.15 with Mike Quadrini. Joe Delgado, you're out, and he's out, okay? Bill Samus gets Kiss World. That's sold to Bill Samus for $20. Thank you, Bill Samus. Let's put up another Kiss. And I got another set of picture disc here. So this is volumes 1 and 2. So it's volumes 1 and 2 here. These go together. And this goes together over here as this. Let's read it from Laura. A 2016 limited edition picture disc, limited to 100. And this is live in Cologne, Germany, 1980. It's a double picture disc. Really cool there. It's all Ace featured. I mean, he's like all over the picture disc. $75 start on that. Kiss World, Steve Mason was next, then Brian Call, then Chad Anderson. And Scorpions is still getting bids, okay? There we have it. ETN Laura Crate, I'll let her answer that. So half off, we still got NRBQ for $15. We got Little Tina for $7.50. We have the Rockin' Shakin'. Shakin' Stevens is $12.50. $12.50. This is an interesting one here, a 1975 Southern rock album, almost a private press. $20 on that. That's the one with the very interesting cover here. I don't know if y'all have seen that already, but that's now $20. So this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. So a half-off crate, no more, no less. And what that means is if you want to buy these, I'm telling you the price. They're very recently priced. Should they be half off? No, but we do it every now and then just to clear out some stuff, okay? There's that. Also, we have Smokehouse. Let's swamp a while. Smokehouse is $10, and we have Ping Pong Over the Abyss, and this is the 77s, $12.50. They get a post office box. Oh, yeah. Hey, listen. I've been in business long enough. I've had guys say, don't include the receipts, don't include any invoices, and ship it to this P.O. box. And they're doing all this to get around the loopholes of wives. They're wives. All these wife loopholes. Please don't put invoices, don't put receipts, ship it to a P.O. box. I'm going to pay with PayPal. All these wives loopholes. We have Kiss, Final Call for $75. The Scorpions is at $20. And then over here is White Water Out of the Darkness, 1973 Hard Rock, $13.50 on that. This is Vanilla Fudge Near the Beginning, $7.50. It is over here as a UK press, Vanilla Fudge, $7.50. This is called the Southern Rock album. It's a pretty deep cut, really interesting one here, 1975. It looks like it's called Elmer City Rambling Dogs. Elmer City Rambling Dogs. And then Cozy Pal Tilt. Cozy Pal 10, $5. Ship it to my girlfriend's Jonathan wife. Whoa. Now that could cause some problems. Holy moly. That would cause some problems. Steve Nardella, It's All About Rock and Roll, a 1979 rockabilly album, $5. Brian Collum, Vanilla Fudge, that is sold. The picture disc or sold to Bill Samus for $75. That is sold. And then over here is Scorpions. Brian Call has that new bid for $21. $21. How does the wife at home? Well, my friend Brandon down in Florida, his wife asked him one time, she was like, am I crazy or is your record collection growing exponentially? He was the one that was doing that. Yeah, I mean, eventually, if you got records piling up in your house, they're going to be like, wait a minute, where's all these records coming from, Bill? Bill, honey, where did all these records come from? I don't know. It must be the record fairy. Kiss, Japan Crazy, 77. An unofficial 2018 on white vinyl. Live tracks from Japan, 77. Kiss is a $50 start. $50 start over here. Next thing is this. We have, Laura says 20, 30 minutes out on lower crate. We have time for like 2 half-off crates then. Scorpions at 21. We're Brian. We're about to sell that. Lady Nelson and the Lords. Lady Nelson and the Lords is a 68 lounge record, $5. Brian, by the way, I'll probably auction off your charity record on Thursday during Metal Night. That way we get peak viewership, and because it's a metal record, I'm probably going to ship that on Thursday, okay? And then we have the Romantics. It does have cover damage over here. That is their self-titled album of What I Like About You. $11.50 on that one. Peter, Paul, and Mary. This is a UK edition. $6.50. Really cool German label there. Peter, Paul, and Mary. $6.50 on this one. $6.50 on this one. And this one, If I Had Wings, which one has Leaving on a Jet Plane's on this one? Leaving on a Jet Plane. Over here, we have Zappa Zoo Dolores. So Zappa's 38, so the half-off price on this is $19. $19 on this. And Elvis Gold Records volume. This is a good one. I love the track listing on this one. $10. $10 is the half-off price. Suspicious Mind, Kentucky Rain, In the Ghetto, Burning Glove, Moody Blue, Way Down. But the first track is Suspicious Minds. We can't go on forever with you buying records behind my back. Behind my back. El Terrible gets the Romantics. That's sold to El Terrible Torrio. Steve Mason on Peter, Paul, and Mary. That's sold to Steve Mason. Old Man Hilton on Elvis. Joe Delgado next on Romantics. Scott Dwallow on Zappa. Over here we have the Scorpions, and this is sold to Brian Call for $21. That is sold to Brian Call for $21. That was my rendition of Suspicious Minds. Suspicious Husband Suspiciously Buying Records. Final call on Kiss for a $50 start. Japan Crazy, 77. Next, if you want to bet on this, you can call it Lick It Up. LIU. Lick It Up is a purple vinyl unofficial. A purple vinyl unofficial. A $25 start on that. $25 start. By the way, this is almost like a novelty item, but they do carry a pretty good premium because they've all been carded and stuff. But literally the cheapest silver I have are these, and I usually don't even sell anything this cheap, but we have like 300 of them, so I need to sell them. These are 1 grain silver bars. A grain, not a gram, a grain. They're $2.99 each. $2.99. They have this little, they're on a card, and this is the last batch. I sold 50 to a guy and said he just kind of gave them out to people for like thank you tokens or just like little kind gestures. But they're little 1 grain silver bars. They say Amber Grain Company, and they're $2.99. I've got like 100 150 left. I think I've sold almost 150. We started with 300. But sorry, I almost forgot about those over here. They were actually laying right here. Almost forgot about them when I was going through all of our silver earlier. So those are $2.99 each if anybody wants them. Okay, we have this. We have Uday Shankar. That's not Ravi Shankar. It's Uday Shankar. $7.50 on that. The Buckingham's Greatest Hits, $5 with Don't You Care. I like that song. And Kind of a Drag. They got some good songs if you've never listened to the Buckinghams. Don't You Care and Kind of a Drag. Those are very good 60s pop songs. $5 on the Buckinghams. And Premonitia, Farina, Marconi, Photos of Ghost. That's a prog album from '73. The half off price is just $10. If you're hopping on right now, we're going through a half off crate. No more, no less. Okay, over here, Kiss. Kiss is a no bid, and that's a $50 buy it now. That's called Japan Crazy 77. That's a buy it now for $50, okay? Lick It Up does have a bid with Larry Gonzalez for $25, and that's going once, going twice. Next thing is Genesis, and The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. That is not the first label, but it's not barcoded. It's still like a late 70s press, and that is $17.50. Chuck Haley on the Buckinghams. Don't You Care? Kind of a Drag. Very good stuff there. I got a soft spot for 60s pop from about 65 to 69 before things really got all tripped out and acidy and hard rock. I love all that 60s pop stuff. All right, next one is Animalize. If you want to bid on this, put Animalize. It does have the alternate S's. This has the ZZ logo, a rich winter sleeve, and this is a $20 start. $20 start on Animalize. Larry, believe it or not, you're the only bidder on Lick It Up. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $25. And then we have Japan, and that is sold to Matthew Sherritt for $55. Next over here is Animalize 2014, and that's with the German S's. So in Germany, they don't use the SS normal Kiss logo. Okay, the normal SS right here, those obviously look like the Lightning S's, the Nazi S's, the Gestapo S's. So they don't use those in Germany and other parts of Europe as well. They use these alternate ZS's. Now, I don't have the exact history and information, but even the new pressings, like this is what's in print in Germany, and they do not use those Lightning SS's, the secret police, the Nazi S's, to put it just as accurately as possible. So that's why some of these tonight, if you notice, the logo is different, and that's a German reissue, and they use that in Germany and in other parts. And then, of course, here's the normal Kiss logo, and it looks just like, it looks exactly like the, what's the other word I'm looking for? Luftwaffe. That actually has a name, but it's not coming to me right now. Okay, how do you say Elvis early for another one? Maybe I can get one then. You got to make sure you're paying close attention. You have a great connection. Lady Nelson was $5. Lady Nelson was $5, yes. And then Pokey's in on Animalize for $20. Next is ELO Face the Music. We're in a half-off vintage crate, half off, no more, no less. Face the Music is $8.50. This has Strange Magic. A little bit of writing there on the cover, $8.50 on that. Denise wants Lady Nelson. That's sold to Denise for $5. We also have Elton John, Ice on Fire. Elton John is $10. And Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii via satellite, $17.50. $17.50. And we have Don Williams Volume 3. Don Williams Volume 3. And this one is $5. Half off, no more, no less. Next auction is the Cycle Circus picture disc. This is a unofficial from 1998. 1998. This is a $50 star, and the B-side of this, Laura says, is highly inappropriate. The B-side of this is a whole bunch of naked chicks hanging out with Kiss. I mean, they are all naked, and they're topless, and they're hanging out with Kiss. I'll give you a sneak peek, okay? And that's all you're getting. It's got a bunch of naked chicks on the back. For a low starting bid of $50, you can own that and then look at it all you want to. $50. No, not a SWAT sticker. I'm thinking about what they called the Gestapo. I think what Matt says is the right word, but no, I'm talking about those. I'm talking about those. No, I don't think KISS ever used a SWAT sticker. that'd be wild. I don't think that was ever used. Next thing over here is Be Yourself Adventures. There you go. Hey, there it is. Ella. Ella EP Elvis. You got it. You got it. And then there we have it. And Stormtroopers, Waffen-S. There we go. That's all what I'm looking for there. Yeah, the Gestapo. That's the SS soldiers. Yeah, that's that emblem there. They were called the SS. Yeah, Gestapo, secret, whatever. Next thing, Elvis, back to back. Oh my gosh, $12.50. Holy moly. The Chick Corea Bill Evans session, Stan Getz, $15. On Verve, a 2 LP. The 64 and 67 recordings matching Jets with the pianist Brents of Corea and Evans, $15. Old Man Hilton on Elvis. Old Man Hilton gets this one, okay? And then over here, we got Kiss Animalize. This one did not get another bid, the one with the letters I've been talking about for 20 minutes. David Pokey was the only bidder on that, and he bid $20, and that's sold to him. Now, the picture disc with the nude chicks on the back, with the picture disc with the nude ladies, that'd be more nice than the nice ladies. That is at 50 and 52, okay? So that's still getting bids. Let's go over here to my bonus crate, but not before I show you two more half-off records. Dan Melchior, this is not the Medway Sound. That's a 2002 press, and that's a garage album for $10. And the Silver Connection, Shrink and Hop, $5. Is that Elvis called This Is Elvis? It was. Yeah, This Is Elvis soundtrack. Silver Connection. Let's go back over here to our other auction bin now. Far as KISS records, I've probably got 50 left, but they're not all going to be shown tonight. I have a ton of OG regular studio albums. For example, I've got Destroyer, Rock and Roll Over. Here's a 12-inch single. We'll do that. I've got Destroyer, Dress to Kill, Love Gun, Dress to Kill, Dynasty, self-titled, Destroyer, Gene Simmons, Peter Criss, Dynasty, Destroyer with alternate S's. That could be interesting. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do this one next. An 81-85 Brazil. See, they use that in Brazil too. Looks EX, none in the United States for sale. So this is also with alternate S's, not the Lightning SS. This is either an 81 or 85 Brazil reissue. Seth couldn't make up his mind. He says, believe it's 81. We know how Seth does not, he just can't make up his mind, folks, on some of these. An 81, it's nice, it's EX or better. And right now, when we tagged this, there was none for sale in the United States. If you want to bid on this, put Destroyer. It has the alternate S's on the cover. Brazil press, very interesting label. $35 start on that. $35 start on that, okay? There's Silver Connection. The picture disc is at 56 and 58. And then we have more half-off LPs here for you. We have the Beach Boys High Water 2-record set. This is a 2 LP Beach Boys compilation for $15. That's called High Water. We have Copenhagen Beat, $17.50. $17.50 for Copenhagen Beat, which is exactly what it says it is. It's an 85 Denmark beat compilation with 60s group. And that is $17.50, okay? Next thing is Andy Gibbs Greatest Hits. Andy Gibbs is $5. And Amy Grant, Heart in Motion, a 91 club copy, $17.50. We are in a half-off crate, no more, no less, $17.50. The picture disc is now at $60. Destroyer has two $35 bids, Brent and Mike Anderson, okay? Steve Mason, you're out on the naughty picture disc over there, okay? dun, 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 da-da. I don't know why I'm doing that. I was just trying to find a random autograph over here. I hadn't looked through this autograph bin in a while, and I found a Dillard's album signed by both of the Dillards that played on this album, Doug Dillard and Rodney Dillard, I believe. Let's take a look at this. This is JSA authenticated. That is Doug Dillard and Ronnie Dillard, and it's called Dillard Heart for Dillard Permanent Wave. It's on Flying Fish. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. It's JSA authenticated, signed by two of the Dillard brothers, and this is a $35 start. $35 start. That's signed and JSA authenticated. Be Yourself Adventures on Andy. That was for Andy Gibbs. Picture Disc has new bids for $61.62. Mike Anderson, I'm assuming you don't want to bid more than $35 on Destroyer because you're tied with Brent, and Brent has it for $35. He's had it for $35, and I'm about to sell it to him for $35. Max Mouse, what an interesting cover here. Max Mouse and the Gorillas as a 78 Canadian press. $7.50. Sherry Marie Curie. Yeah, the same Sherry Marie Curie from the Runaways, Messing with the Boys. $13.50 on that. That's the half off price. And this is The Born Liars, Ragged Island, 2008, $10 on that. The Born Liars. And this is a really cool because it's a die cut cover. This is Once Upon a Star. And this is the Bay City Rollers, just $5 on that. So the picture disc has new bids of $65. Steve Mason's out. Mike is back in on Destroyer at $40. So Brent, you've been outbid on Destroyer. The signed Dillard's album is a $35 start, no bid yet. Bill Samus on CC. That was Sherry Curie, right? CC. Ron Duffield wants Mouse and Curie. I got you for Mouse. Bill Samus just beat you on Curie. And Steve Mason on Star, which is the Bay City Rollers, okay? And then Carol Lucero says, how much for Amy Grant? Him. The Amy Grant that's in here, Heart in Motion, is $17.50. We're in a half off crate. No more, no less. That is $17.50 on that one, okay? The picture is about to show. Brand, it's up to you on the Destroyer album and the signed Dillard Heart for Dillard is a final call. It's up for bid. It's a $35 start. $35 start on that. First thing I'm going to do is this. We have Badlands Slingers Meat Shotgun. That's a 1992 German rockabilly. 15 on that. And Chuck, make sure you put a numerical, of course, if you're bidding on the Dillards. Is the Amy Grant from 91 or the re-release. I believe this is a real 91 club is what we had it yet. Yeah, 91 Record Club edition. We had it marked $34.99. 1991 Columbia Record Club edition. Yep. In shrink and near mint minus. Looks very clean and very nice. Yep. And I'll just scan the barcode and see what it comes up. Yeah, 91 Club edition. There's only one for sale right now for $48.50. And it looks like they've sold for as much as $60. So yeah, the only one for sale right now is $48.50. And the regular edition, they start at $50 on Discogs. That was a great price. Just like almost everything in here should be. This is a half off nonsense crate, no more, no less. I feel like she just got that. Carol Lucero just got that at a third of market value. Next is the Anthology of Grover Washington Jr. That is $10. Brent, do you want back in on Destroyer before I drop the hammer? There is a bid on the signed Dillard's album for $35. And Eagles, why did I say it weird? Eagles, Hotel California, $18.50. $18.50 on Hotel California. It does have the poster, a clean copy, $18.50 on that one. The picture disc is sold to James Hicks for $65. $65 on that. Should I do a quick flash? No, I'm not. I can't do it. Can't do one on that. What condition is the Destroyer album cover in? The Destroyer album is at $40, and this is with Mike Anderson. There's a little bit of something right there. That's about it. I'm still going to call it VG Plus. It maybe had like a like maybe something sealing it at one time, like a wrap over band or something. It's an 81 Brazil, none for sale in the United States with the alternate cover. The price on this right now is $40 with Mike Anderson. And then next to that is a signed album by Doug Dillard and Rodney Dillard, Dillard Hartford Dillard from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. The 2 autographs have been JSA authenticated. I'm looking for a $35 bid. Chuck Haley's in, and we're about to sell it. And then over here, Grover. It's sold to Troy Robinson. Todd Saw got Eagles Hotel, California. Great price on that. On a Dark Desert Highway, the Andrea True Connection White Witch, $10. Okay, I'm officially moving in to a transition to show some 45s tonight. We've almost went through 2 complete boxes. I've got like one more handful over here in this box, and we sold a bunch. I can tell you why, because we condensed 2 boxes almost into one already. So I am grabbing this, because tonight, for pretty much while we're doing discount and we're waiting the lower crate, I've got more singles. And the way I usually do these is we do them for $6.99. We do them for $6.99, and if I run across one I want to auction, we put it up for auction. And we're going to be going through a bunch. Yeah, John's got us some great. I usually try to pull out really cool stuff to auction. We found some cool ones, Social Distortion and Interpol, and if there's anything 90s or 2000s in here. Otherwise, they're just $6.99, and I'm sure there's going to be something in here that's a steal that I overlooked, because John really hadn't checked these. He's just sorted them and cleaned them and put them in sleeves, okay? Next thing, I've got the box ready to go. Kiss has bids for 42, 43, now 44. Now it's at 50. Let's go ahead and sell this to Chuck Haley. You never know, I might throw up some more signed albums tonight. I have crates full of signed albums, JSA authenticated. I need to move. I know it's already 10:41. It's crazy how late it's already got. Mark Winter and Switchblade Fugitive, $8.50. And believe it or not, I'm running on about 3 hours of sleep. So I'm glad I've got to this point without making too much of a mistake, and hopefully the show's been entertaining. It's my responsibility to bring the. I gotta make sure we have a epic show every night. So it's my fault if I don't get enough rest and I'm not like speaking in tongues every night. Let's start from the front of the box and let's knock these out. I'm gonna start showing 5 and 6 at a time, and they're all $6.99 each. Okay. The German Rockabilly was this one right here. Badland Slingers Meet Me Shotgun, $15. Badland Slingers Meet Shotgun. Okay, we have Los Bravos Black is Black. These are all $6.99. Merle Haggard Someday When Good Things Are Good. Genesis Into Deep. Joanne by Michael Nesmith, and that is a promo copy. The Kinks, a Rock and Roll Fantasy. Scorpions, nice. No One Like You, a promo. That probably should have went up for auction. And the Tremolo, Silence is Golden. One more. Alice Cooper, You and Me. Alice Cooper, You and Me, and the B-side is It's Hot Tonight. Those are all $6.99. Destroyers at $50 of Mike Anderson. That means Brent and everybody else is out. Lucero's out. Patrick Lear on the German Rockabilly. All those singles are $6.99 each. $6.99, your pick. I'm going to go ahead and take some of these coins that sold around the bin over here. We basically sold all the melt silver that I had lined up for tonight, which is amazing. That's made the show really good, because that was quite a bit of value there we sold in all the silver. I've just got a few things left, and I've made a lot of promises on other proof sets tonight. I don't know if anybody else is interested in seeing that kind of stuff, but we could get to it later tonight. Let me show a few more half-off LPs. Santana Z-Bop. That is $10 for Santana Z-Bop, and the Rod Stewart collection, that's a double LP, Rod Stewart, $12.50. So David Pokey got the Scorpions 45. He was first at $6.99. Be Yourself Adventures gets the Kinks for $6.99. El Terrible Torio on Alice Cooper for $6.99. And Ron Duffield, You Were Next on the Scorpions. So that leaves the Tremolos, Michael Nesmith, Genesis, Merle Haggard, and Los Bravos, okay? Mike Anderson, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Kiss for $50. That's sold to Mike Anderson for $50. Thank you on that. Interesting one there. Brazil, none for sale. Let's put up some more. And we have the well-tempered synthesizer, $7.50. And REO Speedwagon, when you tune a piano, you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. This is actually a Japanese pressing. So half off of $34.99. No Obi, a nice Japanese pressing. I haven't seen a Japanese pressing that with Obi in a while, or if ever, honestly. All right, let's do some more here at $6.99. And let's see what we have here. That's an interesting one there. I don't recall seeing that one before. I'm going to set that aside. And let's do these right here, okay? We have $6.99 for Lulu, I'll Come Running. Elvis Costello, Man at a Time. That's a promo. Doc Holliday, Don't Stop Loving Me. Phil Collins, Against All Odds. Queen, We Will Rock You. The flip should be We Are the Champions. And then The Heart of Rock and Roll by Huey Lewis. Those are all $6.99. Todd Saw put Stu. Stu was for Stewart. I've never seen it abbreviated like that. And then Bill Samus was second on Rod Stewart. Got more Kiss LPs, but let me show a few more in here. We have the soundtrack to Warning Shot. That is $10. El Turbo Torrio wants Queen. That's sold to him. These are all $6.99, by the way. We have The Wiz. I'm The Wiz, and Nobody Beats Me. It's a 78 press with poster and booklet. The Wiz is now $13.50. We're in a half-off crate. I will recap this one thoroughly because there's a lot of stuff. Hey, there's another Stu. Rod Stewart is $7.50, and the Peter, Paul, and Mary album is $5. We also have Franzarelli, Last Chance Summer Dance, $5 on that. Donna Turner on The Wiz, and of course I gave a Seinfeld reference there. You remember when Elaine was dating The Wiz? Oh boy. All right, and next Kiss. So I was trying to pull out the most unique looking Kiss stuff over here from this crate, and I did find a 12-inch single. And the 12-inch single, the song starts off like this. That was a bad, it doesn't sound like that at all. That was supposed to be for Kiss. I Was Made for Loving You. And I'm going to attempt to sing it just like Paul Stanley right now. I'm joking. This is a 1979 USOG 12-inch, 33 1/3, 12-inch single, VG Plus condition. Kiss is a $20 start, okay? $20 start. I Was Made for Loving You, baby. And it's in the original Casablanca sleeve. That's a $20 start. And Be Yourself Adventure wants Rod Stewart. Some Guys Have All the Fun. Is that still in here? Rod Stewart, that's an album, isn't it? There's a Rod Stewart album here called Tonight I'm Yours, if that's the one you're talking about. Ron Duffield on Fonzanelli. That's sold to Ron Duffield. And the last few in here, Kenny Rogers, $7.50. Excuse me, Billie Holiday's Greatest Hits, $10. Steppenwolf at Your Birthday Party, $10. And Jerry Lee Lewis was $5. That's a great question. I didn't even flip it over, did I? I Was Made for Loving You and Charisma. Charisma. I Was Made for Loving You. Tonight. I'm gonna hear it all. A brand. A big brand. Kiss. Be Yourself. Didn't want this, Rod Stewart. Okay. That's done. Shingles. Anybody? Shingles? Anybody? Shingles. Here we go. Okay. I have John Fogerty, Rock and Roll Girls. Eric Burden, Anything. These are all $6.99. Derek, Cinnamon, Derek. Archie Bell and the Drells, I Can't Stop Dancing. Smith, Baby, It's You. That's a great song. And the flip on that is the James Gang, Funk 49. So that's one of those double-sided hits. James Gang, Funk 49's on the back. Don't make me try to stylize that one. That was Funk 49. Louie Louie, that's the Paul Revere and the Raiders version. Tina Turner, Steamy Windows, and The Rascals, How Can I Be Sure? That is $6.99, The Young Rascals. Okay, there's some more singles. And John tries his best to match these up with company sleeves. So, you know, there's like company sleeves. The Louie Louie that Craig just got, it's in the original Columbia sleeve, Hall of Fame sleeve. And that's sold to Craig for $6.99. All right. And the Kiss 12-inch single has two $20 bids. So the first $20 bid was with Scott Wynn, our new buyer tonight, and the other one is with Pat Lucero. Chad, I think Brent wanted PFM. He did. Brent wanted Peter. Did I miss something? Brent, are you still watching? Did I miss a claim for you? Peter, that was the Premonitia, this one right here, the Prague. Is that what you wanted? I'll make sure, Brent. And then back out at the bottom, Joe Delgado wants the James Gang. Yeah, that's one of those double-sided hits. Baby It's You is a great song too. Very soulful. Brent got the Premonitia for Rena Marconi. I didn't even see that. Brent, that's sold to you for $10. Trust me, I'm never trying to ignore a sale. Could you imagine if I was here and I didn't want to sell anything? It'd be a lot of frustrated people, and I'd go broke. We have the Young Rascals, Tina Turner, Archie Bell, Derek and the Dominoes, Eric Burden, and John Fogerty. All right, there's those. Trying to finish this box. And, of course, I never know what's going to be in the next handful. I'm trying to find some cool stuff to auction at the same time. This one looks interesting. No Leaders, 8th Root Army, and Daily Beat, 8th Root Army. 8th Root Army is evidently the artist. I have no clue. $7 start on 8th Root Army. And then here is, that's a cool one. Yeah, well, here's some cool ones coming up. We'll try those for auction in just a second. That's a $7 start on 8th Root Army. I'm sure there'll be some people trying to figure out what genre and what kind of music it is usually the question. Is it garage? Is it, you know, what is it? So there's that. Laura's on her way with a crate. So here's the agenda for about the next half hour. We're going to recap this half-off crate. We're going to go through what Laura did, and then we're going to keep showing Kiss stuff, other auctions, and lots of 45s, okay? Here is Duran Duran, Perfect Day and Success. Duran Duran, $6.99. This is pretty cool. Walt Disney's It's a Small World, book and record. Also, we have Les Algert, Bandstand Boogie, Carole King, Corazon, The Carpenters, Solitaire, Bob Dylan, Copper Kettle. All these early, and Wigwam. Some of these early Dylan singles are always pretty good. And then we have Ambroy Dukes, Journey to the Center of the Mind. That's a cool song with Ted Nugent. And I Can't Stand It, a promo from Eric Clapton. I Can't Stand It, a white label promo. It's not Derek and the Dominoes, it's Derek. That's the name of the artist. Pat Lucero, You're Out on the Kiss single. Let me know if you want back in. Scott Wynn has it for $25, and he's about to get it. And Craig Thomas gets the Disney single. That's the storybook and record. That is sold to Craig Thomas. 8th Root is a $7 start. Anybody else want in on that, let me know. We still got Clapton, Ambroy Dukes, Bob Dylan, Carpenters, Carole King, Les Elgert, and Duran Duran. Let's knock out this half-off crate recap one more time. Laura literally just delivered the crate next to me. She has, oh my gosh, I see something in there that's highly desirable. She has dropped off some killer stuff, so we should all be very excited for what's about to be there. Let's go over here on this. Craig says he would like to send this to Susie Breedlove. Susie, you just got a free record. Whoa. Craig Thomas coming in clutch with the gift. Susie, that's on the way to you for no charge, okay? We have NRBQ, God Bless Us All, an 87 press. Price is $15, NRBQ. Little Tina and Flight 56, a 77 UK, $7.50. Shakin' Stevens and the Sunsets, a German press, a 2 LP, $12.50. Smokehouse, Let's Swamp a While. Smokehouse is $10. We have Ping Pong Over the Abyss by the 77s. The 77s is from 1983. It's $12.50. The Eighth Root has a bid with B-side for $7, so we're about to sell that. The Kiss single, we can officially sell that to Scott Wynn for $25. Scott Wynn, you do get that for $25. Here in just a second, I'll see what else is over here in the Kiss lot. We have White Water, Out of the Darkness. White Water is a 73 hard rock, $13.50. And this is Elmer City Ramblin' Dogs, which is kind of a unusual Southern rock album for sure, to say the least. $20 on that. And then Cozy Pal Teal, $5 on Cozy Pal. So this is sold to B-Sides for $7. Thank you, B-Sides. Here's the next one. The Dull, She's a Nuclear Bomb. Look at that one. The topless lady is riding in on a nuclear bomb with a blow dryer in her hand, and there's nuclear carnage going on in the background. The Dull. That is a $7 start. $7 start on The Dull. Los Bravos is still available, yes. And that's right here. $6.99. I'm going to go ahead and tag you for it, Samuel. Black is black. Finishing up the half-off crate. Steve Nardella, It's All Rock and Roll, a 79 Rockabilly. $5 on Steve Nardella. Uday Shankar, $7.50. Genesis, The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Genesis prog rock at its best. This is $17.50 for Genesis. Craig has The Duel for $7. I'll do some more buy it nows as soon as I finish this crate. $8.50. Am I sure that's a nuclear bomb? We'll assume that it is. Elton John, Ice on Fire. Elton John is $10. One of the singles from this album was Nikita. $10 on that. Patrick Lear on the Shakin' Stevens. That's so to Patrick Lear. Thank you on that one. Also in here, we had Don Williams' Greatest Hits Volume 3. Mr. Don's $5. Final Call on Duel. Craig has it for $7. Final Call. Coming up next is... This is $15. Stan Getz, $15 on that. I got a whole stack over here. I don't know if you've ever heard of this band, NoFX. So I don't know what's up with them, but we'll sell some of those in just a second. Dan Melchior, This Is Not the Medway Sound. 2002 Garage, $10 on that. Silver Connection, $5 on Silver Connection. $5 on Silver Connection. We have Copenhagen Beat, Danish Garage Rock, 65 to 66, $17.50 on Copenhagen Beat. And the Beach Boys, a 2 LP set, $15 on that. Craig gets The Duel for $7. Craig, that's so to you for $7 USD. I'm putting it back in that sleeve. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Todd Saw wants Don Williams. That is so to Todd Saw. And then the Genesis. No, I think it's just on a second label. It's, of course, supposed to be on a yellow Atco label. This appears to be that second Atco label. See, it's a mid-70s press. This came out in what, 74? This should be the label right after that. I've honestly haven't seen that label too often. And somebody took really good care of it. I mean, they've stored it in, Invest in vinyl sleeves. So there's that. Also, the Born Liars is $10, Ragged Island. Next auction is Harrisonburg, Virginia. Is that the name of the group? I think the group name is Harrisonburg, Virginia. The songs are The Meaning of Life, Fundamental Change, What is Love, and Illusion. So that might help somebody. $7 start on that. Interesting. Andrea True Connection, White Witch. That's $10. Mark Winter and Switchblade, $8.50 on that. Santana Z-Bop is $10. Walter Carlos is $7.50. REO Speedwagon, a Japanese pressing, $17.50 for REO Speedwagon. We have David Jansen. Paramount Pictures presents David Jansen in Warning Shot. So this is the soundtrack to Warning Shot. I think the music is by Jerry Goldsmith. Yeah, Jerry Goldsmith, $10. We have Peter, Paul, and Mary for $5. Craig's in on the single for $7. Kenny Rogers is $7.50. Billie Holiday is $10. Steppenwolf is $10. This is from a radio station collection. And Jerry Lee Lewis was $5. Now, we went through that crate thoroughly twice. Laura's got us a Laura crate over here. Let's also do another handful of singles. And these are all going to be $6.99, okay? How much you say, Chad? $6.99. Let me make sure I'm willing to do all these for $6.99. Right. First thing we have is Jim B wants Animal Logic 88. Uh-oh. We've messed up on something. Jim B buying something out of here. Is that in here? What's he bidding on? Oh, he's bidding on this. I thought he was claiming this. Chad, you have sold me Don Williams 3 and 4. Guess what I need tonight? 5 and 6. You bought 3 and 4. That means you need 5 and 6. Gilbert O'Sullivan, Get Down. The Lovin' Spoonful, Darling, Be Home Soon. Little Peggy March, I Will Follow Him. Gary Puckett, Union Gap, His Other Woman. The Lovin' Spoonful, Rain on the Roof, and Pal. And Gary Lewis, Green Grass, $6.99. Jim B's bidding on the 45. Craig's throwing punches. Jim B is cracking his knuckles. He's like, hello, water bill. We have $6.99 on any of those. And let's bring over this coveted Laura crate. Let's see what else I got over here in the Kiss box, too. Gary Lewis, Lovin' Spoonful, Gary Puckett, Little Peggy March, Lovin' Spoonful, and Gilbert O'Sullivan. Animal Logic, Animal Logic. Boom, 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 boom. Starts getting certain bids start coming in on some things. I'm like, hold the phone. I'm going to have to look this up myself on Discogs. And then sometimes I'm like, holy crap, this is a $3,000 record. And then I got to start talking like Chris Farley. Bart Knoxville has it for 12 doll hairs. All right. How much is that doggy in the window? That's by somebody. Somebody did that. What do we have here, Laura? This looks interesting. Man, we might almost have to put this. I bet if we put this up for auction. That's a cool one there. Right. We know exactly where that's going. Oh man, some interesting stuff. I think y'all are gonna like this one. Holy moly. Holy moly. Oh, wow. Goodness gracious. Oh, my goodness. Whoa. Holy moly. Oh, my goodness. Animal Logic has a bid for 12 of Bart Knoxville. Craig bid 13. Bart Knoxville, you're out. Okay? They're bidding on this single right here. Tell you what else we're also going to bid on. We're going to try to find another Kiss album over here that fits the description of something different other than just like a standard OG record that may be in here. I'm eyeballing some of these solo albums, and plus we got like Ace Frehley stuff in here too. let's throw up one of these solo albums and just see what it looks like. Peter Criss looks awfully nice in shrink wrap. Yeah, it is. Let's throw up Peter Criss. Okay. And this is a OG. This is the Laura crate. I've got to write down the location of the sticker, but this is Peter Criss, a 78 USOG Terre Haute. It has the inner sleeve, the insert, the order form, the jigsaw puzzle, the poster. So this thing's complete. It's a nicer copy. Peter Criss is VG++ condition. VG++ condition. Peter Criss has the merch insert. Look at all this cool Peter Criss stuff you could bought. There's the Peter Criss merch insert. There is the poster. This is all OG, real, and nice. He's the only solo album that comes with an insert. Evidently, he didn't turn in his liner notes early enough, so they had to print those. There's the really cool inner sleeve. I think it's one of the most incredible marketing things ever released in music was these solo albums. Not only to sell them separately, but to include all the stuff and the artwork and just the way they did it. It's always been amazing to me. Peter Criss is a $25 start. Okay, now Craig's out, so the singles at 15 with Bart Knoxville. This is the Laura crate. Let me write down so we can be fair where y'all know the sticker was placed. Laura has instructed me, and I am going to write it down so everybody knows, you know, I'm not like changing it on the fly or anything. So I write it down right here where y'all can't see me writing it down. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this up and I'm going to hide it, or not hide it, I'm going to place it right back here. That way y'all know where it's at. Okay? This is sold to Bart Knoxville for $15. That was a pretty good batch. I found 3 there in a row. Unfortunately, I'll have to do some more flipping to find some more like that or get into another box. I got a lot of 60 stuff left. I might go ahead and peek into the next boxes, honestly. There's some cool stuff in here left, though. I always look for those picture sleeves first. Yeah, there's still a lot of hits and stuff like that. Top 40, 60s and stuff like that. Let me go over here to this. And I'll grab one more handful and then I might go ahead and get into even another box. Okay. Then we'll get started in this crate pretty heavily. Peter Criss 2626. And we have T-Rex, Bang a Gong, Get It On. That's $6.99. The Mamas and Papas, Glad to Be Unhappy. Merle Haggard, Jesus Take a Hold. Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery. Parvier and the Raiders, Him or Me, What's It Gonna Be? And the Young Rascals, It's Wonderful. $6.99 on those. The Louie Louie, I'll check it right now. Gregory's about to fall asleep as usual. I'm not surprised. And buddy, you can believe me, this crate's going to get dragged out. If we're done with this crate by midnight, we'll be all lucky. Louie Louie's nice. Gregory, I hope you got a cup of coffee next to you. I'm going to make sure this crate takes a long time. Merle Haggard is sold for $6.99 to 007 Platinum. And Todd Saw on T-Rex also for $6.99. That leaves the Young Rascals, Parvier, Jethro Tull, and Mamas and Papas. I mean, I am making sure this crate gets dragged out long. We're going to do like 2 records every 3 minutes. We're going to inspect each one of them, look at the labels. I'm going to read the matrix numbers. By the time we get up here to this one, it might be midnight. Bruford, as in Bill Bruford, feels good to me. A white label promo, EX condition, $14.99. With a note from Laura, Bruford is awesome. Legendary drummer, King Crimson, yes. Bill Bruford, a white label promo, $14.99. I'm basically going to pause after each record and make sure we sell it before I move on to the next one. Peter Criss is at $32 with Be Yourself Adventures. Be Yourself Adventures, $32. What songs are on the Mamas and Papas? The Mamas and Papas single. The A-side was Glad to Be Unhappy, and the flip side was Hey Girl. Over here, Bill Bruford is so to Brent Robley. 1 down, a whole crate to go. My speech has gotten into a different, we're now into full slow-mo Laura crate mode. We gotta make sure we get every ounce of this we can. VG Plus, $14.99. REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker. VG Plus, $14.99, a classic album. Next thing, Gary Apple, the first one's free. Oh, Gary Apple is EX condition, $9.99. The Peter Criss is about to sell for $32. We're about to sell it for $32. Next thing is Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace. This is EX condition, $14.99. Steppenwolf. Village People Cruising. It was the state of the YMCA. VG, $9.99. Nick Bargeron. I'm going to sell you REO Speedwagon at full price, okay? That's sold to you for $14.99. This is a Laura crate, no more, no less. It honestly should be price plus 20%. This here, Johnny Cash, Songs of Our Soul, a mono 1959 Terre Haute press, VG condition, $14.99. Johnny Cash, Songs of Our Soul. This is a 59 VG, $14.99. And Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, VG Plus, $17.99. A Columbia 2i Shrink Wrap, $17.99. See how I did that mind trick to Nick Bargeron? I said, Nick Bargeron, I will sell this to you for sticker price. And all he did was say, okay. Wow, nobody else bet on Peter Criss. This is sold to Be Yourself Adventures for $32. A beautiful copy, shrink wrapped, insert, merch insert, poster, this, Peter Criss's DNA, everything was on that one. 007 Platinum on Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash is sold to 007 Platinum. Yes shows, which is a double LP, VG Plus, $14.99. And this is Regina Curiosity, EX condition, $9.99. $9.99. Also, we have a 12-inch single here. This is a hip hop, EX, $6.99. The Don Bishop Agala, AGLLAH, 12-inch single, $6.99. Usually if I see 12-inch singles, this is what I usually see. This is kind of what we have in the back. This is Petty Pablo I, another hip-hop 12-inch single, EX, $6.99. And Javon, Turn and Run Away, Running. And this is House, EX, $6.99. Next thing over here is Yes and Peter, and Yes and Petty, and what now? We have Lothel on Yes for Yes shows, and for Peter Petty, Peter Piper, Peter Petty, Petty. This was for, where are y'all seeing that at? P-E-T-E-A, P-E-T-E-A, Petty. Petty Pablo, that's what they're trying to get right there. That's sold to Lothel and then Donna Turner. Our next auction, without further ado, if you can believe this, there's a good chance here in a second I'm going to put up a Kiss auction. If you're surprised by that, then obviously you hadn't been watching the last 16 weeks straight. For the last 16 weeks straight, we have been selling Kiss records. This is 4 months straight. 4 months straight we've been selling Kiss records. Kiss, Creatures of the Night. An 82 German OG VG++ condition with the inner sleeve, a $25 start. Next is, I'm going to get to these in just a second, if I can get this situated. Stay. We have Pale Field Mountain Filter Phase Superstar Baby. Breakbeat Acid, VG+, $6.99. Land of Dreamin' Remixes, Master Boy. Euro House EX, $6.99. And that was the last check condition record. The rest of this crate is all Near Mint Minus, EX++. Soundgarden. Sealed, $149.99. A 2010 USOG 3LP, 2 CD, DVD, and 7-inch. $149.99 for Soundgarden. Wow. Something we would rarely straight price, so take advantage of that. Kiss has bids for $25 and $25. Craig Thomas on Breakbeat. That was not that one. It was for this one. Yep, Breakbeat. That is sold to Craig Thomas. And Mike Quadrini on Soundgarden. Now, my crate just kind of filled up. I don't have room for Soundgarden, so I'm going to go ahead and start a new crate with Soundgarden here at the forefront of the crate. And let's do that right now. Boom. Diet Coke. Soundgarden is sold. Mike Quadrini, then Matt was second. Creatures of the Night has a new bid for $26 of Larry Gonzalez. Soundgarden is sold to Mike Quadrini. All right. We have Cage the Elephant, Social Cues, $19.99 for Cage the Elephant. Billie Eilish is a 2020 Record Store Day exclusive on blue vinyl, sealed, $69.99 for for Billie Eilish. I was reading Cage because that's what Matt just got. That is sold to Matt, Cage the Elephant. Kiss is at $26. Now it's at $27. We have Opeth, and Opeth is $34.99. This one is called Pale Communion, I believe. Opeth is $34.99. Black vinyl 2LP. Tranza, Astro Dawn, Hook Recordings, Trance is the genre, $9.99. Ron Duffield second on Cage. Matt on Opeth, that is sold to Lothel. Thank you on that. Also, we have Steel Poe Pimpin', Do or Die. This is Gangsta Rap for $9.99. And we have Motels, $14.99. Was B sealed. B. And Donna on Do or Die. That's sold to Donna. And how much was, Billie Eilish. It is sealed, yes. No, it's sealed. $69.99. $69.99. Jim B asked, and then JetBlue, and then Lothel. Kiss is at $28. Christopher and everybody else, it's up to y'all. That's at $28 right now. Ahmad Jamal, 73. Sorry, I just sneezed so hard the camera started shaking. Whew. Billie Eilish is sold to Jim B. Oh my gosh. Whew. Kiss over here is at 28, and that's a final call. The Rolling Stones Bigger Bang is sealed, a 2005 Euro OG, $49.99. Nice. A sealed OG, $49.99. Ahmad Jamal is sealed for $29.99. Sorry, that caught me right in the middle of my sneeze. It's a jazz funk album, sealed for $29.99. All right. Next thing we have is waiting for the naked girl to call. Tim Henderson. Whoa. This is $9.99, and he's possibly signed it for Kevin from Tim, and he drew an arrow at her butt. $9.99. Ahmad Jamal is sealed for $29.99, a 1973. This is sticker price. Now, Kiss is officially sold. No, it's not. He got a new bid with Christopher Eldridge for $29. So, Larry Gonzalez, you've been outbid, okay? Ray Red gets the Ahmad Jamal. That's sold to him. Jim B was second. That must be a $2,000 or $3,000 record then. Oh my gosh. Next thing is Stanley Clark and George Duke, $14.99. And Red Hot Chili Peppers is a 2012. That is $29.99. Samuel Kopech on RS, and that was for RS was for Rolling Stones. Okay, that is sold. Let's go back over the Ahmad Jamal. Okay, Ahmad Jamal. Ray Red asked the price first. Donna asked the price second. Eric Squindo asked the price third. Jim B was first to claim it. Ray Red asked if it's best offer. He had first dibs. Ryan Mustaine claimed it next. Ray Red says otherwise sold. Ray Red was first on Ahmad Jamal. Instant replay. He had first dibs on that. Ahmad Jamal. Unbelievable. Kiss is sold to our new buyer for that, Christopher Eldridge, for $29. That's sold to you. Next is Pennywise, About Time, sealed for $24.99. And this is Eminem Kamikaze, green vinyl, $24.99. Lothel on Pennywise, that's sold to Matt Parsons. Next thing I have is the Velvet Underground Collected. This is unopened. It's a music on vinyl, $34.99. By the way, that's about $15, $20 below retail. Okay, we have... Did I miss Red Hot Chili Peppers earlier too? I did. Matt also wanted Red Hot Chili Peppers. And then Adam Bernardi put SC for Stanley Clark. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. I almost missed that one. And then Lothel got Eminem. And Scott Dwallow next on Pennywise. Matt first on Velvet Underground. Then Cynthia Herdron. By the way, I've got a really cool item. I've got this poster of this artwork signed by Eminem. JSA lettered and authenticated. I still have that if anybody wants it. $1,575. As in 1,575, signed by Eminem, JSA authenticated. His signature is not cheap whatsoever. Samuel Kopech on Naked Girl. That's sold to Samuel Kopech. Also, we have Oh No, It's Devo. Oh Yes, it's a picture disc. It's a Devo picture disc from Record Store Day 2022. $29.99 on Devo. That is Iggy and the Stooges, Ready to Die. Iggy and the Stooges is sealed for $29.99. And Cage the Elephant, Tell Me I'm Pretty. Cage the Elephant is $19.99. Cynthia Herdron on Devo. That is sold to Cynthia Herdron. And then the last couple on here was Ray Parker Jr., The Other Woman. $9.99. Also, Nina Hagen Band as a 10-inch. That's a 1980 US OG New Wave Punk. $14.99. Cynthia on Piggy. And she meant Iggy. So Cynthia gets Iggy. Lothel on Cage. Gerald next on Devo. And we have Ron Duffield next on Cage. Okay. Larry Gonzalez is throwing a flag on Naked Girl. Larry Gonzalez says he claimed Naked Girl before the other person did. Okay? So let's go back and try to find his claim for Naked Girl. Let's see. We'll start right here. There's where you was bidding on Kiss. Okay, then Larry Gonzalez says, I'm going to let Chris have it. Chris is the night out. Flag on Naked Girl. All right, let me go up even higher. Larry Gonzalez, Cruising Night 25. Larry Gonzalez, Cruising Night 22nd. Larry Gonzalez, Cruising Night 28. Okay. And Larry, I don't see any claim for that at all, if that's what you're referring to. Nina Hagen is sold to Cynthia Herdron. And we also have the Meat Men. And that is a 2015 sealed, $14.99 for the Meat Men. What may be next in here? Let's grab another handful of singles right quick. And maybe even another box I want to peek in over here. See what some of these other ones look like. Shooby dooby dooby doo nah. I think I've looked in those. Give me 1 second, please. These look interesting here. They're in like sleeves. Bring these a little bit closer to me. Interesting. What's back here in the bag? What the heck is this? Don Curtis, Red Indian Brother, signed. Don Curtis, Red Indian Brother, on really wicked green splatter. $7 start on that. That's now up for bid. Okay, and then the Meat Man is also sold to Cynthia Herdron, then Scott Dwallow. And let's read through these one more time. All right, here's what's left in here. Gary Apple, the first one's free. That's EX Edition, $9.99. Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace. Steppenwolf is EX Edition, $14.99. Cruising, The Village People. It's the state of the YMCA, VG, $9.99. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, in shrink wrap, a Columbia 2i label, VG Plus, $17.99. Regina, not Tabor, that's one of our customers. This is just Regina. The album is called Curiosity. It's EX $9.99. Jovan, Turn and Run Away Running. That's a house album or a house track, house music. That's what we call, that's a genre, house. EX $6.99 on that. This is Agala, I believe. A-G-A, it looks like Agala or Ag-Ala. And that is hip hop, EX $6.99. The track is called Club Hoppin'. The Land of Dreamin', Master Boy. That is EX $6.99 Euro House. And we have Tranza, Astro Dawn. Tranza is trance music. That's $9.99. Motels is $14.99. No Condition Notes, clean. And Ray Parker Jr., The Other Woman, $9.99. Oh, Don Curtis there. That's a odd looking one, isn't it? He's a $7 start. And let's see here. I guess this is the front, isn't it? No? Oh, okay. I see what he's done here. Oh, here's a cool one. Blondie Heart of Glass with the picture sleeve. $7 start on Blondie Heart of Glass. Okay. Vladarchek on Tranza and Master Boy. So those are right here, Tranza and Master Boy. Okay. Anybody else? That was the second read through. And drum roll, the Laura Crate sticker was claimed. And Mike Quadrini wants Ray Parker. And Mike, you just got even luckier. Because I know you bought the Soundgarden, and that's actually where Laura instructed me to leave the sticker. And let me show you how nice. Oh, both my knees. I don't know if y'all heard that. They just both popped wickedly. This is an awesome sticker that matches that Soundgarden box. She almost did that so well, it almost looks good both ways. Laura Crate. And that's so to Mike Quadrini. And Laura, if you get a second, because that's on a box set, we need to go ahead and get another board and bag for Mike Quadrini on that, okay? What a great one there. That matches up really good with the with that, let's read the note. Ooh, werewolves at Coletco. Werewolves of London, some Warren Zevon there. Transa just got claimed. Yep, that one just got claimed. Wow. I can't do it as good as Warren Zevon. Werewolves at Coletco. Anybody want a bundle deal on everything that's left? That's the only way I would discount those is first go around is reading those off again. Or discount those would be everything that's left. No Warren Zevon in here, unfortunately. No, I was just singing it because that's what the lore crate was themed. That album comes through quite often. That's on Excitable. If you ever hear me say Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy, that's the album. It sometimes is on his greatest hits, depending on which one, too. Should be on all of them, but, you know, those greatest hits are weird sometimes. Sometimes they don't include crazy hits on greatest hits. Can I flip through them again? I can. The Motels is $14.99. A Gala, the Don Bishop, a Gala is what that's billed. Sorry. And that was $6.99. Jovan, Turn and Runaway Running, EX $6.99. Regina Curiosity, EX $9.99. Then here's some well-known stuff. Bob Dylan, VG Plus $14.99. The Village People, VG $9.99. Steppenwolf was EX $14.99. And then Gary Apple was EX $9.99. If anybody wants these singles, they're $7 each. Buy it now, no bids. Blondie is $7, and Don Curtis is $7. If anybody wants those, okay? And there's that. Thank you, Laura. Mike, we can't stick the lore crate on the front of the box because I don't want the sleeve. We can't put. I'll always put them in a sleeve so they don't get bent or creased. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick that in there like that. And I'm going to put that next. So make sure that just gets tagged to, that item gets tagged to Michael Drini for $0. That's part of his box set. All right, so Neil, what I'll do is I'll go ahead, if Neil wants to make a claim, we'll do it. I'm going to price a bundle for him and then Matthew and then Steve Riley. So let me add that up. We'll do this one for 10, 5, 15, 20. We'll do $8 off on that, 30, 5, half off, 40, $45. Oh, he said Blondie, not bundle. My bad. $45. Stephen Riley gets Blondie for $7. Yeah, 45. And I just did most of those at like $3 and $5 off. And we did one for $7 off. So Matthew, $45 for everything that's left. Yeah, 10, 5, 15, 20, 30, 5. $45. Okay. Here's what I'd like to do for the rest of the night. Let's do this. Sorry, I'm messed up on sleep right now. That's why I'm going to give y'all an agenda and we're going to finish this show up. I'm going to go through one more half-off crate. And while we're doing a half-off crate, I'm going to continue to show 45s. Denise wants Don Curtis for $7. Thank you. I'm going to try to also auction some 45s that's in this box. Maybe I can come up with some more oddities. I know y'all like to bid on Punk, Garage, and stuff like that. I just don't know what could come up. Honestly, don't know. I do see some cool looking Elvis stuff in here. Those are all like picture sleeves and stuff. We're going to go through a half-off crate, and then honestly, I'm going to wrap up. I probably finally fell asleep about 1 p.m. and I set my alarm for 4. Here we go. Berserk, giant robots. That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. $7 start on that. Okay, Berserk. That's the kind of stuff I like to auction because it could be a $35 record. I don't know. It could be $0. Nobody buys them. None ever sold. Or it could be something last sold $190. I don't know. I'll put them up and I'll let y'all bid on them. You can bid them up to half of what it should sell for. They could get bid up to twice what they should sell for. I don't know. I just know when something's odd and unusual. I have seen a billion records in my lifetime. And when I see something I've never seen before that looks like that, it goes up for auction. And we roll the dice on it. We sold an entire collection that way. It was called the New Orleans. I wish I had all that stuff back to sell them again, but y'all missed out on some crazy stuff. Yeah, let's do another half-off crate. We're going to show 45s, and then I need to go to sleep. Actually, I got to do videos, get ready stuff for tomorrow, go to the gym, eat, and then go to sleep, and order vinyl. So let me read that off again. I still got to do half-off, 45s, the videos for the morning, clean up, get stuff ready for tomorrow, eat, go to the gym, and order tons of vinyl, which takes hours, and then I might be able to go to sleep by 5 or 6 a.m., but that will be a miracle. We have Solent Green and side B, I Hate God, as in IEI. So who is this? Is this, who is this? This looks familiar. I think the artist is, oh, it might be Split. Yeah, I think that's Split. Yeah, those are artists. Solent Green and I Hate God. Yeah. Whoa. $7 start on that. Okay, see, I told you, you just never know on stuff in here. And then, yeah, let's put up another Kiss solo album. And then those are auctions, okay? I'll do some buy it nows too after I get this half-off crate started. Motels was $14.99. All right, we'll put all these over here. Whew, I got sleepy all of a sudden. Like almost the point I was closing my eyes talking to y'all. That kind of sleepy. Not good. Let me slap myself a couple times. Whew. Haven't been this tired doing a sale in a long time. And all I did Sunday was sleep pretty much, but I messed it up working here all day today. I got out of my circadian rhythm. I really screwed up my circadian rhythm. I had it pretty good, rested, and then I tried to. I slept so well on Sunday, I felt bad, and I needed to work more. I'm like, I get phobia'd about that. That's not a word, Chad. Phobia. I have a phobia about that. Internationally. We ship internationally, it's at cost. So if you're an international buyer, what we do is we get you registered. After you get registered, and you pay for your invoice, then we pack up your items and we send you a bill for postage. After you pay a postage bill, we ship your items. So essentially, postage, if you're familiar with ordering records from the United States, you should kind of know what it costs. Whatever it costs us, we charge you. So postage, shipping and handling. You know, let's say postage is $22. We might charge $27 to pay for the box, label, you know, insurance, whatever we need to put on there. Box and labor and materials probably cost $5 to pack an order. We only charge $8, and we have to pay for postage too. So $8 is a steal for domestic people. Probably just labor, box, and tape and label, pads. It probably costs $5 or $6 just to get one record out, not including postage. All right, so here we go. Let's go over the 2 singles. Sorry, I was across the room stretching my legs so I could make it through this last hour maybe. Bear with me. We have Berserk Giant Robots, 1991 Merkin Records. Steve Riley has that for $8. And then we have a split here, Soylent Green and I Hate God. That is with $7 of Hessen Session. $7 of Hessen Session. Dang it, Hessen Session. I forgot to ask about that Rob Halford book. If I see your name tomorrow, I'll let you know, okay? Half off crate, no more, no less. And I'm also going to be doing some $6.99 singles. This is So Longer. So Longer is 27 Devils Joking and 88 Garage, $7.50. I think this was black vinyl. Yeah, black vinyl on Soylent Green, I Hate God. Black vinyl on that one. From the Beginning, Otis Blackwell, half off of $79.99. Do what? Right off the bat, a blues record here, $40 off. This is why we call it nonsense half off. This is the second of the nonsense crates we've done tonight, but it's a good way to end the show probably. We have Little Johnny Christian, Somebody Called My Baby. That's another Chicago blues album, $10 on that. And we have, oh, I remember this one. It's a Japanese garage band, Nishinon. Nishion is on green vinyl. It's a 2002. It's a Japanese group that does hard rock. It's on green vinyl. $20 on that. I'm assuming nobody else wants Berserk, but it looks like they're still bidding on Soylent Green and I Hate God. Patrick Lear on Otis Blackwell. That's sold to him. William Drugovich on 27 Devils. That's sold to him. And then Berserk is sold to Steve Riley for $8. Okay? That's moving over here. And let's try to do our first few Buy It Now singles. Trying to find some cool stuff in here. Here's another auction. Blondie, Call Me. That's going to go up for a $7 start. And then those are bid. Let's lay down some Buy It Nows. Let me just grab a big handful right here. These are going to be $6.99 Buy It Nows. The Babies, one of their biggest hit songs, Back on My Feet Again. The Art of Noise featuring Tom Jones. Kiss, Art of Noise and Tom Jones. Rick Nelson in the picture sleeve, You Are the Only One in Milk Cow Blues. Nice. The Doors, Wild Child. And Come On Now, Touch Me, Babe. The Beatles, Twist and Shout on the Purple Label. And There's a Place. I call those jukebox records. And Brian Brain. We had some of their albums earlier. Brian Brain, $6.99 on that. Okay. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. We sold 27 Devils. We sold Otis Blackwell. I Hate God and Soylent Green splits at 10. And then and now it's at 11. And Neil Rigler wants the Nishahan. That's sold to Neil Rigler. Blondie brand, is that a bid for Blondie? I'm assuming it is. B for Blondie, $9. Craig Thomas on the Doors. Come on now, touch me, babe. Shum-bum-ba-ba. I can see I am not about. What was that promise that you made? Brian Brain is so to Craig Thomas. Carole King Tapestry, $10. Carole King Tapestry, $10. A little bit of color cover damage back here. Clean vinyl, $10. Blondie, $9. And then Soylent Green's at 11. Hessen has the high bid. Craig, The Ball's in Your Court. Merle Frankhauser. William E. McEwen presents Merle Frankhauser, Return to Mew. A 2000 press from Germany. Red vinyl, $10. We also have Sharon Jones and the Dap Kings. Give the People What They Want. A 2014 soul album. $13.50. Soylent Green, $13, now $14. So we still got Beatles for $6.99, Rick Nelson for $6.99, Art of Noise, and the Babies, Back on My Feet Again. Those are all $6.99 each. Lady Dottie and the Diamonds, a 2008 press. Lady Dottie is $10. And we have the Grand Wazoo. This is the Mothers of Invention, Frank Zappa, super clean copy, $20 on that. Preston Rose on Sharon Jones and the Dap Kings. Brent Robley gets Blondie. Brent on Blondie for $9. That's so to Brent. Let's grab another handful of singles here. It's kind of a drag. That song's stuck in my head now. All right, let's flip through these right quick. I love when John matches the company sleeves with them. Two more out of here quickly. Jimmy Carl Black and the Manish Boys, a little dab will do ya. $10 on that, a little dab will do ya. And Lakeshore Drive, Aliata Haynes Jeremiah, that is half off of $59.99. That is now $30. Solent Green is at 17 with Hessen. Craig Thomas is out. These are $6.99. Cream in the White Room. Chewy Chewy, Ohio Express. Les Paul and Mary Ford, Mockingbird Hill. Roy Orbison, Beautiful Dreamer. The McCoys, Fever and Hang On Sloopy. And the Carpenters, Calling Occupants. I have some of these flipped the wrong way because the A side of Roy Orbison's Pretty Paper, and then McCoy's was Hang On Sloopy. I think I'm getting my I know Cream was the A side. I'm getting my A sides mixed up. Ohio Express was the A side. I guess the McCoy. Well, I guess that's one of those. No, I'm right. One of those are double-sided hits. McCoy's, Fever, and Hang On Sloopy. Okay, and then there's Carpenters, Calling All Occupants. Yeah, Klaatu, and Can't Smile Without You. I think I was right on those. All right, Solent Green is sold to Hessen for $17. Brent Robley on C, and that was for Cream. And Pam Murray on the McCoys. Hang On Sloopy, Sloopy Hang On, and Fever. Those were kind of, it's on that collectibles labels could have double A sides. Tapestry Pressing. I don't have any details on Tapestry, but I can give you a good look at it. I think it's a Jacksonville. Laura probably can tell us. Laura, what is the circle symbol for pressing plant? Like a circle or zero? Moonquake Starstruck. Moonquake is a 1975 pressing, $5. Chad, I need to put back the Peter Criss 1978 solo album from 3 hours ago. Sorry. The Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet, a 1986 pressing, $25 on this. The Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet, $25. And Kenny Rogers, $5 for Kenny. And Fats Domino, Ain't That a Shame? Fats Domino was $5. And Shakin' Stevens, $8.50. Jacksonville, that's what I thought. Jacksonville. Didn't want to misspeak, but it is Jacksonville. Matthew Sherrick. It's a Jacksonville press. You look up enough records like Laura and Paul does every day, and John, they know you can look at just the symbols and know what pressing plant they were made at. Patrick Lear on Shakin' Stevens. We're in a half-off crate, no more, no less. Also, Jets Live, All Fired Up, $12.50. And Black Stocking Rock, the Bobcats, $12.50. A great hit dance soul song here. Wilson Pickett, Land of a Thousand Dances. That's a classic. Roger Daltrey, Leon, promo. Never seen that one before. The Safaris, Wipeout, and Surfer Joe. Pat Boone, Speedy Gonzalez, and The Locket. Santa Esmeralda, Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood. And awesome here, The Who, Behind Blue Eyes, and The Beach Boys, Be True to Your School. Those are all $6.99. Matthew Sherrick is sold on Carole King Tapestry. So far away, doesn't anybody know how to stay in one place anymore? We have Wilson Pickett. That is sold to Brent Robley. And then Kenny and Fats. Fats and Kenny, 5 each. That's right. Those were 5 each. Those are sold to Greg Beddinger, okay? And then Brent on W for The Who. Nobody Knows What It's Like. My Wife has a cool song too. Those are both from The Who's smash album, Who's Next? We Won't. Now, I've laid two over here to the side, not typically the unusual stuff I would auction, but they caught my attention just because they're promos, especially Patsy Cline. And some over here, Patsy Cline can get really pricey, especially promos. So this is Patsy Cline, Yes, I Understand, and Cry Not For Me, and it's a pink Decca promo. I have no idea. I probably need to check it, but I'm going to go ahead and start it for $7. And I thought this one was unusual. Neil Young, a promo of Oh Lonesome Me, and I've Been Waiting For You. Now, I've Been Waiting For You is off his first album, so that's what caught my attention. If that's a 69 promo single, that probably should be pretty good. And this is $7 starts, okay? $7 starts over here on those. One second, please. I'm taking care of some business over here. Okay. Where was I? Patsy, Neil. I'm going to check those in just a second, but right now they're high bids with Brent. We're in a half off crate. La Secta, Fuzz Gods, is a 1996 funk album. $10 on La Secta. We have the Sights, SIGHTS, a 2005. That's alternate rock, $7.50. What's interesting on the flip side with the promo star, Neil Young with Crazy Horse, it says Oh Lonesome Me. That's the one with the stars. And then the flip is I've Been Waiting For You. Now, of course, that's from his first album. And what I know is, of course, Crazy Horse was joined later. So it could be something from 69, or it could be something from like when Crazy Horse joined, which was like what, 70, they joined him in 73, 74, I think. So that one I thought was unusual. And then anything promo Patsy Cline is always unusual. Nice, Queen, their classic album, A Night at the Opera, with Bohemian Rhapsody, $17.50. I'm Just a Poor Boy from a Poor Family. We have Glenn Campbell, Galveston, Oh Galveston. That's a good one. $5 on Mr. Glenn Campbell, $5 for him. And Donna Summer, Live and More. Oh Donna has the original die-cut cover, $7.50 for Donna. William Drugovich on La Secta. That is sold to William Drugovich over here. So Neil Young's now at $10 with Chris. Shakedown, you're out. Brent, you're out. It's now at 10 with Chris Frazier. Let's see here. Patsy Cline. I hate this new Discogs app. I hope they've gotten better at that. Yeah, I mean, it's at a very fair price right now. Patsy is for what they start at on Discogs. Be Yourself Adventures on Glenn Campbell. Final Call to Brent for $7. We have Journey Departure. Now we're into some like nonsense no-brainers for classic rock buyers. Journey's now just $10. We're going to go through this crate and then read through it one more time. Sinatra's Greatest Hits, just $17.50. Don't feel hesitant to buy these, because if not, they're definitely going to go in the flip crate in the morning, and they'll definitely sell there for more or less. Here's some more at $6.99. We're going to do a few picture sleeves here from the 60s. These are pretty interesting at $6.99. Dave Clark 5, Can't You See? And that Can't You See That She's Mine? Glenn Campbell, Hey Little One. I don't recall seeing too many Glenn Campbell picture sleeves for some reason. Jimmy Dean, A Day That's Changed the World. That guy made some wickedly good sausage. The Best of Belafonte. And then how about a Sammy Davis Jr. cardboard EP, Black Decca label. Sammy Davis Jr., $6.99. And then Nat King Cole, those lazy, hazy, crazy days of summer. Nat King Cole is $6.99. Mike Quadrini on Journey, that's the way you want it, any way you need it. Patsy Cline and Soda Brent for $7. Neil Young's at 15 with Chris Frazier. Shakedown, Be Yourself, and Brent Robley's All Out. And then over here we have, it's more half off, Men at Work Cargo. That one is $12.50. Men at Work Cargo, $12.50 on that one. And then we have the Partridge Family with the book cover. It still has the book cover with it, $12.50 on that. $12.50 on that. Next is the Rolling Stones Made in the Shade. Excellent compilation. $17.50 for the Rolling Stones. This has the original under sleeve. No condition notes on the Stones. So nobody on these for $6.99. Nat King Cole, Sammy Davis, Belafonte, Jimmy Dean, Glenn Campbell, and Dave Clark, 5. Jimmy Dean also playing in a James Bond movie, Diamonds Are Forever. He was supposed to be playing that rich guy that never left his house. Blackfoot, Tom Catton. Blackfoot is $10. Blackfoot, Tom Catton. And the Marshall Tucker Band, Greatest Hits, $12.50. This has the original under sleeve. Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, that's $12.50. Chuck Haley wants the Glenn Campbell picture sleeve. Just something I don't recall seeing too often is picture sleeves with Glenn. Let's see what the other side looks like. Yeah, that don't ring a bell to me. I don't know that one. I've never seen that before in a picture sleeve. That's sold for $6.99. And then Paul Revere and the Raiders Greatest Hits, $5. Neil Young, looks like we're done. Chris Frazier, it's all up to you. Be Yourself Adventures has it for $16, just FYI, okay? And then we got to throw up the king, okay? Crying in the Chapel. This is really cool. It's on the Elvis Gold Standard Series, 447-0643. And Crying in the Chapel is going to go up for a $7 start. Neil Young is still getting bids. Elvis is a $7 start. DC, which was Dave Clark 5, that's also sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. Thank you, Chuck. That's sold to you for $6.99. We have Lou Reed Rock and Roll Animal. Lou Reed is $16.50. Paul for $5. That's sold to Be Yourself Adventures. You've also been outbid on Neil Young. Man, I had to pull up gold price and silver price. It's already up on the international market futures. Oh my gosh, already up $16. That's crazy. Oso said he was watching earlier. Oso, we need to do a deal on these peace dollars before I change my mind, before silver hits $50 in the futures tonight, okay? It's probably going to tomorrow. John Lennon Double Fantasy, $10 on John Lennon Double Fantasy. The Mamas and Papas 16 Greatest Hits, $10. That's a great comp. That's one of their mini comps, but that has everything you would want on it. $10 on that. Neil Young's at 17. Now Neil Young's at 18. Be Yourself Adventures has it. Tris Frazier, you're out. Elvis is at 10. That just answered Susie's question. George Harrison's a gold stamp promo with hop sticker. $12.50. Cloud 9, $12.50 on George Harrison's Cloud 9. We also have The Who live at Leeds, just $7.50. It's not the gatefold of all the extras, but it's a clean copy of the reissue. Young Man Blues, Substitute, Shaken All Over. We have Los Lobos by the Light of the Moon, $7.50 for Los Lobos. Mike Quadrini on George Harrison. That's sold to Mike Quadrini. And we have the Rolling Stones Love You Live. The Rolling Stones is $20. That's a 2 LP, $20 start or $20 price on that. Very cool with the Andy Warhol cover. Neil Young Elvis is sold for $10 to Regina. And Neil Young, I've Been Waiting for You. That is sold for $18 to Be Yourself Adventures. Any of the silver that was sold tonight or that gets bought tonight will be invoiced Monday the 16th. Monday the 13th, Columbus Day. Monday the 13th, Columbus Day. A week from today. All right. We also have ZZ Top El Loco, another gold stamp promo, $17.50 on that one. And Matt Bianco, whose side are you on? Matt Bianco is $5. Not done with this crate yet. Hold on one second. Got a few more things back here. Let me see what else I can throw up for auction. I ran out of auctions quickly on this tub of singles. Let's try some buy it nows though, a quick handful. Let's do a quick handful of buy it now. These are all $6.99. We have Fats Domino, I'm Walking, I'm in the Mood for Love. The Eurythmics and Aretha Franklin, Sisters Are Doing It for Themselves. Eurythmics, Who's That Girl? Glenn Frey, Soul Searching. Aretha and George Michael, I Knew You Were Waiting for Me. And the Five Keys, Wisdom of a Fool. Chris Frazier on ZZ Top, that's sold to Chris Frazier. Also, Ice House. Ice House is now $10. That's the half off price. We have Encore of Golden Hits, the Platters. $5 on the Platters. The Four Seasons New Gold Hits, that's $5. TV's Greatest Hits, that is $14. And Louis Armstrong is $5. Okay. The years on these are 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23. Honestly, these look like they came out of a roll together. I mean, just the grade of them and the condition. I mean, they have really good luster to them. Luster or lust. Greg Bendinger on Louis. Louis? What was Louis? Louis Armstrong, Greg Bendinger. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to read through these again quickly. Make sure everybody's got what they wanted. Some people's asked for a bundle. There is way too many great titles still left in here, like half off $35 records, like Stones and stuff like that. And so what I'm going to do is sell Shakedown, Eurythmics Girl. That one right there. That's sold a Shakedown. And these are all still available, which is the Five Keys, Aretha and George, Glenn Frey, Aretha and Eurythmics and Fats Domino. And the coins here that Oso's looking at, that is a total of 9 peace dollars for $432. And then the only other silver I had tonight that didn't sell, which was dimes, and maybe somebody just hopping on late might want these. 2 complete sets of silver dimes at melt value. And it should be, that price has went up based on the market I'm looking at right now, because it's went up since this morning's price, plus 8 at face value, so $170 for silver dime sets. That's $170 per book, and that is now gone up even more. It's now $170, might be at melt or below melt, honestly. And this time tomorrow, it will be probably even more below melt. $425 and done. What was I at? $432? I was at $432, right? $432, so $425. $425 divided by 9. There's 9 there, right? Yeah. All right. Sell these to Oso. $425. They're nice. And I mean, some of the stuff next week, I'm going to be like, why did I sell this? You know? But I've been buying and selling silver a long time. I buy and sell it at whatever price. If it ends up getting to $62 an ounce, I'll have to buy and sell it at $62 an ounce. If gold gets to $6,000 an ounce, I'll have to buy and sell it at $6,000 an ounce. But I've always sold it for whatever it is. And if you're a silver buyer, those dimes are just like a no-brainer. If you're buying silver to put back, those should already be sold to. I don't know why they're still over there, honestly. Let's go through this half-off crate one more time. Little Johnny Christian, Somebody Called My Baby. '89 Chicago Blues, $10 on that. We have Merle Frankhauser, Return to Mew, $10 on Merle Frankhauser. Lady Dottie and the Diamonds, a 2008 press, that is $10. The Grand Wazoo, Mothers of Invention, $20 on that. The price I'm saying are the half-off prices, no more, no less. Jimmy Carl Black and the Manish Boys, a little dab will do you, $10, 1987. Lakeshore Drive, Leota Haynes Jeremiah, that's half off of $59.99, so that's now $30. Chuck Haley wants the Fast Domino sleeve. This is sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. Also, now I've already had an offer on the dimes and I turned it down, and those are very firm price, but just saying, you might want those too. And that has obliterated everything. I mean, I just got some quarter sets over here and quarter and nickel sets, and that's it. We've sold everything else tonight. It's all gone. And that's one reason I was here all morning. I was trying to get all these coins together because I knew we could easily sell them the way the prices have gone. Moonquake was $5. We have the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet for $25. Now, it is a newer remastered copy, but it's on virgin vinyl. It's an 86 remaster for $25. Jets, live, all fired up, $12.51, $12.50, 91 Rockabilly. An 83 UK Rockabilly, Blackstock and Rock, the Bobcats. And then the Sights, SIGHTS, a 2005 alternate rock, that was $7.50. And then Queen, A Night at the Opera. Queen is $17.50. A Night at the Opera, Queen, $17.50. Donna Summer, Live and More, that is $7.50. Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits is $7.50. And Men at Work Cargo, $12.50. Also, the Partridge Family, this has the book cover with it, $12.50. And the Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade. It does have the original on her sleeve, $17.50 for the Rolling Stones Made in the Shade. Blackfoot Tomcat, and it's $10. And the Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, $12.50. The price on the dimes, it breaks down like this. There's 2 books, okay? Each book has 48 dimes that are 64 and back, which are silver. It's also a complete set with every mint mark. The book also has 8 additional dimes, which are not silver. So this morning, that was the melt price, 48 dimes times $3.51, plus 8 dimes, which would be 80 cents at face value. So I basically came up with $170. So melt plus the face value would be like $169.48. But I think they've went up since then. So it's right now, that should be the exact melt and face value price. Yeah, it's went up 1 penny per dime. So another 50 cents. So $169. That's exactly melt and face value. So you're buying them at melt and face value. So the dimes are the exact silver value, and then you're buying the other dimes at just 10 cents a piece. So that means after you pay me with a card, I'm selling it for less than melt and less than what I could go deposit it for. What does that mean? It's a no-brainer. Before I change my mind or say tomorrow it's $175 to cover fees. Actually, it needs to be the realistic price for me to get true melt, because I'm having to pay credit card fees, even though OSO pays transfer. It really should be 170 times 1.035. It should be $176. That would help pay for fees, but it is what it is. Lou Reed is $16.50, Rock and Roll Animal. And the other book is the same thing. There's 48 dimes. It's a complete silver set, plus some extra dimes that's not silver. To be exactly 2, 4, 6, 7 in that set. 7 extra dimes in that one and 8 extra in that one. John Lennon Double Fantasy, $10 for John Lennon Double Fantasy. The Mamas and Papas 16 Greatest Hits, that's $10. The Who Live at Leeds was $7.50. Los Lobos was $7.50. The Rolling Stones Love You Live was $20. Matt Bianco. Somebody asked me if Beja plays on this. I forgot to answer your question. Who asked me that? Peter Haas. Peter, sorry, I'm just now answering your question. I see Beja, yeah, with her crazy last name, Teresa Raka Zala Waka Saka Wawa. She's on here. I think that's her right there in the middle. So, yes. Sorry, I'm just now answering that. $5 on that. And then we have Ice House Sidewalk, $10 on Ice House. The Platters is $5. The Four Seasons is $5. And Television's Greatest Theme Songs, $14 on that. Me and Tanner had to literally do some algebra this morning. We have a sticky note up front that says X times 0.7 equals 116,250 divided by, we was trying to do some reverse math. We was trying to do some reverse math to calculate interest on something. I had to literally get a sticky note and do some algebra to figure it out. Peter Haas does want the Matt Bianco, and Nathan Carter gets Ice House. That's $170 per book. That's the price per book. $170. You can just buy one book if you want it, but I figured if you want one, you would want two there. So $170 per book. Yeah. Now, Neil Rigler, if you're still watching, I will manually add up this bundle deal. And what I'll do is I'll take more off the half off. I just can't count these and say $4 or $5 or $6 or even $7 a piece. There's way too many good titles that could be discounted for tomorrow's flip crate. So here's what I'll do. I'll just manually add them up as I go, and I'll tell you what the bundle price would be, okay? And I'm going to take off more additional from the half off. So I'm going to say 10. And some of them are going to be the half off price at 5, okay? So 10, 15, 20. I'll do that one for 10. So 30, 35, 45, 55, 65, 80, 90, 100, and 15, 125, 135, 140, 145, 175, 180, 190, 200, 220, 225, 245, 250, 265, 270, 280. We'll do a little bit less on 285. $285 for everything that's left. That is taking more off the already discounted price. $285 for everything that's left. Okay, so tonight was, well, if you count all the coins, probably a dang good night, because we probably sold, I don't know, I got stacks of coins over here we sold at $45 a pop. So we've sold a lot of vinyl too. We filled up our 4th full crate tonight. No new vinyl came in today. It was weird. And we really just had John marking stuff. Laura got a crate marked. Tomorrow, we should have more new vinyl. Laura will be back here marking stuff and getting auctions ready. John will be here. Paul has Tuesdays off. I have tons of 45s we're going to try to do again tomorrow. I'm going to try my best to find some of the best ones to auction. I'm going to make sure, I'm going to wait for Oso to say sold on the dimes at melt value. He's passing on the dimes. Dang it. Gosh, we almost sold out of everything. Dimes is the hardest thing to sell. It's always been that way. Even if they're like below melt, it's just like always been a tough sale. I don't know why. It's the same if you were buying any other bullion. It's actually sometimes your best deals. This was some Liberty Head nickels, also known as V nickels. This was some non-silver stuff. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 V nickels here. 15 V nickels was $35. There's 15 in there, so that's only a couple bucks a piece, give or take. Actually give. So $35 for those V nickels. And then we had these Lincoln penny sets. And yeah, both books here. Both books here were 20 bucks for these pennies. So you get all these from 1941 through the 70s, including 3 steel pennies. And here's the book number 1, 1909 to 19. Of course, this isn't complete. This complete set would be big money because you would get the 1909 S VDB. So that's just a partial book, but all the copper pennies is 20 bucks. And then I have the complete Washington quarter set, $25 in face value here. That's every Washington state quarter, every mint mark. There's $25 here just in quarters. So I could pop these out and go buy hamburgers at McDonald's for $25 or more. $35 for both books. You're paying for the books and all the labor and time it would take you to put all that together. It's also really fun to put them all together, but also the labor and book cost, you're paying $10 for those. So $25 worth of quarters, 35 bucks. Okay, that's a great deal for those. Those are sold to Oso for $35. What I do, $225 on the bundle. What was that, $280? Yeah, let's go ahead and sell these to Neil Reigler, a great bundler. These are sold to Neil Reigler for $225. What I'm going to do, whoever's tagging, I am going to just leave all these together because they won't fit in the crate. So what I'm going to do is just say that's all sold to him there. Okay. All right, good. He bought the quarters. That $10 saved you a lot of. That $10 also saved you a lot of time and labor trying to put together those whole sets, right? Thank you, Neil Reigler. Let's blow the air horn to end the night. And for the 99 people still watching on all platforms, maybe this will wake them up because they just missed out on a bundle deal and they just missed out on some quarters and they just missed out on some dimes. Well, they're still available. And here comes the air horn. That should wake up a few people. We love that. Everything in that crate just sold. I'm going to go ahead and film tomorrow morning's flip video. Now I got to find some more stuff because I was going to use a lot of these right in here. I was going to use a lot of that right in there for tomorrow morning's flip video. So now I've got to find my backup plan. Don't worry, there's no shortage of records in this store. I'm going to go ahead and do those videos. And I am really looking forward to eating my parfait up here and getting some rest. So I feel much ready for tomorrow. So anybody have any other requests? Records, 45s, cassettes, coins? Anybody else on anything else? Let me know. Let it snow. Dollar sale this weekend at the store. We're having another dollar sale this weekend at the store. We've already accumulated thousands and thousands of $1 records. Get ready. Gold is about to surpass 4,000 an ounce. Yep. I'm looking at the international market right now, futures. 39.67. It could easily hit it today. No unpaid auctions. Nope. We only do that on Fridays, and hopefully we don't have any. We've got the guy, the Grant Michael Toynton, that was a fraud buyer. We had a fraudulent buyer last week. Y'all probably heard me if you just now tuned in. Grant Michael Toynton, who was buying last week, he bid on a ton of auctions. He was a fraudulent person. He had no intentions to pay. He has no money, and he had no intentions to pay us. He was just buying just to screw with us. So obviously he's been blocked, and we got to resell everything he bought, but he was just a fake person. So... it sucks for us, and I guess it sucks for him because he don't have any money and he doesn't have a lot of time on, or he has way too much time on his hands. So. No bids. One doors record. G plus condition, VG minus cover. It's really low grade, but it is a 67 OG, $10. Everything KISS sold. There's no KISS left over. Everything KISS is gone. And it makes me mad too, Oso. All that time. And the thing, it wasn't like he was on one night. He was watching every night. I mean, he spent 30 hours just on here wasting his time and our time. Just crazy. Like, that, I mean, just, he has nothing else to do. This is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $10. I mean, my thoughts is just like, golly, like, I mean, it's different if you want to watch every night and buy stuff. Because we have serious, hardcore, passionate fans and collectors. The people that still watching right now, y'all love buying records. Y'all love collecting records. You love Collectco. You watch every night. You watch for hours. And you hope that you buy stuff, you pay for it, and you get it. But to watch and just know you're not going to be paying for stuff. You're just on here like buying and claiming, and you have no money. Or if you do, you know you're not going to pay for it. You're just on here claiming stuff. Like, I'll take the dimes and go ahead and give me those quarters, you know, and I'll take all those, I'll take the bundle. And I'm just like, what is going on? You know, why would you just be doing that, you know? So, yeah, there is a Peter Criss, but the problem is it's buried right now. They'll have to dig that out tomorrow. Make sure that gets put back, the Peter Criss. I'll just show it again tomorrow. Oh yeah, I know. I was informed there's another group that just don't like us for whatever reason. These people have never met me, but they're just jealous. And I was told by a really good customer that occasionally buys in those groups, but he doesn't anymore. He said the other day they were literally talking about sending people here to run stuff up, laughing about it, knowing they wasn't going to pay for it. And we found out a few of those. And all I got to do is look at their mutual friends. And I'm like, oh, they're part of those. He knows that guy. And yeah, he just, you know, they're thinking like they're sabotaging us or something. And I'm like, dude, you're way out of your league, you know. But I know exactly who those people are. So if I see them common friends, I know to throw up the red flag. The problem is I told Tanner on Tuesday we need to go ahead and invoice them. And I was like, well, it's okay. He's only bought a couple hundred. And then like Tuesday and Wednesday, he bought a little bit more. And then Thursday, he bought a lot. And I was like, man, it's almost too late. Because now if we invoice him, if he don't pay But Saturday night, he got reckless. I mean, he was buying everything, bidding on everything, buying everything. And then when I held him up and told him he had to go ahead and pay, that's when he blocked us. So I was like, yeah, we need to go ahead on Tuesday. Tuesday, we should have went ahead and billed them, and we wouldn't be, you know, it wasn't that much, maybe $1,000 or so. But then Saturday, he probably bought 1,000 just on Saturday. Because when I pulled up his ticket Saturday, they hadn't even keyed in everything. He was already at 1,000. And I bet he spent 1,000 on Saturday. And I was like, yeah, we got to stop this. We got to go ahead and get payment. So I think they're fake accounts too. I found out one guy, he has fake accounts with fake people's names and fake profile pictures. And like it's obvious, he'll only have like 5 friends with every one. It'll be his same fake accounts. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like what a crazy, just a crazy person, you know, to be doing stuff like that. Constantly creating fake accounts, you know, just to think that you're disrupting a business because you're mad at their success and stuff, you know. It's like, or whatever they're mad at. I don't know. Like, what are they mad at? Themselves? Honestly, they're mad at themselves. They have problems with themselves. That's the bottom line. Okay, I'm signing off for the night. I'm done. I'll be back tomorrow about 5 or 5:30, and we'll do this all again. And don't worry, I've got it under control now. I have, tonight we had a new buyer. I was worried at first. He ended up paying his prepayment. Everybody's good. If you're a regular, you know, I don't care if you need 7 or 14 days to pay. We even had a government employee that got furloughed, and he's a really good customer. And I was like, hey, I know you work for the government and you're not getting paid right now. Take your time. But when somebody's on here buying and they're new, you know, we're going to go ahead and try to get some money out of them. We go ahead and prepay them. It's like, hey, we need $250 up front. We need $500 up front. My thing is, if you can pay us $250 or $500 up front, you probably have enough money to buy $250 and $500 come Monday. But if you don't have $250 right now, I don't know, maybe you should just wait till you have $250 before you trying to buy records. But you probably will be seeing me do that. I'm going to get Laura set up so it don't disrupt the sales. I'm going to get her logged into Square, and we're going to have her send in, so I can say, Laura, just go ahead and send them an invoice. And that way she can go ahead and do that, and I don't have to message Ed or Tanner. I can't do it over here. I'd have to literally like stop the show. I'd have to log into Square, generate an invoice, you know, type everything in, put their information in. So Laura's going to start doing that for us. All right. Thanks, everybody. And we're signing off. Thank y'all for all of our hardcore regulars. Thanks for supporting CollectCo night after night. Sorry I didn't go another hour or 2 hours like I normally do. I am pretty beat. Okay, I'm pretty beat, physically and mentally, especially after the last 48 hours. Thank you, good night, and I'll see y'all back tomorrow at 5:30. Good night. Dream about vinyl.